The America's Cup triumph as told in News of Her Day, The Sun and New York Herald, Sunday, July 18, 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The America's Cup triumph as told in News of Her Day. Newspaper files yield vivid account of Yankee yacht's victory and words of contemporary dispatches. Headlines of 1851 replete with thrilling items aside from two races in which honors came to us. 69 years ago this very summer, that is, in August 1851, New York was indeed a pretty lively place for news if the old files of the New York Herald present a true picture, as they undoubtedly do. First of all, in point of interest, was the winning of the cup by the American yacht America of the New York Yacht Club. But these old newspapers, long resting in a vault, show other items of vivid interest. Here are a few of the headings of the day. More hangings by the populace in San Francisco. Probable resignation of Mr. Daniel Webster. Arrest of a fugitive slave in Buffalo. Release of Louis Kossuth from prison. Half a ton of gold dust arrives from California. The great Cuban Revolution was then in full swing, and dreadful news of the execution of General Lopez and 500 Cuban patriots. Americans were captured and summarily executed. Desperate courage of the Americans is a headline. The flame was then lit, and the blood spilt that culminated in 1898 in American interference and Cuban freedom. Miss Hayes's hoop skirt. In the news was the arrival of Miss Catherine Hayes, the Swan of Erin, a singer of great repute, matchless beauty, wondrous charm, and all that sort of thing. A great crowd cheered as she appeared on the steamer, wearing about the biggest hoop skirt that these benighted parts had yet seen, and right from old London town, by gosh, just as Her Majesty Victoria herself is wearing them. Some rascal over there, green with jealousy over the lifting of the cup, had started a story that the front door of the Astor House wasn't wide enough for her. Wild rumors widened that skirt and narrowed that door. The terrible moment came. She descended from her carriage. The crowd held its breath. The fame of America was at stake, but our luck held good, just as it had done in the yacht race. She walked right in, and the famous skirt never brushed even a single ruffle. The year 1851 was that of the great Crystal Palace Exposition in London. The Royal Yacht Squadron was making great preparations for a gala week of racing off Cowes, Isle of Wight, and for the first time an American yacht was building in New York to participate in that event. This roused much interest and curiosity in England over this newcomer in the marine world. The London Illustrated News contains several pictures and much interesting information about the America, as this boat was named. In fact, the London newspapers carried very full accounts of this event day after day, as did the New York papers. These races were run in August 1851, but as there was then no Atlantic cable, the news was about 10 days to 2 weeks late in reaching here. The custom then was for the British correspondents of the New York Herald and the Sun to rush their dispatches and copies of the latest British newspapers to the departing steamers. On arrival at Halifax, a very brief summary of the news was telegraphed here, and the full account came out later when the steamer docked in New York. Some boats came, of course, directly here. Then it was that the speedy pilot boats vied with one another in taking off the press dispatch pouches far out at sea and making quick time to town. How the America's Cup was won. The wonderful story of this first race, when the America's Cup was won and took its very name from that good old-time flyer, is here set before the readers of the Sun and New York Herald in the very words in which their grandfathers read it. The Herald of September 2 says, Whatever may be the result in her trials with some of our fast yachts, we trust that the introduction of this novel specimen will be the means of cultivating that good feeling which ought to prevail among all who contend for the palm in a fair spirit of rivalry. The owners are far from any mercenary ideas or speculative purposes, and we understand are ready to allow her sailing qualities to be tested with any yacht that may be selected for the purpose. And as the gain of a cup or pecuniary prize is not their object, we have no doubt ere long we shall be able to read something definite on the subject. It seems that immediately upon arriving at Cowes, Commodore Stevens addressed a challenge to the Britishers. Commodore Stevens entered for the race at which the cup that we know as the greatest yachting trophy on earth, the America's Cup, was first offered and first won, and has since remained the grand prize of the world of sport afloat. The Herald's correspondent writes, under the date of August 15, "The America has entered for the great race of the 22nd this month. If she will start in a good breeze, she will beat the whole squadron. She has made a mighty sensation here. The people believe she has a screw or propeller of some sort on her bottom. They cannot understand why a vessel should come here from so long a distance, and particularly from among those unrefined Yankees, and beat them on their own ground, and in what 50 years' experience and 30 yachts to one will match against her. The meteor flag of England does not terrific burn any longer in that line and make the show that the Times wished, and for which the Times and others have visited us with unsparing abuse. The America, at the exhibition at Cowes, has well played her part, having borne up single-handed with honor the Stars and Stripes against the Red Cross of St. George. The surprise expressed by the people and the mortification that the match was not taken up in some form or in some way, the first wager by Commodore Stevens to sail for $50,000 that was never accepted, and that the saucy Yankee, as they called the America, should be allowed to flaunt her flag in proud defiance without a competitor. And some say this aristocratic sailing is not what it is said to be. There are now some 70 yachts here. Finally, the steamer America put in at Halifax, and in the issue of the Herald for September 3 appeared a brief headline reading, "The Yacht America Successful." The following brief telegraphic advice from Halifax told the first of the gladsome news to our people. Mr. Stevens's challenge to the yacht clubs to sail the America for 10,000 guineas against any of their vessels had not been accepted up to the 23rd. The America tested her sailing powers on the 22nd in the Ride Regatta and beat all her English competitors by a long distance. It is said, however, she will not be declared the winner of the Cup in consequence of her neglect to observe one of the sailing regulations, she having gone inside the nab instead of outside. The second boat, the Volante, will no doubt be adjudged entitled to the prize. 18 yachts of various tonnage entered for the race. The Alarm and the America were the last to get away from their moorings, but off Ride, the latter shot gallantly ahead of all her competitors and continued to increase the space between them to the end. In fact, her compeers seemed to have no chance in the match whatever. The America reached the winning station at 8:34 and Volante 25 minutes afterward. The America's match with the Titania comes off in a week. The more complete account appears in the Herald of the 6th after the steamer had arrived in New York. Full account of great race. Cowes, Friday evening, August 22, 1851. The day that has been looked forward to has arrived and will soon set at rest the many thousand conjectures as to whether the Royal Yacht Squadron is still invincible or whether that honor is henceforth to rest with our transatlantic brethren. On no occasion, we understand, since the establishment of the club, has so general an interest been manifested in any particular vessel. With respect to the American clipper, her appearance in the water as she rides at anchor is singular. She sits like a duck, and taken with her clean build and saucy raking masts, she evidently looks bent on mischief. Brother Jonathan has certainly succeeded in giving us a fillip of a startling nature, but things have come to a pretty pass when a New Yorker challenges all England in Cowes Roads, and all England hesitates about accepting the challenge. Nothing else was talked of. Good-humored surprise was expressed by some, ill-natured annoyance by others, but the most singular unanimity of opinion prevailed through all, that the Yankee, as he is most improperly styled, was able to outsail all creation. Yet still the lurking hope that something might turn up to save the honor of old England, and now and then the cheerful assurance burst forth that even if America carried off the cup this time, there would be half a score of English schooners later ready, able, and willing to beat her. Then she was only a trick of build and could only win once and then be found out. Besides, she was so ugly, had so little room in her. Deeply seated is the feeling of utter despair of her being matched, at least for the present. Southampton and Cowes are jammed with visitors of every nation on earth, people wearily tramping the night looking for rooms. The day broke cloudy, and a light rain fell. Good promise of a breeze. The America is lying astern of the others. She is a strange-looking craft enough, with her long, low black hull and thick, stiff-looking masts, not at all a phantom ship. A big-boned skeleton, she might be called. Hers are not the delicate, graceful spars, with cobwebby tracery of cordage, scarcely visible against the gray and threatening sky, but hardy sticks, prepared for work. She carries no foretopmast, being apparently determined to do all her work with large sheets. The following were the entries for the Queen's Cup, the course being around the Isle of Wight. Yacht Volante, owner J.L. Craigie, Esquire, flag white, tons 48. Fernande, Major Martin, purple and orange, 127 tons. Surprise, W.H. Woodhouse, Esquire, white, black Maltese cross, 15 tons. America, Commodore Stevens, blue with stars, 170 tons. Alarm, J. Weld, Esquire, red and white, 193 tons. Wildfire, F. Thine, Esquire, blue and white checkered, 42 tons. Fanny, H. Young, Esquire, 92 tons. Bacchante, B. H. Jones, Esquire, blue and white cross, 80 tons. Constance, Marquis of Conyngham, blue with red band, 218 tons. Destiny, C.P. Leslie, Esquire, 107 tons. At 10 o'clock, the starting gun was fired. In 3 minutes, all were ready, except the America. She was not only astern, but apparently resolved not to hurry herself. At length, her enormous foresail was displayed, as if to show how smart her crew could be when they liked. Her jib, both her fore and aft mainsails, and gaff spread like lightning. When the second gun was fired, she tripped and went away with the rest. Beatrice led, Arrow second, Volante third, Gypsy Queen fourth, and the remainder pretty close together, and the America last. Within the first minute, The immense superiority of the America was visible. She began at once to glide up to the fleet, and then to pass one after another, until off Oldcastle Point, and before the steamers that were going round to Ventnor had got their passengers aboard, she had taken the fourth place. All that could be said for the others was that they were delaying her from taking the lead. I must now close this despatch and go look after her. An old sea dog observes for my comfort to his messmate, "Do you see that 'ere steamer? I'm blessed that the Yankee don't beat her out of sight around the island." The signal master at the clubhouse says to a gentleman, "Pshaw, sir, said a bulldog to catch a hare." But notwithstanding her speed, this race will not be over in time for me to send particulars up to town or the result tonight. Queen Victoria viewed the race, but the great speed of the dauntless America enabled her to make the finish in time for the Herald's correspondent to get off this laconic dispatch. Cowes, Friday, 10 p.m. The 100-pound cup for all nations was run for today, and after a most exciting contest was won by the America, which beat all competitors with the greatest ease. At the nab, the America shot ahead, and at the needle was 7 or 8 miles ahead of the nearest yacht. She carried away her jib boom. The Arrow ran ashore at Ventnor. No other casualties. Many of the yachts have not yet returned. Queen Victoria went off to see the race, and the royal yacht, Steam, run part of the way home with the America. After the wind died away, the rest of the race was mere drifting. The America was loudly cheered by all ashore and afloat. The America arrived at the starting vessel at 8:35 p.m. The Aurora, 47 tons, cutter, Mr. T. Le Marchant, at 8:55. Great was the joy in New York, in which the whole of our young nation joined, for had not our men proved their mettle afloat against the vaunted masters of the sea? Editorially, the Herald said, September 9, 2 subjects only engage the attention of the people: the great exposition and the marvelous sailing qualities of the yacht America, which sails from triumph to triumph. Scarcely have we, the people of the United States, escaped unharmed from the broadsides poured upon us for our meager display at the World's Fair than in sails Brother Jonathan with a small schooner that puts the whole Crystal Palace into the shade. All the nations got animated at the sight of such a little wonder of the deep. The sporting boys who have lived on Belle's life for a dozen years now grow curious to know what is in the wind. And even Her Majesty, the interesting Victoria herself, cannot live without seeing Brother Jonathan's yacht. She accordingly embarks in the state barge, goes on board the little America, and afterward, delighted with her visit, sends £5, $25, for distribution among the crew. This is not so large a sum as our pilot boys get when they fall in with a craft 3 or 4 or 500 miles at sea, but we have no doubt that they graciously accepted the present. By the way, it is to these very pilot boys that we owe our improvements in yachts. For the last half-century, they have been in the habit of running down upon the ocean to the distance of several hundred miles in search of vessels wanting pilots and to obtain the news for public journals. It was necessary that they outsail everything, and they struggled to do it. They succeeded, and the credit is theirs of having made our yacht system one of the greatest interest and excitement, besides one of profit and honor. England cannot beat us in yachts or pilot boats. She must be contented to build the largest crystal palaces in the world and fill them with the toys of other nations. But in yachts, or steamers, or cutters, or clippers, or men of war, she is behind us. The smoke of one of our steamers will darken Hyde Park, and the sails of our yacht America will throw a shadow over the Crystal Palace. Then came the steamer Franklin, bringing more good news. The heading is 2 lines this time, such being reserved in those days for only the most extraordinary events of the news. Yacht excitement in England. The successes of the America. The dispatch says in part, "The yacht America has astonished John Bull by her extraordinary performance in beating all the far famed and celebrated yachts. The Times of the 25th August carries 3 columns of an exceedingly amusing and able account. The America completely distanced all competitors and passed the fleetest and most beautiful English yachts hand over hand, and the prize was a cup of $500 value, which has been adjudged to the owners of the America. In consequence of an intimation that the Queen wished to inspect the Yankee clipper during the day succeeding the race, the America dropped anchor off Osborne House, and Her Majesty, accompanied by Prince Albert and the royal children, went on board in the state barge. The Queen, during her stay, made a close inspection, attended by Commodore Stevens, Colonel Hamilton, and the officers, and expressed the highest admiration of the famous schooner. Both on her nearing and leaving, the American ensign was dipped, out of compliment to these distinguished visitors. The Queen sent 5 guineas as a present to the crew." The America was entered to sail in the Royal Victoria Regatta at Ryde on August 26 for a cup, value $500, given by the Queen and open to yachts of all nations, by Her Majesty's express wish, but in consequence of the wind falling very light, or, as the London Times says, perhaps from motives of generous delicacy, the America did not start, but weighed, with a pleasure party aboard, shortly afterward to watch the race, and actually beat all the vessels engaged in it upward of an hour. The London Morning Herald says, "We may just as well expect Lord Wilton's carriage horses to beat the Flying Dutchman as the Zariffa to have any chance with the America. The only thing to be deplored is that, knowing the Americans were building a yacht to race with our squadrons, our yachtsmen and yacht builders had not sufficient national spirit to lay down a new vessel to compete with her. It appears, however, very likely that the America's triumph will be short-lived, for we understand that no less than 3 yacht builders have offered to construct vessels to run against her, and by building a yacht for racing purposes only, the Yankee would run a great risk of doffing his borrowed plumes before she recrosses the Atlantic." How America Beat Titania. The greatest excitement existed over the result of a single match to be run between the Titania and the America. The former vessel was being fitted with new spars and other improvements. This match was run on August 28. The news got here in the steamer Niagara and evoked again double headlines. "Another victory of the yacht America. The match with the Titania. The yacht America has been again victorious. She beat the Titania in a match on the 28th last month." The London News says, "She may be called the skimmer of the seas, although very different from any vessel ever seen here. The Titania was an iron schooner. Lord Wilton in the Zariffa acted as umpire. The course was 20 miles dead before the wind, then to close and beat back. The starting gun was fired at 11:20. The expected speed was 8 or 9 knots. The 2 racers got away in fine style, with the Zariffa and all others following. At 5 p.m. they returned to Plymouth." The spirit of that day is breathed in the last lines of the dispatch, which reads, "P.S. I reopen this to say that the America has completed her course and is the winner by a long distance." Thus the records show that the America was in 2 races and won them both in handsome style, and was out at another as a spectator, but outclassed all the contestants. In the Herald, September 15, appears the last news of the famous America, being a despatch brought over by the steamer Pacific 11 days out of England. The heading reads, "Sale of the Yankee yacht America. The famous yacht America has been sold to Colonel de Bloquet for £7,000, $35,000. She cost $20,000 here. Copying from the London papers of August 30, we read, the most attractive news here is that the signal whipping dealt to the crack yachts of the Britishers by Commodore Stephens's Invincible America. Then follows a long description of the race with the Titania. In the friendly contest, our yachtsmen have been fairly and soundly beaten and have learned that a new leaf must be turned if they wish to keep a first-rate nautical character in the future. We wish Commodore Stephens and his gallant crew joy in their well-earned laurels. Then follows the article of several columns from the London Times, headed Smartest Nation in Creation. Old-timers will recall how this phrase was caught up by the minstrels and swept the country and became quite a part of the smart repartee of our grandfathers. Americans of that day were naturally deeply interested in this victory and plumed themselves on the nautical skill thus splendidly shown against all competitors in the year of the great Crystal Palace Exposition. It seemed that a host of buyers thronged around Commodore Stephens, and the successful man was Colonel de Bloquier of the Indian Army, who became the America's sole owner within a week after her races. Commodore Stephens had intended to take her up to London, so that all in the metropolis could see her, this nautical wonder, but his plans were set aside by her ready sail. On her last day at Cowes, August 31, a vast crowd came out to see her sail away, bound for the Mediterranean on a pleasure cruise with a new owner and a party aboard. The guns boomed, flags waved, and crowds cheered this speedy Yankee as she swept by Ryde, carrying with her the admiration of all true sportsmen, and leaving behind her a tradition of seafaring skill that America has since both treasured and defended. End of The America's Cup Triumph as Told in News of Her Day by the Sun and New York Herald. Read by Mark Harrington. Beer Good for Baseball Players, from the New York Evening Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beer Good for Baseball Players, a cheerful event and a valuable lesson in true temperance. From the New York Evening Journal. A dinner to baseball players, from the New York Evening Journal. We have a letter from an earnest good reader. It is like many similar letters received. The letter says, I observe that in talking about temperance to your readers, you discriminate between drinks of different kinds. In a recent editorial, you said that prohibition and drunkenness go hand in hand. You suggest that the prohibitionist, in making all drinks illegal, compels men to drink whiskey, easily hidden. You tell your readers that true temperance, as you call it, consists in taking the mild stimulants, light beers and wines, and in barring whiskey, gin, and so on. To support your argument, you quote Germany and France, where everybody drinks beer and wine, and where drunkenness is rare. I do not pretend to know much about foreign countries, but America is not a foreign country. Isn't it true that in this country the man who begins by drinking beer or the light wines of the country ends by drinking whiskey and gin and becoming a drunkard? Is there any actual fact that you can advance in support of your argument? We could give to our reader a good many arguments of our own, and we shall do so later. Arguments based on dealings with drinking men, on travels, and on sojourn in foreign countries. What we shall give to this American, who wants the American point of view, is the authority of two Americans that deserve attention. On Sunday last in New York City, the Evening Journal organized a brilliant game of professional baseball for the amusement of the newsboys. Some 14,000 boys attended the game and spent a happy, hilarious afternoon in the open air. The management of the Brooklyn National League Baseball Club and of the New York American League Baseball Club volunteered their services. They brought all of the members of both clubs to give the boys a happy day. The members of the two teams, numbering some 40 altogether, dined afterward at Shanley's in New York City as guests of the Evening Journal. When they were invited to dine, they accepted with pleasure, but made certain stipulations as to the sort of dinner that baseball players in training ought to have. It seems to us that the views of these baseball men are important. They handle highly paid athletes, men on whose physical condition and sobriety depend the amusement of hundreds of thousands of citizens and the profits of two great baseball clubs. The views of these men as to true temperance are set forth in the following letters addressed to the editor of the New York Evening Journal. The first letter is from Mr. C.H. Ebbets, president of the National League team of Brooklyn. He says, New York, July 3, 1909, to the managing editor, New York Evening Journal. Dear Sir, I accept with pleasure for my team the invitation to dine as the guests of the Evening Journal. We would request a simple dinner with light beer and no other stimulant. That is our idea of the proper drink for athletes in training. Yours very truly, Brooklyn National League Baseball Club, by C.H. Ebbets. The second letter is from Mr. John Burke, trainer of the New York American League baseball team. He says, to the managing editor, New York Evening Journal, Dear Sir, the members of the New York American Club are very glad to amuse the newsboys by playing for them without any charge whatever, and we accept with pleasure the Evening Journal's kind invitation to dine after the game. May I suggest, in regard to the dinner, that the men, while the baseball season is on, live very temperate lives. They do not, any of them, want to have spirits or any strong drinks on the table. If you will give them a good American dinner with plain American beer, they will appreciate it. In every organization there are, of course, one or two men more or less tempted by alcohol. Our experience is that men can drink beer with safety, but that the stronger drinks are apt to start off a weaker man and make it difficult for him to keep in the condition that high-class baseball demands. Yours very truly, the New York American League Baseball Club, by John Burke, trainer. The Evening Journal has said, and will repeat, that whiskey is a drug and not a drink. Gin, brandy, and all the highly alcoholic spirits are drugs, fit to be used only as medicine. They should be classed with cocaine, morphine, opium, and so on, and sold under the restrictions that accompany the selling of dangerous drugs. Our reader wants to know if all drinks are not alike, and if the man who drinks beer or light wines to begin with doesn't end up with gin and a drunkard's grave. The two letters printed above answer the question, in our opinion. The two men who wrote these letters are responsible for the sobriety, for the absolute physical fitness of trained athletes, whose nerves, muscles, and digestion must be in perfect working order. They would no more allow their baseball players to drink whiskey or gin than they would allow them to smoke opium or use hashish. They do not, however, forbid the men the use of the temperance drinks, and they request that a light beer be served with the men's dinner. These managers of baseball players realize what our friends, the prohibitionists, ought to realize, that you cannot make men universally teetotalers, but you can make them temperate. The man who really believes in temperance should work against the drinks that are drugs, and in favor of the light, temperate drinks, light beer, and light wines. If you forbid every kind of alcoholic drink, then you will force the man who will drink to take whiskey, easily hidden, requiring no icebox, and safely sold in secret defiance of law. Make it difficult to get the drinks that are drugs. Make it easy all the year round to get the real temperance drinks. Put beers, light wines, and tobacco in one class. Put whiskey, gin, morphine, opium, and cocaine in another class. Make a campaign of temperance based on common sense and human nature. That would be the solution of the temperance question. End of Beer is Good for Baseball Players from the New York Evening Journal. Read by Mark Harrington.
The First Transatlantic Flight by Lieutenant Walter Hinton, pilot on the NC-4, the first plane to cross the Atlantic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Admiral Taylor's suggestion of August 25, 1917, called for a machine able to fly across the Atlantic. The idea of such a crossing had never lapsed during the preliminary months of design and construction, which preceded the first flight of the NC-1 on October 4, 1918. Now in December 1918, it revived with fresh intensity. If there is to be no fight, there will at least be a flight. Such an effect was Navy sentiment, for already, with the beginning of winter, Navy officials laid their plans for an attempt to fly to Europe to take place early in May of 1919. Route, seaplanes, commanders, fuel, and auxiliary service were carefully discussed in Washington, long before the Daily Mail, across the water, had made an offer of £10,000, which was to send half a dozen British machines to Newfoundland to select their fields and build their hangars in the fog and melting snow. The American Navy could not well have hesitated between the two possible methods of crossing the Atlantic. One way, the world knows, was to make the flight a great sporting event. The other possibility was to keep it, as closely as possible, to a well-organized scientific expedition. Obviously, the American Navy could not, even if it would, choose sport in preference to science. Dignity and efficiency forbade that. Its pilots were sent out, not on their own initiative, but by official order and under official endorsement. Eastward ho! From Far Rockaway, Long Island, to Trepassey, Newfoundland, is a distance of approximately 1,000 nautical or 1,150 statute miles. 3 NC planes had all covered this distance by May 15th, the NC-4 arriving 6 days after the NC-1 and the NC-3. Engine trouble had made it advisable for her to descend near Cape Cod. She alighted on the open sea, taxied for 18 hours, and brought herself as efficiently as if water and not air had been her natural medium to the Naval Air Station at Chatham. By May 10th, she was ready to resume flight. Favorable weather at 11:17 a.m. on May the 14th found her receiving a message from Assistant Secretary of the Navy Roosevelt. "What is your position? All keenly interested in your progress. Good luck." And replying 3 minutes later, "Thank you for good wishes. NC-4 is 20 miles southwest of Seal Island, making 85 miles per hour." Conditions at Trepassey not having been propitious for flight, the NC-1 and the NC-3 had been delayed there since their arrival on the evening of the 9th. When the NC-4 arrived, she was immediately overhauled. A new engine was installed, 3 new propellers were attached, and a general overhauling given the seaplane. On May the 16th, 1919, all 3 boats were ready to start. They had fulfilled almost to the letter the suggestion of their April 14th orders that they take advantage of the May 14th moon. The NC crews prepared for flight, slipping their air togs over naval aviation uniforms. They wore a combination of silk socks under woolen ones, and fur-lined boots and hoods, but used no electrically heated suits. Trepassey had poured out her population, native and transient, to witness the departure. The town was as empty as an inverted pitcher. Shore and water were darkened with spectators. On the destroyers were crowded naval officers, sailors, and newspaper correspondents. Now they waited the word. "Let's go," shouted Commander Towers. The motors of the NC-3 began to revolve. In the bright sunlight, it was 6 o'clock New York time. The three vessels taxied out, maneuvered a few minutes, and then the NC-3 in the lead shot forward for flight. They left at 6:06, 6:07, and 6:09 p.m., the NC-1 bringing up the rear. The course was the open sea. There were no rivers or railroads or coastlines to follow, no towns or lakes to identify. Only a line of 60 destroyers, clicking advice and brandishing stiff antennae of light, would break the empty sweep of that sea. In the late light of those first hours the water lay smooth. The deflected glow of a sunset filled the air. Icebergs swam by under the wings of the flyers. With the NC-4, 600 feet above the sea. Let us imagine ourselves in the pilot's cockpit of the NC-4 as she takes her way eastward, 600 feet above the sea. The fading light shows us the NC-3 ahead, rising and falling in the changing air as if on the slow highways of an invisible sea. All sound is merged into the roar of 4 motors. All about us is a sense of space, open, illimitable, so vast that we seem shaken free forever from the earth, and winging in a new world whose laws are alien to all we have known. Before us is the board of instruments, clocks, compass, oil, and water meters, altimeter, tachometer, inclinometer. Below us and to the rear works the wireless operator. Far back in the hull, under the wings, are the mechanicians. The planes fly on through a growing darkness. The NC-3 disappears. We have switched on our lights and send a message to her asking that she turn on hers. No response. Something seems to be wrong. We look back for the NC-1. Never distinct, she too has disappeared. We are alone with 1,185 nautical miles still to go. The sky is now dark, utterly dark save for stars. These, and the line of ocean where the stars cease, give the pilot his only means of orientation. The engines labor on. Each of the 12 exhaust ports, unmuffled, sends out its jet of flame as the burnt gas is expelled. In the vastness and visibility of the time and place, those red tongues, each proclaiming the adequacy of its cylinder 850 times a minute, are marvelously reassuring. Now ahead of us, a swift, narrow stem of flame runs up the sky, bursts into flower, and scatters luminous petals across the night, the star shell of a destroyer. In a minute, gem-like lights gleam below, and an illumined vessel tells her number and gives us our location. Check her off the chart. The plane, winging her way at 1,000-foot elevation now, catches on wing and motor, gleams of silver thrown from the east. An edge of moon has appeared. Soon the whole disk has arisen, flooding the world with pale beauty. The pilot, visibility increased tenfold, relaxes with a sigh. To the south, however, a close, surprising shape brings him back to tenseness with a jerk. Another plane flies close, too close for comfort. The NC-4 veers aside from the friendly but dangerous shape, and is soon alone once more. Probably she has passed the NC-3. So we ride until the day dawns faintly. The story for the 3 boats is the same. Everything has gone well. The destroyers have been checked off as regularly as railroad stations. The motors have functioned as faithfully as if they reposed on test blocks. The pilots have relieved one another every half or 3/4 of an hour. Toward morning there have been sandwiches and coffee, welcome after the long, cold, nervous time of comparative inaction. Uncertainty and difficulty. Now, however, was to come a period of difficulty. The NC-4, says her commander's record, passed destroyer number 15 before trouble began. Ahead of this vessel appeared what seemed an area of rain, but proved to be fog, driving in the same direction as the NC herself. Picking up destroyer number 16, in spite of poor visibility, the NC missed number 17. and for a time flew confusedly. The boat seemed to be making a steep bank, the compass whirling aimlessly about, and visibility merging into a gray blanket of moisture. Finally, however, she emerged from the fog, and flying at 3,000 feet in sunshine and blue sky, seemed to have outwinged her difficulties, though a white plateau of billowing vapor below showed that the surface of the ocean was still shrouded in mist. Clouds and fog soon appeared above as well as below, and the NC-4 sent inquiries as to surface conditions. Destroyers number 19 and 20 reported discouragingly, but number 21 announced that there was a 10-mile visibility, and the flying boat descended. Flying low, her commander soon saw what he thought to be tide waves. Suddenly, above one of these waves, appeared a dim line of rocks. They had found Flores. Delightedly, they skirted the coast. Elated, reassured, the crew thrilled with revived hopes. There was sufficient oil and gas left to make Ponta Delgada. Why stop at Horta, then? Their jubilation was brief. Dense fog closed in again. They missed destroyer number 23. No Ponta Delgada for us today. Any port would look good. They had begun calculations as to the course necessary to find land when a hole in the fog disclosed the northern sweep of Fayal Island. Horta, to the south, must be just around an aerial corner. The plane flew down the coast and, pitching through rough air, which tumbled down from a mountain, made a landing in what they hoped was Horta Harbor. They were soon convinced that it was not. No matter. Rising again, they caught a glimpse of the USS Columbia, visible between gusts of obliterating fog. In a moment they had reached her, and swept down at the end of 15 hours and 13 minutes to the completion of the first and most difficult stage of the Great Crossing. We passed, says Commander H.C. Richardson, one of the NC-3 pilots, through 5 hours of rain squalls and fog, so thick at times as to make it impossible to see the horizon or the surface of the ocean. After this experience, with 15.5 hours of travel behind her, the NC-3 was contemplating a landing 45 miles southeast of Fayal. The NC-1, last of the 3 to start, held her original position with reference to the others. We did not meet any trouble, says Lieutenant Commander P.N.L. Bellinger, USN, till we got into the fog at 11:10 a.m., Greenwich time, Saturday, when we were near Station 18. Once in the fog, the NC-1 lost her bearings and decided to alight. She did so at 1:10 p.m. She was then about 100 miles west of Flores. The position of the NC-3 almost 2 hours earlier has been noted. Both vessels were at the gates of the Azores. Their motors were in perfect condition. They had adequate supplies of fuel for several hours' further flight. Fog alone prevented them from reaching Fayal or even Ponta Delgada. In landing, however, both boats found the ocean heavier than they expected. They sustained damage from high waves, which made the resumption of flight impossible, even if a takeoff on such a heavy sea could have been managed. The NC-1, after taxiing on the surface for 5 hours, was discovered shortly after 6 p.m. Greenwich time by the Ionia. At 6:20 p.m. the Ionia's boat took off the crew. An attempt was made to tow the seaplane, but the line broke, and after a time the first Navy Curtiss flying boat disappeared beneath the waves. Meanwhile, the 12-foot sea on which the NC-3 had come down damaged hull, struts, and control connections. It was apparent that she could not take the air again. Her radio system, though allowing her to receive messages, could not effectively send them. Though the crew fixed her position as 45 miles southwest of Horta, the wind forbade an attempt to taxi in the known direction of Fayal. The only possible course seemed one with a wind, i.e. eastward, which it was calculated would carry the NC-3 to San Miguel. Night came, and the boat was buffeted by wave and rain. One of the elevators, badly damaged, had to be cut loose. The crew took turns steering, those off duty attempting to sleep. With morning, in the 22nd hour of surface riding, The left wingtip was washed away. One of the crew crawled out on the right wing and clung there, deluged occasionally by waves to keep the left wing from being submerged. Radio messages were received telling of the rescue of the NC-1 crew, but also disclosing to the NC-3 that those who were searching for her were looking west instead of south of Flores. Rescue, then, was improbable. The NC-3 must save herself. A crew with radiator water to drink and scant supplies of chocolate and salty sandwiches must bring a damaged hull for hundreds of miles overseas, running often as high as 30 feet. Could they do it? Could the vessel, built primarily for aerial travel, make such an ocean voyage? Out of the fog. They were riding the swells with these thoughts when in middle morning crossed a sea clear of fog. The form of a high mountain, its head hidden in the clouds, showed ghostly in the distance. Pico. The 7,000-foot volcanic cone of the highest peak in the Azores undoubtedly lay before them. Observations, feverishly taken, checked with the testimony of their eyes. They were 45 miles southeast of Fayal. Should they make directly for the land they saw? The tanks held a 2-hour supply of fuel. The idea was feverishly alluring. Sanity, however, whispered the futility of such a course. They could not safely ride against the waves and wind. Their only road lay eastward, through another night of tossing, toward Ponta Delgada. They must watch the tangibility of that great mountain die away as they planed off toward an island they could not see. Who can describe those next 25 hours? Coasting backwards over the great waves, beaten by rain, sleepless and hungry and worn, the five endured more than even they can tell. They were blown southward for a time. They lost a second elevator. The right wing float threatened to come loose. Officers trained to use the most advanced navigating instruments trailed canvas buckets over the edge of the hull to assist in steering their craft. Constantly, however, observation showed an increasingly favorable position. At length they calculated that they could make Ponta Delgada in 2 hours. Then land appeared, farms, vineyards, roads, a lighthouse. Finally the USS Harding became visible, racing toward them. But they did not want help now. Stand aside, they signaled. Gloriously triumphant, they taxied over the breakwater and into the harbor. Crowds lined its shores. Whistles, sirens, guns, and voices made a bedlam of the afternoon air. Flags waved gaily. Photographers and motorboats raced about. The scene was one never to be forgotten, and our relief from the long tension and our feelings cannot be described. So ended a 52-hour, 205-mile journey over the open sea. It had been made in a flying boat by officers of the American Navy. Gloriously battered NC-3, though making port, was unable to continue the voyage to Portugal. The NC-4, arriving from Horta at Ponta Delgada on May 20th, went on alone. A faint but penetrating hum grew in the sunset over Lisbon. It was an alien sound to the old city beside the Tagus. It seemed to have no location, but to diffuse itself through the sky, growing in volume and intensity. Suddenly, with a jet of steam, the USS Shawmut and the USS Rochester sent a shrilling answer. "There she is," came a voice, cutting the great spaces like a thin ray of light. Sirens, guns of Forts San Julian and Bugio, cannon of Portuguese warships, and the shouts of innumerable men on land and water echoed from wall to wall of the natural amphitheater. A silhouette became visible against rosy banners of cloud. It gathered definite shape. The noise of its motors became loud and thundering. With a gleam of wings, the NC-4, completing the first flight ever made by man across the Atlantic Ocean, dove in a wide spiral toward the river and came to rest upon it as lightly as the vessel of a dream. There was a moment's pause. Lisbon, lying in the black and gold of a dying May 27, 1919, seemed to ponder on the achievement. Did an intangible sadness, a regret, tinge the moment for her? Once she had her heroes and her navigators. Somewhere among her terraced hills and her 500,000 people walked the ghosts of John the Great, Vasco da Gama, Cabral, Prince Henry the Navigator, of Americo Vespucci, even name-giver to a new continent. And here in 1709, in the Palace of the Indies, occurred one of the earliest aeronautical demonstrations. Bartolomeo Lorenzo de Guzman had on that day sent a globe to the ceiling of the Hall of Ambassadors before the assembled court, a ball borne up by certain materials which burned, and which the inventor himself had ignited. Where were the explorers now? Where were those who, inspired to conquer the air, to fulfill Guzman's promise of a machine competent to journey through the air faster than over land or sea, to carry messages 500 or 600 miles a day to troops, and even adequate to explore regions about the poles? They were there, but they were invaders. They awakened Portugal from a dream, shattering her peace with the thunder of their engines and the flash of strange and amazing wings. A voice broke the silence. "Tell the Shawmut to direct her searchlights westward into the wind, so as to shine upon the water." A sword of light swung into the dusk and found the NC-4. She taxied toward the Rochester. A motorboat from the Shawmut, hovering in wait, took off the crew. They went up the Rochester's gangway, smiling men whose faces were tinged with the gray of a long, sustained and nervous effort. Tumult and cheering, thunderous cheering, until an abrupt hush cut it sharply like an invisible knife. "Oh, say, can you see?" The anthem of a young but great republic filled the air. The flyers, haggard but happy, stood rigid at salute. About them flags, lights, and uniforms gleamed motionless and dazzling out of the night. The music swelled upward into the dome of darkness, a triumphal hymn of the West sending its warriors east to free men from an impending nature as it had lately freed them from men. Coming out of the sunset, the NC-4 had brought the sunrise of a new and great human achievement. The NC-4 had a comparatively simple time of it. 2,000 pounds lighter than when she left Newfoundland, she succeeded in taking off from heavy swells at the harbor mouth. Though off her course sufficiently to lose destroyer number 3, she picked it up again and kept it the remainder of the way. Rain and mist were encountered, but did not interfere seriously with the 93 statute miles per hour which she made. The voyage was almost a triumphal parade. There remained only one more accomplishment, the flight to Plymouth. Here, on May 31st, they were to set foot on the shores of the harbor from which the Pilgrim Fathers took ship from a new world 300 years before. Here, after a flight of 3,936 nautical or 4,526 statute miles, made in flying time of 52 hours and 31 minutes, congratulations of British and American officials were received. In the days of Columbus, it took 71 days for his caravels to cross from Palos to the Bahamas. The NC-4 went from Rockaway to Plymouth, more than twice the distance covered by Columbus, in less than 71 hours. Ocean navigation by steam became an assured success by the voyage of the Savannah, May 24, 1819, from Savannah, Georgia, to Liverpool, England. Both steam and sails were used in this vessel, and the distance was covered in 27 days. The fastest ocean passage by steamship between New York and Plymouth, 2,962 miles, was that made by the Kronprinzessin Cecily in 5 days, 7 hours, and 25 minutes in September 1909. The fastest Atlantic Ocean passages, recorded by the Cunarder Mauretania, were made in 4 days, 10 hours, and 51 minutes, and in 4 days, 13 hours, and 41 minutes in 1909. 10 years later, the NC-4 crossed from New York State to England by a longer route, in 2 days, 7 hours, and 33 minutes of actual flying time. It is shown that the Atlantic, like other barriers to the growth of aviation, can be broken down, that, in a word, flight has no limit in the tasks it may choose to accomplish. The greatest service rendered, however, was that of pioneering. The Navy Curtiss boats, charted a course through new regions. They proved that flight itself offered no problems. They indicated what the real problems were: ability to fix position by instruments, ability to fly through fog to an unseen goal, ability to alight on the ocean in case of need, and to sail the oceans successfully when once upon it. These problems they not only indicated, they partly solved them. They gave the promise of a successful world-voyaging aircraft. Therein lies their triumph. It will increase in significance with years. End of the first transatlantic flight by Lieutenant Walter Hinton.
Flowering and Fruiting of Plants is Controlled by the Length of Day by W. Garner and H. Allard. First published in the Yearbook of the United States Department of Agriculture, 1920. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Flowering and Fruiting of Plants is Controlled by the Length of Day by W. Garner, Physiologist in Charge, and H. Allard, Physiologist, Tobacco and Plant Nutrition Investigations, Bureau of Plant Industry. One of the most characteristic features of plant growth outside the tropics is a marked tendency shown by various species to flower and fruit only at certain periods of the year. This behavior is so consistent that certain plants come to be closely identical with each of the seasons, in the same way as the coming and going of migratory birds in spring and fall. In midwinter, the blossoms of cyclamen, freesia, the brilliant color of poinsettia, and the fruits or berries of ardicina, all are reminders of the season. In spring we expect to see the unfolded blossoms of forsythia, wild violet, crocus, redbud, dogwood, and other tropical plants. As summer approaches, poppy, rhododendron, iris, and columbine begin flowering. In the autumn, salvia, aster, cosmos, dahlia, and chrysanthemum herald the approaching end of the open growing season. The thought that once suggests itself that the underlying cause or causes of flowering or fruiting occurring only at a particular season must be purely internal, since the vagaries of the weather and other variable external conditions would seriously upset the regular cycle. It is true, of course, that plants can flower and fruit successfully only within certain limits of temperatures and moisture supply, and has long been known, also, that light is indispensable. Thus plant development may be retarded in the spring by cool weather, and at times drought or excessive rainfall may interfere, but in general, flower and fruit are produced regularly in their seasons in spite of these temporary disturbances. The ripening of seeds as a sequel to flowering is obviously of great importance to many plants, in that it affords the only means of avoiding extermination. We might easily conclude from this that the plant's entire activities are directed toward this means of propagation, all preliminary growth and development of root, stem, and leaf being incidental. This view, however, is not correct. The plant merely inherits the capacity to flower and fruit in response to certain favorable external conditions. It is both interesting and practically important, therefore, to determine these conditions. While marked regularity in the time of flowering and fruiting is the rule in plants so long as they are grown in any particular locality in temperate regions, transferring plants from one region to another may greatly change their habits. A species which flowers and fruits readily in one region may become sterile in another, or in some instances the time of flowering may be changed from spring to fall, or vice versa. Again, plants behaving as annuals in one region may become biennials in another. These changes in the behavior of plants when grown outside their native regions furnish strong evidence that external conditions control the process of flowering and fruiting, and also suggest the possibility of artificial control. Does change in temperature account for seasonal flowering and fruiting? We instinctively think of temperature as the outstanding external factor causing one season to differ from another in its effects on plants. In particular, we associate the opening of spring flowers with moderate temperatures, following the chill of winter. Likewise, as the characteristic flowers of autumn make their appearance, we have been inclined to assign decrease in temperature as the cause, mainly perhaps for the reason that there has seemed to be no other obvious cause for the flowering of these plants. Temperature unquestionably is a very important factor in plant development, and plants differ widely in their temperature requirements. Nevertheless, change in temperature fails to explain why plants flower and fruit at certain periods. That is to say, even though the appropriate temperatures are provided out of the regular flowering and fruiting season. As a rule, the flower and fruit fail to appear except in their usual seasons. For example, common iris, which flowers in May and June, will not blossom under ordinary conditions when grown in the greenhouse in winter, even under the same temperature conditions that prevail in early summer. Again, one variety of soybeans will regularly begin to flower in June of each year, a second variety in July, and a third in August, when all are planted on the same date. There are no temperature differences during the summer months which could explain these differences in time of flowering, and since internal causes alone cannot be accepted as furnishing a satisfactory explanation, some external factor other than temperature must be responsible. The ordinary varieties of cosmos regularly flower in the fall in northern latitudes if they are planted in the spring or summer. If grown in a warm greenhouse during the winter months, the plants also flower readily, so that the cooler weather of fall is not a necessary condition. If successive plantings of cosmos are made in the greenhouse during the late winter and early spring months, maintaining a uniform temperature throughout, the plantings made after a certain date will fail to blossom properly, but on the contrary, will continue to grow to the following fall, thus flowering at the usual season for this species. This curious reversal of behavior with advance of the season cannot be attributed to change in temperature. Some other factor is responsible for the failure of cosmos to blossom during the summer months. In this respect, the behavior of cosmos is just the opposite of that observed in iris. Certain varieties of soybeans change their behavior in a peculiar manner with advance of the summer season. The variety known as Biloxi, for example, when planted early in the spring in the latitude of Washington, D.C., continues to grow throughout the summer, flowering in September. The plants maintain growth without flowering for 15 to 18 weeks, attaining a height of 5 feet or more. As the dates of successive plantings are moved forward through the months of June and July, however, there is a marked tendency for the plants to cut short the period of growth which precedes flowering. This means, of course, that there is a tendency to flower at approximately the same time of year, regardless of the date of planting. As a necessary consequence, the size of the plants at the time of flowering is reduced in proportion to the delay in planting. This behavior is well shown in Figure 1, for all plantings have flowered when photographed. Like cosmos, the Biloxi soybeans show a marked tendency to flower at a definite season of the year, and if planted early, they wait, as it were, till this season arrives. Figure 1 is displayed on the page, soybeans planted at regular intervals during the summer. From left to right, plantings were made at intervals of 3 to 5 days beginning July 14. All plantings had flowered and growth had almost ceased when photographed September 8. The progressive decrease in vegetative development as the dates of planting become later and later is very striking. It is easy to see the advantage which a plant has in being able to shorten the growing period which must precede flowering if, for any reason, the plant gets a late start. In such a case, the chances of successfully maturing seed before frost and thus avoiding extermination in a given region are greatly increased, and the production of seed constitutes the plant's method of perpetuating itself in the face of the destructive action of cold. It is important, however, to make a distinction between advantage and cause with respect to time of flowering. The Biloxi soybeans, by curtailing the period of vegetative activity when beginning growth late in the season, are actually able to forestall the arrival of cold weather. Hence, low temperatures cannot be considered as a cause of this behavior. The response of the soybeans to the advance of the season begins before there is any decrease in temperature. Effect of shortening the duration of daylight. It is perfectly clear that the time of flowering and fruiting of many plants is inseparably linked in some way with the advance of the season, and necessarily there must be some external factor which maintains this relationship. With temperature eliminated, there remains one change from season to season which proceeds with great regularity, namely the change in length of day and night. At Washington, D.C., the time between sunrise and sunset ranges from nearly 15 hours in late June to about 9.5 hours at Christmas. To determine whether this change in length of day is a cause of regularity in the time of flowering and fruiting, a series of experiments was made in which a number of plants were darkened for a portion of the day during the long days of summer. The results obtained were remarkable. The plants no longer persisted in their usual habit of deferring the flowering period till a particular time of the year had been reached. The normal seasonal periodicity was completely broken up. The experiments included a large variety of plants, both wild and cultivated, and it was found that the reaction to differences in the length of day is of very wide occurrence. The method followed in these tests is very simple. A dark house was so constructed as to admit air freely at the bottom and allow its escape at the top, without the admission of daylight. For convenience, a series of small steel tracks leading into the dark house was provided, and on these tracks were mounted a number of trucks with steel wheels capable of supporting the containers in which the plants were grown. With this equipment, it was a simple matter to transfer the plants into and out of the dark house at regular intervals each day. For example, if it were desired to give a particular lot of plants 8 hours of light each day, the truck bearing these plants would be rolled into the dark house at, say, 4 o'clock in the afternoon each day, and rolled out into the open air again at 8 o'clock the following morning. The outfit used in the experiments is well shown in Figure 2. Figure 2 is displayed on the preceding page. Dark house used to shorten the daylight period. The receptacles in which the plants are grown are placed on tracks fitted with steel wheels. The trucks are run into and out of the dark chamber over steel tracks. In this way, the plants receive only the desired number of hours of light each day. For comparison, in each test, a second lot of plants, known as control plants, was used under exactly the same conditions as those to which the darkened plants were exposed, except that the control plants were exposed to light throughout the day. The response of the plants to this artificial shortening of the daylight period was prompt and clean-cut. Biloxi soybeans, which germinated May 17, were allowed to receive 7 hours of light daily, beginning May 20. These plants were in blossom in 26 days, whereas a similar lot of plants exposed to light throughout the day required 110 days to flower. This variety of soybeans, which ordinarily flowers in September, even though planted in May, was forced to blossom in June simply by shortening the daylight period. In further tests, it was found that a daylight period of 12 hours was as effective as a 7-hour period in forcing the flowering of the soybeans. It is easily seen, therefore, why this variety of soybeans ordinarily does not flower till September, for it is at that time that the length of the day is reduced to 12 hours. An experiment was made with another variety of soybeans known as pecking, at the same time and in the same way as those of Biloxi. In this case, the plants received 7 hours of light daily, flowering in 21 days, while those exposed to light for the entire day required 62 days to reach the blossoming stage. This is fully in accord with the fact that the pecking regularly blossoms in the field in July, 2 months in advance of the Biloxi. The pecking, therefore, is capable of flowering under a considerably longer day than the maximum day length which will cause the Biloxi to blossom. A common wild aster, which ordinarily flowers in September, was found to behave in the same manner as the Biloxi soybeans when exposed to a shortened daylight period. When exposed to 7 hours of light daily, the aster was in bloom in 36 days, as against 122 days when exposed to light for the entire day. A variety of lima beans imported from Peru, which ordinarily does not flower till late in the fall at Washington, D.C., was caused to blossom in 28 days by reducing the daily light period to 7 hours. The common ragweed behaved in a similar manner. Figures 3, 4, and 5 are displayed on the following page. A. Cosmos requires comparatively short days in order to flower. These plants were grown in the greenhouse during the short days of winter. The plants on the left received electric light after sunset, so as to prolong the daily light period, and thus were prevented from blossoming. This explains why Cosmos does not flower during the summer months, the days being too long. B. Forcing flowering and fruiting in soybeans by shortening the day-light period. The plants on the left were exposed to the full day length of summer, while those on the right received only 10 hours of light each day, all other conditions being the same. Many plants will not flower and fruit when the days are long. Chrysanthemums are made to flower in summer by shortening the daylight period. The plant in blossom on the left was allowed to receive only 10 hours of light daily, beginning May 12, and the first blossoms opened July 17. The plant on the right, receiving light during the whole day, did not flower till fall. One scarcely expects to see chrysanthemums in bloom in midsummer, but as is indicated in Figure 5, these typical fall-flowering plants are readily made to flower in summer by shortening the length of the daily light period. Late-flowering varieties of dahlia are readily forced into blossom during the summer by reducing the length of the daily light exposure to 10 hours or less. A highly coloured specimen of poinsettia, the plant so typical of the Christmas season, was developed in August by reducing the daily light period to 10 hours. In the light of these experiments, there is no longer any element of mystery concerning the fact that when plantings of cosmos are made at successive dates in early spring, a point is reached at which the plantings suddenly swing over from flowering in the spring to flowering in the fall. Cosmos begins to flower in the fall when the length of day has decreased to about 12 hours, sunrise to sunset, and in the same way it is no longer able to flower in the spring after the days become much in excess of 12 hours in length. There is then a large group of plants, including most of the so-called summer annuals, which regularly flower after midsummer as a result of decrease in the length of the day. While relatively short days favour flowering and fruiting in these plants, long days are more favourable to rapid and extensive vegetative development. Some of these plants, therefore, if they receive the full benefit of the long days of summer, may reach giant proportions before being brought into the flowering condition. Thus we can understand why it is that when the farmer plants some crops too early, there is a tendency towards excessive development of leaf and stem, with little flowering or fruiting. Late planting, on the other hand, may lead to dwarfing and growth, but abundant flowering and fruiting. Again, it is easily seen why carrying some plants into northern latitudes causes very rank growth, with a tendency toward barrenness, since the length of the day in summer increases as we go northward. Plants in this group differ widely as the extent to which the longer summer days must be shortened to induce flowering, with the result that some flower in July while others may not flower till November. Even the latest of these are rarely forced into flowering and fruiting during the hottest parts of the summer, simply by shortening the daylight period so that there is no reason for considering the cooler weather of fall as a factor of importance. Effect of darkening plants in the middle of the day. Figure 6. The Biloxi soybeans in box on the right were exposed to light from daylight to 10 a.m. and from 2 p.m. to dark, in all 9 to 10 hours daily. The plants in the box on the left were exposed to light from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 12 hours daily. The 4-hour period of darkness in the middle of the day was not effective in hastening flowering and the ripening of seed, although the plants thereby received less than 12 hours of light daily. Red clover flowers under the influence of long days. Figure 7b. The plants in the can on the left were exposed to the light for only 10 hours daily, while those in the can on the right were exposed throughout the day during the spring and early summer. Long days favour flowering in this type of plant. The prostrate habit of growth during the short days of winter is characteristic of this group of plants. A modification of the method of shortening the daily light period used in the above-mentioned experiments gave somewhat surprising results. Instead of giving Biloxi soybeans a single exposure to light each day, they were transferred into the dark house at 10 o'clock in the morning and returned to the light at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As is shown in Figure G, the midday period of darkening was almost without effect in hastening flowering, although the two daily light periods aggregated considerably less than 12 hours in duration. Another important feature of the effect of shortening the daylight period should be mentioned. Just as many plants may be forced into flowering by artificially shortening the daylight period, so also is the ripening of the fruit or seed greatly hastened. Thus, in a test with pecking soybeans, 2 similar lots of plants were grown under natural summer conditions of daylight till flowering had taken place and very small seed pods could be seen. At this stage, one lot of plants was darkened for a portion of the day, so that they received only 7.5 hours of light daily, while the second lot continued to receive light during the entire day. The result of the test is indicated in Figure 8. 6 weeks after flowering, the leaves were falling from the plants which received the shortened light exposure, and some of the seed pods were fully ripe. The plants under the natural length of day did not mature their seed till several weeks later. Several other plants have responded in a similar manner to artificial shortening of the daylight period. Some plants require long days for successful flowering and fruiting. In striking contrast with the group of plants already discussed is a second group regularly flowering in late spring and early summer. It is obvious that these plants do not require short days to reach the flowering stage. On the contrary, it has been found that short days prevent, or at least greatly delay, flowering and fruiting. To this class of plants belong the so-called winter annuals, also many of our common vegetables. The radish has given some interesting results, which are fairly typical for the group. The ordinary varieties of radish, when planted in the spring, first produced a thickened edible root and somewhat later develop a flowering stem, which in due season matures seed. Thus the scarlet globe variety, planted May 15, began to blossom June 21 when exposed to the natural length of day. A similar planting made at the same time but allowed to receive only 7 hours of light daily grew slowly and formed no flowering stem. The length of day is a controlled factor in the ripening of seeds and fruits. Figure 8a. Pecking soybeans, which were exposed to light during the entire day in summer, till the flowering had taken place, but thereafter were allowed to receive only 7.5 hours of light daily. B. Pecking soybeans exposed to light during the whole day throughout the test. The two lots of plants are of the same age, and were treated exactly alike except as to the length of the daily light exposure after flowering had taken place. Under the shortened daylight period, the roots of the radishes continue to enlarge slowly throughout the summer, with a corresponding increase in size of the rosettes of leaves surmounting the roots. One of the plants which was transferred to the greenhouse in the fall continued its slow growth through the winter months. Finally, as the days lengthened in early spring, this plant was able to send up a flowering stem and perished after seed formation was completed. Thus the radish, which ordinarily is a typical annual, was made to behave as a biennial. The radish furnishes a case in which flowering may be prevented for a more or less indefinite period by shortening the daily period of illumination, in contrast to the group of plants previously considered, which are prevented from flowering by long days and are forced into flowering by shortening the daylight period. The behavior of the radish is in no sense exceptional. Failure to send up a flowering stem during the short days of winter and early spring is a characteristic feature of many hardy plants which maintain more or less vegetative activity at those seasons of the year. The tendency is toward a prostrate type of growth, with free stooling or a rosette form of leaf development. As the longer days of spring come on, the character of growth changes and upright growing stems appear in preparation for flowering and fruiting. Our small grains belong to this class of plants. Red clover furnishes a good illustration of this behavior, as may be seen by referring to Figure 7. By allowing to test plants to receive only 10 hours of light daily, the prostrate, non-flowering type of development was continued long after a corresponding lot of plants which were exposed to light all day had developed upright stems and had successfully flowered and fruited. Likewise, the common evening primrose transplanted from the field in early spring continued the prostrate rosette type of development for several weeks when allowed a daylight period of only 10 hours, whereas similar plants exposed to light throughout the day quickly developed tall, erect flowering stems. Under ordinary conditions, spinach cannot be grown successfully for table use during the summer months, because it quickly goes to seed instead of forming the desired rosette of large leaves. This behavior has been generally attributed to high temperature. It is quite true that within suitable limits, an increase in temperature as a rule speeds up a plant development. Nevertheless, experiments have shown that spinach will produce an excellent rosette in summer if the light period is reduced to 8 or 10 hours. Under these conditions, the flowering stems are unable to form, or at least their appearance is greatly delayed. Tubers of the groundnut, Epios, planted on March 11, sent up shoots which appeared above the ground on April 6. By April 20, flower buds were showing on all these plants. On one lot which was exposed to light all day, the first open blossoms appeared June 1st, and flowering continued till late in August. On a second lot which received only 10 hours of light each day, beginning May 20, only 1 or 2 blossoms were able to open, the other flower buds dropping off. Thus, in spite of the fact that the flower buds had been laid down before the daylight period was shortened, these buds were unable to unfold under the new conditions. The above examples illustrate the fact that there is a large group of plants which are brought into the flowering and fruiting stages of development because of the increase in length of day as spring advances into summer. As a matter of convenience in discussing flowering and fruiting activities, this group may be spoken of as long day plants, in contrast with the group previously discussed, which are forced into flowering and fruiting by the shortening of the days in fall and therefore may be called short day plants. While as a whole there are sharp contrasts between the two groups, there are many plants which perhaps may be regarded as occupying an intermediate position. There is in fact no hard and fast line between these two classes of plants. There are some plants indeed for which it is possible to provide a daylight period too long, on the one hand, and too short on the other, to induce flowering and fruiting. It has already been pointed out that while the short day plants are diverted toward the flowering and fruiting, or reproductive stage development by shortening the daylight period, the rate and amount of vegetative growth, on the other hand, are increased in proportion to the lengthening of the daylight period. In the case of the long day plants, the reproductive stage is induced by a lengthening of the daily period of illumination, so that vegetative growth is necessarily restricted more or less through the influence of long days. This refers, more particularly however, to the final size attained by the plant, rather than to the rate of growth. For example, as already has been detailed, long continued exposure to a short day length eventually produced a radish of exceptionally large size, but it required nearly 9 months to accomplish this result. The rate of growth was less than when the radish was exposed to the light for the whole day in summer. It is true, however, that there are plants whose rate of growth is less during the longest days of summer than during the days of spring and fall, which are of intermediate length. How length of day controls ever-flowering and ever-bearing. In temperate regions, most plants have a comparatively short period of flowering and fruiting each year, though plants differ in the length of this period. In some cases, however, this period of reproductive activity continues through several months, and plants behaving in this manner are known as ever-bloomers or ever-bearers. In the preceding discussion, the fact is brought out that most plants tend to continue the purely vegetative form of development as long as the days are of a certain length, while under another length of day, vegetative development quickly gives way to flowering and fruiting. Not all plants are equally sensitive, however, to changes in the length of day. With these two fundamental facts in mind, it is easy to understand the relation of the length of day to the condition of plants known as ever-blooming or ever-bearing. If Biloxi soybeans or cosmos plants are subjected to an artificially shortened period of daylight of 9 or 10 hours in midsummer, the purely vegetative form of activity is promptly checked and flowering and fruiting quickly follows. Subjecting Biloxi soybeans to a somewhat longer daylight period of 12 hours in midsummer has resulted in a considerably larger stature for the plants, and blossoming has been considerably delayed. Furthermore, lengthening the daylight period from 10 hours to 12 hours has markedly slowed down the rate of development of the pods, and consequently the ripening of the seed. In other words, we have been working in the direction of vegetative activity and to a greater or less degree away from the condition of free and rapid flowering, ripening of seed, and final death of the plants. This suggests the possibility of a nice balance or adjustment between the vegetative and reproductive phases of development, which would express itself in more or less prolonged ever-blooming and ever-bearing tendencies. From this viewpoint, the ever-flowing tendency simply means the ability to continue both vegetative and reproductive activities more or less successfully together. Two features of the relationship between length of day and ever-blooming are of special importance, namely, 1. The occurrence in different latitudes of the proper range and length of day continuing over a sufficiently long season, and 2. Differences among plants in their sensibility to changes in length of day. In the case of those plants which are readily changed from the vegetative to the reproductive form of activity by a change in the length of the day, the proper intermediate length of day favourable to both forms of activity must persist over a sufficiently long period if we may expect the ever-blooming habit to appear. As one advances from the poles toward the equator, both the seasonal and the daily changes in length of day decrease till at the equator a fixed day length of 12 hours prevails the year round. In extreme northerly or southerly latitudes, on the other hand, there is a constant and relatively rapid change in the length of day. It is clear that under these latter conditions, the tendency would be for plants to be swept rather rapidly through the particular range in day length which would permit the vegetative and reproductive activities to proceed simultaneously. Therefore, there would be little opportunity for an ever-blooming habit to develop in far northerly or southerly regions, even during the open growing season. In these regions, ever-flowering would be confined mostly to those plants which happen not to be particularly sensitive to changes in the length of day. For plants having a daylight requirement for both growth and flowering ranging around 12 hours, conditions at the equator would be ideal for the development of the ever-flowering habit. As a matter of fact, ever-flowering is a characteristic feature of plant life in the tropics, and this form of reproductive activity steadily becomes less prominent as we advance toward the poles. In temperate regions, comparatively few plants can be regarded as typical ever-bloomers. By suitable control of the daylight period, the explanation of ever-flowering offered above can be readily tested. With the daily light period intermediate between that required to induce free flowering and that which favors vegetative development exclusively, a green plant should continue to flower for more or less indefinite length of time, so long as the light period is held constant. For example, one of our common wild violets, Viola papillonica, after a brief period of winter, dormancy renews its activity in early spring by unfolding new leaves. A little later, the familiar blue spring blossoms make their appearance. As the longer days of May and June come on, vegetative activity is increased. There is greater development of foliage leaves, and the characteristic blue blossoms disappear. Obviously, these plants are approaching a strictly vegetative form of activity. In reality, however, flowering in the botanical sense does not cease, for in place of the showy spring blossom, a peculiar type of flower is produced beneath the leaves, which does not open, though it produces seeds. This appears to be a case of fine adjustment to day length, for evidently the peculiar summer type of flowers represents a stage nearer the purely vegetative condition than does a richly coloured spring blossom. Now, when the plants are allowed to receive only about 8 hours of light daily, they continue to produce only the blue spring type of blossom and make but little vegetative growth. Surprising as it may seem, by this method the plants were kept in bloom constantly from March till November, with a minimum growth. Flowering finally ceased only because the daylight in December fell below the minimum requirement, so that the plants were forced into dormancy. But by keeping the plant under a daylight exposure in excess of 12 hours, it is possible, also, to maintain this violet for an indefinite period in the more nearly vegetative condition of midsummer, in which the inconspicuous, non-opening type of flower is formed. As will be explained later, this may be done by the use of artificial light after sunset to prolong the daily light period. Thus, in the broadest sense, this plant is in blossom from early spring to late fall, under the natural range of length of day in our latitude, considering either of its two alternative forms of blossoming separately. However, the violet behaves as a true ever-bloomer only when, by artificial means, the appropriate length of the daylight period is held approximately constant. Thus, two distinct types of ever-blooming are possible in this violet, involving the formation of different sorts of blossoms, and both types of ever-blooming can be produced at will by artificially regulating the daily light period. This plant furnishes a striking example of the marvelously fine balance between vegetative and reproductive activities, which the length of the day controls. Other plants have shown similar tendencies towards ever-flowering when exposed to a suitable fixed illumination period. In fact, under these conditions, there is a tendency in plants generally to become ever-bloomers. Under natural conditions, however, the seasonal change in day length in our latitude is such that only a few of our plants show a pronounced type of ever-blooming. A number of our common weeds, including the ubiquitous chickweed and the dead nettle, Lamium, are of this class. These plants continue to grow and to flower more or less persistently throughout the winter in the warm greenhouse, and likewise in the field throughout the summer. Such plants stand out conspicuously as essentially different in this behavior from the majority of our plants, which have their definite floral seasons. Electric light to prolong the daily light period. In summer, the daily light period is readily shortened by use of dark chambers, in which the plants are placed for a portion of the day. In this way, various plants may be forced into flowering and fruiting out of their natural season, or plants normally flowering and fruiting in summer may be prevented from doing so. On the other hand, to initiate flowering at a season in long day plants during the short days of winter, or to prevent its occurrence in short day plants, it would be necessary to lengthen the daily period of illumination. With this in view, a greenhouse was fitted with a series of 40-watt electric lights, evenly distributed overhead, so that an average intensity of about 3 to 5 candle power was obtained immediately above the soil surface. The electric light was used from sunset till about midnight each day. The intensity of the light used seems insignificant in comparison with daylight, which on clear days in winter may reach as high as 5,000 foot candles or more. Yet some striking results were obtained. For comparison, plants were grown in a similar greenhouse without the use of electric light. As a general proposition, the long day plants, so called, should tend to remain in the purely vegetative condition in the control house without electric light and hasten towards reproductive activity in the electrically lighted house. Short day plants, on the contrary, should flower readily in the control house and assume a purely vegetative form in the illuminated house. In the control house, cosmos has invariably flowered, showing reproductive tendencies when very small. Flowering actually took place within 50 to 60 days from germination. In the illuminated house, the plants grew vigorously, greatly exceeding the control plants in stature, and showed no indications of flowering months after the controls had flowered. These plants were removed from the illuminated greenhouse in June and placed out of doors, where they received only the normal daylight of the long summer days. Under these conditions, the plants remained in the actively growing, sterile, vegetative state, and did not flower till they had reached the height of 15 feet in October, when they were finally forced into the reproductive stage by the natural decrease in day length. Various species of beggar ticks, bidens, comprising some of our best known and most persistent weeds in moist, rich bottomlands, have shown a behavior similar to that of cosmos. In response to the short winter days, these have quickly flowered in the control house, when only a few inches high, and flowering in turn has been promptly followed by the decline and death of the plants. This is just the way these plants behave when subjected to an artificially shortened daylight duration of 9 to 10 hours in midsummer. In the greenhouse, where the daily duration of light had been artificially lengthened by electric illumination, the plants behaved just as they have done during the midsummer period of longest days, i.e., grew to great stature, with no indications of flowering. To make the results even more striking, plants of various ages and statures were from time to time transferred from the illuminated house to the control house, where they at once came under the influence of the relatively very short daylight duration of the winter time. Within a few weeks, flowering was initiated simultaneously on all the branches, and decline and death of the plant ultimately followed. This is just what happens in summertime when out-of-door plants are suddenly subjected to artificially shortened daylight periods of 9 to 10 hours duration. In the control house, where no electric light was used, the Peking and Biloxi varieties of soybeans, although producing only a dwarfed growth, flowered in the characteristic winter manner, i.e., with the production of poorly developed blossoms. This is also the behavior of these plants when grown under the influence of artificially shortened daylight in summertime. In the illuminated house, on the other hand, vegetative growth was favored, and the plants reached an unusually large stature without flowering, thus showing a general similarity to their summer behavior when the days are long. In the above plants, the purely vegetative development is favored by long days, and flowering is initiated when the days have been sufficiently shortened. We will now consider the behavior of iris, which flowers during the long days of May and June. Plants taken from the field in autumn started into growth at once and flowered within 55 to 60 days in the house, where electric illumination was used from sunset till midnight to supplement the short daylight period of the winter season. In the control house, the plants remained practically dormant vegetatively until March or April, since they showed practically no growth, and flowers did not appear till June. In spite of the warm temperatures in the control greenhouse, this plant was unable to flower in winter because the days were too short. In the same way, the common goldenrod, which regularly begins flowering in June, was readily forced into flowering in winter by the use of the electric light, whereas without electric light no flowering stem was formed, even after an exposure of several months to short day conditions. Spinach planted in the house provided with electric light on November the first, was in bloom in 6 weeks, while in the control house the plants remained in the rosette stage throughout the winter. The above examples are enough to show that artificial light of low intensity used to prolong the daily illumination period during the short days of winter effectively prevents many short-day plants from flowering, and is equally effective in forcing long-day plants into flowering and fruiting. In other words, comparatively weak artificial light used as a supplement to daylight of short duration during the winter will produce much the same effects as the daylight of long duration in summer. In the above-mentioned tests, the electric light was supplied by 34 tungsten filament lights of 40 watts each, evenly distributed beneath the glass roof of a greenhouse 50 feet long, 20 feet wide, and 12 feet high to the ridge. While the average intensity of 3 to 5 foot candles thus obtained was sufficient for many plants, it was found that others require higher intensities. The number of hours of artificial light needed after sunset, of course, depends on the particular plant concerned, since each variety and species has its own requirements as to duration of the light period. Naturally, the best indication of this requirement is the prevailing length of day at the regular season of flowering for the plant under consideration. Practical uses of the discovery. The experiments briefly discussed in this paper have opened a wide field for experimentation and study. The full significance of the discovery that the activities of plants are profoundly influenced by seasonal change in the length of day cannot be understood until the field has been more fully explored. At present, it is possible only to indicate broadly some of the directions in which it seems most likely that practical application of the principles involved can be made. A correct interpretation of the effects of length of day upon the plants will be a great aid in reaching a better understanding of the causes which limit the natural habitat of most plants, a problem which has been a difficult one to solve. To the farmer, the facts which have been established will strongly emphasize the importance of accurately knowing the correct season for planting each of his crops in order to secure the highest returns. Under some conditions, a difference of no more than 10 days in time of planting would definitely direct the plant's activities toward either the purely vegetative or the reproductive form of development, as the case may be. Now, in one case, the farmer may be chiefly concerned with extensive vegetative growth, while in another he may be interested primarily in flower, fruit, or seed development. Of course, much has already been learned empirically as to the proper time of planting various crops, but recognition of the importance of the relative lengths of day and night as a factor in a measure reopens the question. The plant breeder should be able to gain a better insight into some of his problems, such as securing for any particular region earlier or later varieties, more fruitful or larger growing forms, and improved everbloomers and everbearers. In the same way, the problem of extending the northern or southern ranges of crop plants may be more clearly defined. In many cases, breeding work can be hastened through artificial control of light duration, which will make it possible to work more or less independently of natural conditions of day length, both as to time of year and as to geographical location of the worker. It often happens that plant breeders are unable to make crosses between certain plants because of differences in time of flowering of the two parental types. In such instances, artificial control of the daily light period should be of great value, for in this way the date of flowering can be accurately controlled. The plant introducer will have at his command a more adequate basis for analyzing the factors which determine whether any particular plant is adapted to a new region. Moreover, in special cases, it may be possible to introduce successfully new plants through artificial control of light conditions or by taking full advantage of seasonal differences in length of day. Solution of the problem of seed production in the Maryland mammoth tobacco. Figure 9a. The plant at the left, which was grown in this greenhouse in winter, shows the characteristic behavior of the mammoth tobacco when propagated under a short day length. The plant at the right was grown under exactly the same conditions, except that the daylight period was lengthened by the use of the electric light, and flowering thus prevented. The plant does not flower in the field in Maryland because the days are too long. B. A crop in Maryland mammoth tobacco estimated to yield 2,000 pounds or more per acre. Under the influence of the long summer days, exceptionally large yields may be obtained with this variety in southern Maryland, but the plants normally fall to mature seed. The seeds may be readily obtained by growing the plants in southern Florida in winter, thus exposing them to short days. Within suitable limits of temperature and other important factors in plant growth, there would seem to be no reason why almost any plant may not be made to flower and fruit at any season of the year and in any region. By shortening the daily light period through the use of dark chambers, or lengthening it by means of artificial light, reproductive activities may be induced almost at will. With proper knowledge of the specific requirements of each plant, therefore, the florist should be able to force flowering at a desired time of the year. It has been possible to secure excellent flowering specimens of iris in midwinter and chrysanthemum, poinsettia, and other plants in summer by utilizing these principles. In the same way, wild violets have been kept in the ever-blooming stage as long as 9 months. The principles involved are so simple that anyone interested in plants can easily obtain instructive and convincing results. In conclusion, it may be of interest to cite a specific interest in which the day length has been applied to the solution of a practical problem in tobacco culture. Several years ago, a new type of tobacco was discovered in southern Maryland. Under suitable conditions, this type grows to an unusually large size, the plant in some cases producing more than 100 leaves, hence the name Maryland mammoth by which the variety is known. Because of its high yielding capacity, this variety has been grown with great success in southern Maryland. An excellent crop of mammoth tobacco is shown in Figure 9. A peculiarity of this tobacco is that either it does not flower at all in the field in Maryland, or flowering occurs so late in the season that the seed does not mature. Farmers, therefore, cannot obtain seed by the usual methods. It was found, however, that mammoth tobacco flowers very readily in the greenhouse under the natural day length of winter, whereas artificial lengthening of the daylight period in winter prevents flowering, as shown in Figure 9. The plant does not flower in the field in Maryland because the summer days are too long. The problem of securing seed is easily met by growing the plants in southern Florida during the winter, for under these conditions the mammoth flowers and fruits much the same as the ordinary varieties of tobacco. End of Flowering and Fruiting of Plants as Controlled by the Length of Day by W. Gramour and H.A. Ellard. Recorded by Leon Harvey.
Fruit Growing at the Far North by E.W. Merritt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mulching strawberries as far north as the 46th parallel, with anything except spruce or fir boughs, which abound here, is positively injurious. If lain on properly, they do not press down the plants, while with straw mulch, the 3 or 4 feet of snow, which we always have here, crushes the plants so that they are injured. But where the snow fills in among the spruce leaves, they come out clear and bright in the spring. The boughs are put on quite thickly to exclude the heat and light in early spring, not removing them until after the middle of May, when plants begin to grow where the boughs admit any light. This prevents thawing and freezing when we have an early spring, which, however, is not usually the case. An important advantage of this treatment consists in the fact of its retarding the bloom until after the late frosts, thus producing late fruit, which is an advantage here. We commenced to pick last season about July 5th and continued nearly 3 weeks. As probably wild strawberries never grow larger or more abundant than in this county, especially as the farms are new, these berries come into the market so plentifully that we strive to keep back the cultivated fruit until the wild is gone. A profitable business for us is raising late strawberries for the Boston market. We grow mostly Sharpless and Manchester, which do not have an insect enemy, as is also the case with the raspberry and blackberry. Mulching is not specially essential, as the snow generally comes on in November and remains until the middle or last of April, the ground freezing but little, often not any. The currant worm and its enemy. We are well stocked with currant worms, but are in hopes to soon be rid of them, as there has appeared a bug in the nursery, somewhat larger than and resembling a raspberry bug. This bug approaches the currant worm, darts its proboscis into its head, and soon sucks it dry, leaving only the skin. This, to me, new bug, has in some adjoining localities kept the worm in check the past season, no insecticides being used. End of Fruit Growing at the Far North by E.W. Merritt. Aroostook County, Maine.
How Many Feathers Has a Bird? By Austin L. Rand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The question as to the number of feathers on a bird seems a simple one without complication. Dr. Wetmore, the well-known ornithologist who was secretary of the Smithsonian Institute, has given us some data. The number varies with the species, of course. The smallest bird, a hummingbird from Cuba, has the fewest, 940 feathers. Larger birds had more. The robin, 2,587, and the mourning dove, 2,635 feathers. A glaucous-winged gull had 6,540. A mallard, 11,903 feathers. A Plymouth Rock chicken was said to have 8,325 feathers, and a later investigator reported 25,216 feathers on a swan. But as one thinks of it, more questions arise, as in any investigation. The answer to one question poses two more. The first question is, do not the birds in winter need a warmer plumage to keep out the cold than they do in summer when it is warm? Do they have more feathers then? This was definitely true in the case of the goldfinch. A bird in summer dress had only 1,439 feathers, while one in winter plumage had 2,368 feathers, obviously an adaptation for cold weather. The next question is more abstruse, but eminently practical. The smaller a body, the larger exposed surface for its weight it presents. That is, for its weight, a small bird has proportionately much greater surface from which heat is lost than does a larger one. With equal heat-producing mechanism and metabolism, a small bird would need more insulation than a large one. Reduced to its simplest, one would expect small birds to have relatively more feathers than large ones, more feathers per gram of weight. Is this true? Two members of the Department of Poultry Husbandry at Cornell University, Dr. F. B. Hutt and Leila Ball, supplied the answers. Small birds do have more feathers per gram of body weight than do larger ones. A hummingbird weighing 2.8 grams had 940 feathers, or 335 feathers per gram. A nighthawk, weighing 67.9 grams, had 2,034 feathers, or 29 feathers per gram, while a swan, weighing 6,123 grams, had 25,216 feathers, or 4 feathers per gram of body weight. Presumably, there are still other relations. Do the birds that live in the tropics, where it is warm, have fewer feathers than species of the same size of Arctic climates, as one would expect? Are certain types of feathers, such as those of aquatic birds, better insulated than those of land birds, so that the bird requires fewer of them to keep warm? Does a dense coat of down reduce the number of feathers needed to keep warm? Do the loose feathers of ostriches, lacking barbules, necessitate some adjustment in numbers? The things we've learned point the way to other questions to be investigated. End of How Many Feathers Has a Bird? By Austin L. Rand. Read by Phil Schempf.
How shall we design our airports? Landing fields no longer suffice. Complete airports with every possible facility must be designed and built. By William E. Arthur, from Scientific American Magazine, October 1929. With aviation in so early a stage of the formative period, it is not possible that there could be unanimous agreement upon all its problems, for most of them are of an experimental nature. However, there is unanimous agreement among the leaders of the aviation industry as to the importance of proper airports. All will admit that the ports have not kept pace with the technical advances of aircraft. The airport is the link between air and land transportation. It is there, even more than in the air at the present time, that the success of aviation will be determined. It is there that the confidence of the prospective air passenger is built up. Adequate terminals are in some ways more important to the emerging aviation industry than to the long-established railroad industry. Although the greatest growth of commercial aviation in this country dates back only to the recent transatlantic flights, more than 1,500 airports are in operation, and the number will probably be greater than 2,500 by the close of this year. The country is overlaid by a network of airlines from coast to coast, and every community, in order to stay on the map, is faced with the literal necessity of establishing an airport. The race to establish airports is similar to that between alert communities to get on some railroad or another half a century ago. The earliest method of establishing an airport was for a community to set aside a level piece of land and call it an airport. Some of these fields were satisfactory, as long as flying was done by light ships in fair weather. But the advent of heavy transport ships of 5 tons and more, flying on schedule, winter and summer, almost regardless of weather, quickly rendered such fields obsolete. A fair picture of the airport situation throughout the country is contained in the experience of the transcontinental air transport, preparatory to linking New York and San Francisco with a 2-day air rail passenger service. So great an obstacle was the matter of air terminals and landing fields that the company was filled with dismay. A year was required to make the airports on the 2 air jumps adequate for large transport planes. One of the reasons for the tardy development of airports equipped to accommodate present-day transport operations has been that in most communities there simply has been no one with sufficient knowledge of the technical problems to lead the way. Another obstacle is typified by the experience at Croydon Field, London, England, where a $600,000 investment had to be scrapped simply through obsolescence, and $1 million additional spent to bring the field up to modern requirements. But these obstacles need no longer stand in the way. Over the past few years, there has accumulated a tested and proved supply of engineering knowledge in relation to airport design and construction, which is adequate for the problems of any community and anticipates the advances in aviation for a good many years to come. The greatest immediate problem facing the entire aviation industry is that of increasing revenue, and that problem should be given careful consideration in planning any airport. One thing that is not sufficiently well known is that a properly located and designed airport can usually be placed on a self-sustaining basis. In time, it can be made to show an actual operating profit if administered by a capable airport manager unhampered by selfish political influences. Nearly every airport has a large number of possible sources of profit in addition to the customary leasing of space to airline operators, flying schools, aircraft factories, and accessory manufacturers for hangars and other buildings. Much income can be gained from various concessions which can be established at the port. For example, restaurants, refreshment stands, cigar stores, barber shops, newsstands, and telegraph offices can be housed in the administration buildings and passenger depots. Grandstands and roof garden restaurants for sightseers are sources of revenue. A hotel and shops of various kinds can be incorporated in the building group. Facilities for the display and sale of aircraft can be included in the hangars and administration buildings. Choosing an airport site is a much more complicated and difficult procedure than merely selecting a level field. While a good airport must have a level field, all level fields do not make good airport sites. The most important step in the establishment of an airport is a preliminary survey. Such a survey must cover a multitude of details. A few of these are the location of the port with respect to the city, highways, railroads, and streetcars, meteorological conditions, such as flow of air currents, hazards and approaches, fog conditions and smoke haze, fire protection, parking areas, and the geographical advantages of the city for various airways which may be brought into the port. The preliminary study should take into consideration the proposed ultimate development over a period of years, and the plan should be elastic enough to allow for unforeseen deviations from the original development program. Before actual construction is started, a comprehensive plan of initial development should be worked out, including drainage, landing and takeoff areas, airplane traffic control, lighting and signals, automobile and pedestrian facilities, and the grouping of the buildings. The various drafts caused by roofs of buildings make the proper arrangement of hangars and other structures vital to safe flying. Large investments sometimes have failed to produce safe airports because soil research has not been linked with hydraulics in the drainage system. Too much of airport drainage has been guesswork. The characteristics of the soil should be studied before drainage is installed to determine the rate at which it will absorb water. Soil treatment and drainage are especially vital in the all-over type of field. Despite the fact that hard surface runways have the disadvantage that only one runway can be used at a time, they are necessary where weather conditions at certain periods of the year render the field too soft for heavy planes. Runways should be so constructed that, should the pilot miss them because the airport is blanketed with snow, or for any other reason, he will not encounter ditches and similar hazardous, accident-causing obstacles. There are numerous ways of treating runway surfaces, varying in cost and efficiency from merely grading, rolling, and seeding the surface to paving it with vitrified shale paving brick laid in a cement mortar bed on a heavy concrete base. Which to use depends on the original surface and the requirements of airplane traffic, and also the finances of the community. A turf runway has a low first cost and a high maintenance cost. It requires time to establish and is easily damaged by tail skids, but produces minimum glare under floodlights. It is resilient and a fair surface for wheel braking. Brick, while having a high first cost, furnishes extremely long life with low maintenance cost. It is mudless, dustless, and has good visibility, is a fair background for markings, and is not damaged by tail skids. Runways of rolled cinders and crushed stone or slag, while having some advantages, give off flying particles which damage wing fabric, motors, and propellers. Other methods of surfacing runways are with concrete, tarvia retread, tarvia penetration macadam, and sheet asphalt. With the rapid progress that is being made in all branches of aviation, the design of hangars is advancing and must continue to advance. Airplanes are being designed which are larger than any now in use. In 5 or 10 years, wing spreads of more than 100 feet probably will be common on non-stop transports flying from coast to coast. Therefore, large clear spans are of paramount importance. This is bringing into prominence the cantilever type of roof design, which permits enormous floor areas unobstructed by pillars and other supports. The cantilever type of roof also permits expansion should the hangar have to be enlarged. Cantilever type doors also are coming into greater use. They are made in sections, each of which may be operated singly, or in conjunction with any or all of the other sections. The open cantilever door acts as a canopy in front of the hangar. Cantilever roof construction and cantilever door operation are combined in a single building for the first time in a hangar which the Austin Company recently completed at the Cleveland Airport for lease to transport operators. The hangar is 120 feet deep, with a 200-foot clear door opening, and has a 20-foot clearance under the trusses. The unobstructed floor area could accommodate a ship of 190-foot wingspread, which is 3 or 4 times as great as the spread of the average transport plane now in operation. However, tubular steel sliding doors are perhaps the most popular doors now in use because of their simple operation, good appearance, fire-resisting qualities, and the amount of daylight they admit. There are a number of other types of doors, and a large number of considerations entering into the choice of the most efficient door for each hangar. Hangar problems vary with each airport and each locality. Heating alone presents different problems in different sections of the country. The hangar problems of the transport operator differ from those of the aircraft manufacturer. In any airport, the hangar should be located so that the taxiing of planes over long distances may be avoided. One general objective should be aimed at in the grouping of buildings. That is the separation of factory buildings, hangars in which repair operations are carried on, flying schools, and military hangars from the administration building, passenger depot, and all structures engaged in purely transport business. Aside from convenience, there is a psychological reason for this. The sight of repair operations on planes, of military maneuvers and student flying, is not an attractive sight for prospective passengers. This grouping should be worked out in the preliminary plans for the port. Aircraft manufacturing plants present problems new to industrial building. They necessitate designs permitting economical straight-line production, at the same time allowing the maximum amounts of daylight and clear floor space. The aviation industry simply has been too busy with the multitude of other problems to have given much thought to passenger terminals. Yet adequate passenger facilities are needed to build up passenger traffic, for this offers the industry the most immediate and important channel for the increased revenue which is so imperative. The American public is receptive to the idea of air travel, provided it receives the encouragement it has a right to expect in the way of comfort and safety, in addition to time saved. The traveling public of this country is accustomed to and insists on a degree of comfort unknown to any other country or age. When aviation was in the novelty stage, a trip in a plane was regarded as an adventure, and hardships were cheerfully accepted as part of the game. Air travel, however, is no longer a game. It is regarded by an increasingly large percentage of the traveling public with the same matter-of-fact attitude as railroad travel. In air travel, as in rail travel, the public is demanding not only comfortable waiting rooms and conveniences, but safety control of passenger traffic. The psychology of the first-class railroad terminal is one of inspiring confidence. This psychology would be even more desirable at the airport, where every first-time passenger is more or less nervous. Moreover, if a businessman takes a plane to keep a business appointment in a distant city, he wants to feel comfortable and be presentable on arrival. He doesn't want to present himself with shoes muddy and clothes bedrabbled by rain from waiting over a wet landing field to or from his plane. He doesn't want his nerves on edge from a narrow escape from death while hurrying across an unguarded runway. The trouble is that, with few exceptions, all our airports are at present purely freight stations. The passengers are in much the same position as if they were required to scramble over the tracks at a freight yard to board a crack passenger train. This lack of terminal provision for air travels is in striking contrast to the safety features and Pullman luxury of the newer types of passenger planes. Most transport lines feel, or have felt until quite recently, that passenger revenue does not as yet justify the expenditure of the large sums required to establish adequate passenger facilities. I believe that they are reversing the normal order of the cart and the horse. The establishment of such facilities will bring about an increase in passenger business and the growth of revenue from that source. The large sums the transport lines are spending for improved passenger planes will avail them nothing if passengers are not attracted to the air terminals to board the planes. The railroad terminal principle of handling passenger traffic has been adapted to airport conditions in plans which have attracted widespread interest throughout the country. In depots constructed according to these plans, passenger traffic, completely controlled, would pass from the street door through passenger concourses directly into the cabins of their planes without once leaving cover. One type of air passenger depot under these plans could consist of several units serving the purpose of piers for the supportive spans of a covered concourse bridge. The space between the piers and beneath the span would form covered loading areas for the planes. When the passenger alights from his cab under the marquee at the station entrance, he would enter a general waiting room, purchase his ticket, and ascend to the passenger concourse on the mezzanine level. When his plane was announced, he would descend one of the stairways built into the piers and walk through a railed-in passageway to the open door of the plane directly to his seat. In a word, the passenger traffic will be controlled in much the same fashion as the loading of an ocean liner, where a gangplank makes entrance at prohibited points impossible. As planes taxi to and fro between the loading areas and the hangars, there would be no danger, as at the present type of airport, of hitting a visitor or passenger strolling across the taxiways. No one could gain access to the field, except those having business there, any more than passengers at a modern railroad terminal may stroll along the tracks while waiting for their train. A variation of this idea is to have the passenger concourses located in subways instead of overhead bridges. Both the subway and bridge idea could be combined in the same depot. The main idea is to keep the passengers comfortably sheltered and off the field. Another problem, which eventually must be met by the airport, is the coordination of air transportation with other modes of transportation, railroads, street railways, motor buses, and steamers. The growth of air travel is already bringing about the convergence of other modes of land travel at the airport. The rail vehicles may be brought in through subways, and the passengers may change from one mode of transportation to another by crossing over on concourse bridges from one section to another in the joint terminal. Or the rail vehicles may use the ground level and the passengers underground concourses. These arrangements, of course, will depend in each case on local conditions. As air travel increases in popularity, accessibility to the airport will be more and more sought by the public. This may result either in the city tending to grow out around the airport, or the buying of land in the heart of the city for the establishment of separate passenger stations, leaving the locations on the outskirts for freight airports and garage and repair operations. The latter alternative depends a good deal on the development of the planes themselves. If the landing speed can be reduced from the present 40 to 60 miles an hour to 20 or 25 miles, and the distance of the takeoff reduced by half, the passenger airport in the heart of the city would be more feasible because less area would be required. The industry has been experimenting with autogyros, helicopters, catapults, various braking devices, and other methods of accomplishing the reduction of landing and takeoff distance, but it is safe to say that it will be a long time before they are commercial possibilities. When the time comes that smaller landing fields are required, the area at the present airports will all be needed for the additional hangars and other buildings necessitated by the increase in operations. It is quite impossible to make any long-term predictions about an industry so new and energetic and filled with a pioneer spirit as is aviation. But for all practical purposes, airport expansion and improvement need not be retarded through fear of too rapid obsolescence. No alert industry hesitates to replace equipment before it is worn out, if new equipment shows a net savings in output. If improvements at an airport produce large returns on the investment in developing the industry, aside from paying actual profits, they have well served their economic purpose, even though they become obsolete in a few years. This article, of course, makes no attempt at a detailed and exhaustive treatment of its subject, but simply aims to indicate in a general way some of the more salient facts in connection with what the writer considers to be at the present moment the most important phase of aviation. The subject will be a vital one for a good many years to come. End of How Shall We Design Our Airports by William E. Arthur. Read by Verla Viera.
How a Young Man Should Study Poetry, Sections 1 to 5, by Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. Whether or not Marcus Sidatus, the saying of Philoxenus the poet, be true, that the most savoury meat and fish are those which are not meat and fish at all, we would leave to the judgment of those to whom Cato said that their palates were more sensitive than their hearts. But a statement that strikes me as admitting of no controversy is that very young men enjoy the most those philosophical precepts which are not delivered in philosophical and serious form, and that such they accept and adopt. For not only the fables of Aesop and the fictions of poets, but the Abaris of Heraclides and Ariston's Lyco, and if they are embodied in fiction, the doctrines relating to the soul are read with keen zest from cover to cover. Wherefore not only are they to observe due moderation in the pleasures of eating and drinking, but still further in their hearing and reading must they become accustomed to indulge in pleasure merely as a relish, and to seek for the useful and the wholesome. For barred gates do not secure a city if a single entrance is open to the enemy, nor does continence in the pleasures of the other senses save a youth if he unwittingly betrays himself through the ear. And the better his grasp of the products of thought and reason, the more, if care be not taken, is he injured and corrupted. Since now it is not possible, nor perhaps desirable, to prevent young men of the size of my Cyclarus and your Cleandrus from reading the poets, let us keep a very careful watch over them, as they have more need of guidance in their reading than in their walks. Accordingly, it occurred to me to send you in writing the discourse concerning poetry which I had occasion to deliver recently. Please run through it yourself, and if you find it worth at least as much as the so-called amethyst plant, which some men wear in their drinking bouts as a charm against drunkenness, then hand it to Cleandrus, and thus charm him betimes, making sure of his tastes and affections. They will prove the more tractable to such an appeal, since the boy is no dunce, but thoroughly observant and quick to learn. In the head of the polypus dwell both good and ill. The plant is very good to eat, but, they say, disturbs one's sleep with confused and unnatural dreams. Likewise, in poetry there is much good and nutritious food for a young man's mind, which becomes no less a source of confusion and distraction to him if his study of poetry is not guided aright. For of poetry, as of Egypt, it may be said that, for those using its products, it yields herbs in greatest plenty, many that are healing in the cup and many baneful. Therein are love and desire and loving enticement that steals the wits even of the wise. Indeed, the charms of poetry do not appeal to those who are altogether stupid and void of understanding. Wherefore, to one who asked Simonides why, of all men, the Thessalians were the only ones whom he could not deceive, he replied that they were too stupid to be cajoled by him. Likewise, Gorgias called tragedy a deception wherein he who deceived was more just than he who did not deceive, and he who was deceived was wiser than he who was not deceived. Shall we then stop the ears of our young men with a hard and impenetrable wax, as the ears of the Ithacians were stopped, and compel them, as it were, to add the Epicurean sail, and to flee past poetry under full sail, and with all oars out? Rather shall we not bind them in subjection to right reason, and guide and guard their judgments, lest pleasure turn them aside to their hurt? Nay, moreover, even Dryas' son, mighty Lycurgus, did not show good judgment when he went about cutting down the vineyards, because many were given to drunkenness and rioting. Instead, he should have seen that wells were nearer at hand to act as a corrective, so that, as Plato puts it, the drunken god would be held in check by the sober one. For water mixed with wine does not affect its usefulness and removes what is hurtful. Accordingly, we should not cut down nor utterly destroy the muse's vine, poetry, but where fiction and drama, bold and presumptuous from ungoverned delight in popular applause, luxuriate and grow wild, we must lay hold of them to prune and restrain them. And where poetry affects one by its poetic grace, and its sweetness and attractiveness are not fruitless and barren, there let us introduce philosophy to be mingled with it. For as when the mandrakes grow beside the vineyard, it imparts its influence to the wine, and makes the sleep of those who drink it more refreshing, so when poetry tempers its fictitious creations with the principles of philosophy, it makes study easy and attractive to young men. Wherefore poetry is not to be scrupulously avoided by those who intend to be philosophers, but they are to make poetry a fitting school for philosophy, by forming the habit of seeking and gaining the profitable in the pleasant, and of utterly resisting and spurning that poetry in which they find no profit. For this discrimination is the beginning of education, and according to Sophocles, if an undertaking begins well, chances are it will end well. 2. In introducing the young to the study of poetry, one should take care that nothing is more thoroughly understood and kept in mind than that the bards often falsify, sometimes intentionally and sometimes unintentionally. This they do intentionally, since they think that the severity of truth is less adapted to that pleasing grace of expression which captivates most people than is fiction. In actual life, events do not change, however unpleasing the outcome, but fiction steps aside and turns with the greatest ease from that which distresses to that which gives pleasure. For neither metre nor tropes nor harmony of construction is so winsome and engaging as a well-woven fabric of fiction. Just as colour in a painting is more effective than line, because more lifelike and elusive, so in poetry a probable fiction is more impressive and acceptable than the fixed truth, which is without plot and simple in metre and diction. Wherefore, when at the instigation of certain dreams Socrates undertook to write poetry, of which the fictitious is an essential element, because he was unable to fabricate plausible and clever fictions, having been the champion of truth all his life, he undertook to turn into verse the fables of Aesop. And though we have known of sacrifices without pipes and dancers, we have never known of a poem without plot and fiction. Thus the verses of Empedocles and Parmenides, Nicander's verses on antidotes to poisons, and the maxims of Theognis, borrowed the poetic form and dignity only as a sort of riding carriage to avoid footing it. Once more, when anything absurd or distressing about the gods or departed souls or virtue is expressed in the poetry of a famous and illustrious man, He who takes such statement for the truth is misled and corrupted by error. But he who always remembers and keeps clearly in mind the deceptive juggling of poetry, and is able to say to it at every turn, O cunning device, more wily than the lynx, why, when jesting, dost thou knit thy brows, and why, when deceiving, dost thou pretend to teach? Such a one, I say, will not suffer harm, nor be misled in his belief. Rather, he will check his fears, lest Poseidon rip open the earth and lay bare the infernal regions, and he will restrain his anger against Apollo for killing the chief of the Achaeans, when he reads that the man who sang his praises at the banquet and uttered these words was the very one who slew him. Likewise he will repress his tears for Achilles and Agamemnon in Hades, as they stretch forth impotent and feeble hands in supplication for life. And if at any time he is disturbed by sufferings, and the enchantment of poetry is prevailing against him, he will not hesitate to say to himself, as Homer very aptly said in his Negia, considering how attentive women are to fiction, but haste with all thine heart toward the sunlight, and mark all this, that even hereafter thou mayest tell it to thy wife. Such are the things that the poets purposely invent. But there are other conceptions not feigned at all, but to which, since they themselves entertain and believe them, the poets impart a false colour, as when Homer says of Zeus that he set therein 2 lots of dreary death, one of Achilles, one of horse-taming Hector, and held them by the midst and poised. Then Hector's fated day sank down and fell to the house of Hades, and Phoebus Apollo left him. Aeschylus has made a whole tragedy called Psychostasia out of this legend, in which he introduces Thetis and Eos standing on either side of the balance of Zeus, soliciting favour for their contending sons. Now, of course, everyone sees that this is a plot invented by the poet and designed to cause the hearer pleasurable fear. But this passage, on the other hand, Zeus, that is men's dispenser of battle, and this other, when 'tis God's will to bring an utter doom upon a house, he first in mortal men implants what works it out, express the judgments and convictions of those who thus discover and betray to us how deceived and ignorant they are concerning the gods. Again, when in necromancy conjurations by gruesome names are employed to call up spectres, visions of burning rivers, savage wastes, and terrible tortures, very few fail to perceive that there is here a copious mixture of the fabulous and false, as of poison with food. Neither Homer nor Pindar nor Sophocles believed that he was telling the truth in such passages as, "Thence the sluggish streams of murky might disgorge the endless darkness. Past the streams of Oceanus and the white rock they sped, the narrow strait of Hades and the ebbing of the deeps." On the other hand, whenever the poets deplore death as pitiable, or the want of burial as terrible, and utter in trembling tones such sentiments as the following, "Leave me not unwept and unburied, as thou goest hence," and "His soul, fleeting from his limbs, went down to the house of Hades, wailing its own doom, leaving manhood and youth," and "Cut me not off untimely, for sweet it is to see the light, force me not to see the realms below." They express the convictions of men who have suffered because they have been prepossessed and deceived by error, and such ideas cling to us and distress us the more because we are filled to the full with the same impotent passion which gave them utterance. Now we may fortify ourselves against such ideas by bearing in mind from the very first that poetry is not much concerned about the truth. Indeed, what the truth is in regard to these matters, even those men who give their undivided attention to the search for truth confess that they find it very hard to determine. Therefore, let us have these words of Empedocles at hand. "So eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, nor the mind of man comprehended these things." And these of Xenophanes, "No man ever lived, nor ever shall, who knows the truth about the gods, and 1,000 other things." And especially let us remember the passage from Plato in which Socrates denies knowledge of these things. For when young men see that these matters make the heads of philosophers swim, they will pay less heed to the poets. 3. We shall still more thoroughly ground the young man if, on introducing him to poetry, we explain to him that it is an imitative art and agent analogous to painting. Not only must he be made acquainted with the common saying that poetry is vocal painting and painting silent poetry, but we must also teach him that when we see a painting of a lizard, an ape, or the face of Theristides, our pleasure and surprise are occasioned not by the beauty of the object, but by the likeness of the painting to it. For it is naturally impossible for the ugly to be beautiful, but it is the imitation which is praised, if it reproduce to the life either an ugly or a beautiful object. On the contrary, if an ugly object is represented as beautiful, we deny the truthfulness or the consistency of the picture. Now there are some artists who paint shameful actions. Thus Timotheus pictured Medea killing her children, Theon showed Orestes murdering his mother, Parrhasius, Odysseus counterfeiting madness, and Chaerephines, the unchaste converse of women with men. In such instances, it is especially important that the young man come to understand that we do not praise the action imitated, but the art, provided the subject is treated accurately. Since now poetry also frequently describes base actions and depraved emotions and character, the youth must not confound their artistic admirableness and success with truth, nor rank them as beautiful, but is only to praise them as accurate and truthful likenesses of the things treated. For, as we are annoyed when we hear the grunting of a hog, the noise of pulleys, the whistling of the wind, and the roaring of the seas, but are pleased if anyone imitates them with naturalness, as Parmenio did the hog, and Theodorus the pulleys, and as we avoid the unpleasant sight of an unhealthy man with festering sores, but take pleasure in witnessing the Philoctetes of Aristophane, and the Jocasta of Silanion, which are realistic likenesses of wasting and dying persons, so when the youth reads what Theristides the fool, or Sisyphus the debaucher, or Batrachus the brothel-keeper says or does, he must be taught to praise the genius and the art which imitates, but to censure the subjects and actions with opprobrium. For the excellence of a thing and the excellence of its imitation are not the same. Fitness and naturalness constitute excellence, but a thing's base, the base is natural and fit. To be sure, the boots of Demonides the cripple, which, when they were lost, he wished might fit the feet of him who stole them, were sorry objects, but they fitted him. Take also the following passage: If one must needs do wrong, let it be for power's sake. And this, gain a reputation for fair dealing, and you may do the deeds of a knave. And a talent for my dowry, shall I not have it? Shall I live if I slight it? Shall I meet with sleep if I chance to lose it? Will I not suffer hell's torments if I sin against a silver talent? These are false and villainous speeches, but suited to Eteocles, Ixion, and an old griping usurer. If now we suggest to young men that the poets do not commend and praise these sentiments, but assign disgusting and base words to base and disgusting characters, they will not get wrong notions about the poets. On the contrary, their suspicion of the character will extend to his acts and words, the assumption being that the words and acts of a base man must likewise be base. Of such a sort is the representation of Paris stealing away from the battle to lie with Helen, for as this lascivious and adulterous fellow is the only man whom the poet represents as lying with a woman in the daytime, it is clear that he regards incontinence as a shame and a reproach. 4. In such passages one must observe very carefully whether or not the poet gives any intimation that he himself is displeased with these ignoble sentiments. Instance Meander in the prologue to his Thetis. Now sing to me, goddess of such a maid, bold, youthful, and enticing, ever sinning, ever wronging others, ever shutting her doors to men, and craving ever, loving no man, though always feigning love. But Homer is the most particular of all the poets in this respect, for condemnation precedes the expression of base sentiments, and commendation of the good. Of commendation note the following: So straightway he spake a sweet and cunning word. He stood by his side and refrained him with gentle words. And as for condemnation, his testimony is all but a command to us not to use nor heed disgusting and base speeches. Thus, when he is about to narrate how uncivilly Agamemnon treated the priest, he premises, Yet the thing pleased not the heart of Agamemnon, son of Atreus. But he roughly sent him away, intimating that such an act is brutal, hard-hearted, and unbecoming. And when he attributes these rash words to Achilles, Thou heavy with wine, thou with face of dog and heart of deer, he passes this judgment upon him. Then Peleus' son spake again with bitter words to Atreus' son, and in no wise ceased from anger. For it is against reason that words spoken in such anger and bitterness should be just. In a similar way he passes comment upon actions, thus, He said and devised foul entreatment of noble Hector, stretching him prone in the dust, beside the bier of Menœtius' son. He also makes good use of the criticism which one character passes upon another for registering his own opinions of actions and speeches, as when he makes the gods say of the adultery of Ares, "Ill deed, ill speed. The slow catcheth the swift." And notice the intimation of Hera's resentment of the disdain and arrogance of Hector. So spake he boastfully, and Queen Hera had indignation. And observe the following in the light of Pandarus's shooting. So spake Athene, and persuaded his fool's heart. Now every attentive reader will notice such condemnations, which are expressed in the very words of the text. But other hints are embodied in the actions. Thus Euripides is said to have replied to those who found fault with his Ixion, as an impious and dirty fellow, "Nay, but I did not take him off the stage until I had fastened him to a torturing wheel." This teaching by implication is also used by Homer, and offers helpful and subtle comment upon those very fables, most often misconstrued. For some men distort these stories and pervert them into allegories, or what the men of old times called hidden meanings. Thus they say that the real meaning of the adultery of Aphrodite and Ares, discovered by Helios, is that when the star called Ares comes in conjunction with Aphrodite, bastardly births are produced, and that, since the sun rises and discovers them, they are not concealed. So will they have Hera's arraying herself for Zeus and the enchantment of the girdle to mean the purification of the air in the vicinity of fire, as if the poet had not interpreted these episodes. For in the fable of Aphrodite he teaches the attentive student that light music and wanton songs and obscene talk make for impure characters, unmanly lives, and natures given over to luxury and effeminacy, changes of raiment, and the warm bath, and love and sleep. And therefore he brings in Odysseus, bidding the bard, "Come now, change thy strain, and sing of the fashioning of the horse of wood," thus teaching rightly that musicians and poets should take their themes from men of reason and understanding. In the fable of Hera, he teaches most effectively that intercourse and favours secured from men through drugs, sorcery, and cunning not only are short-lived, inconstant, and soon cloying, but are quickly turned to displeasure and loathing when one's passion has spent itself. This is exemplified by the way Zeus threatens Hera when he says to her, "That thou mayest know, if it profit thee at all, the dalliance and the love wherein thou didst lie with me, when thou hadst come from among the gods, and didst beguile me. For if the disgrace and harm to the doer is embodied in the representation and imitation of a base act, the reader is helped rather than hindered. At any rate, philosophers employ examples from history for our correction and instruction, and the poets only differ from them by inventing and presenting fictitious narratives. Be it in jest or earnest, Melanthius was wont to say that the salvation of Athens depended upon the dissensions and quarrels among the orators. For thus not all the citizens took the same view, and in this diversity was a preventative of harm. Similarly, the contradictions in the poets offset one another, so that the balance cannot incline unduly towards that which is hurtful. Therefore, when a comparison of one passage with another exposes a contradiction, we ought to adhere to the better sentiment, as in these instances. "Many times, my son, the gods ruin men. 'Tis easy to lay blame on the gods." And again, "Much wealth is thine, but they are bankrupt. Accursed the rich fool. What then, must you kill yourself with sacrificing? Indeed, it is no hardship to reverence the gods. Such contradictions need not trouble a young man, if, as I have said, we teach him to fix upon the better sentiment. But when absurd sayings are not refuted in the context, they are to be cancelled by contradictory sentiments occurring elsewhere in the same author, and we are not to be vexed with the poet because of such absurdities, nor to judge him harshly, but to accept them as playful masquerading. So if he wishes, when he hears of the gods hurling one another from heaven, wounded by mortals and quarrelling and brawling, he may say to Homer, "Yet thou hast it in thee to devise other sayings more excellent than this. And certainly you give utterance to far better thoughts elsewhere, as the gods that live at ease. Therein the blessed gods are glad for all their days. This is the lot the gods have spun for miserable men, that they should live in pain, yet themselves are sorrowless. For these are sound and true opinions of the gods, but those above were only feigned to cause men fear." Again, when Euripides says, "By many an artifice the gods, who are our betters, cause us to stumble," it is well to return a better answer in the words of Euripides himself, "If the gods do anything base, they are no gods." And when, in a very bitter and provoking way, Pindar says, "We must stop at nothing that will enfeeble our enemy, once our friend. We shall answer, but you yourself say that unrighteous pleasure awaits the bitterest end. So when Sophocles says, sweet is the gain which falsehood brings, we shall rejoin, but we have heard you say that false words produce no fruit. Again, to what the same author says of riches, the inaccessible and the accessible alike open up to wealth, while nowhere may the man who earns his daily bread compass his heart's desire, even by entreaty. Riches truly make the unshapely body fair to see, and cause the ineloquent man to speak with a skilful tongue. May be opposed many of his own words, such as these. From honour poverty doth not debar. Poverty is no reproach to him whose thoughts are noble. Wherein are a multitude of fine things a boon, if the fool's anxiety is the price paid for blessed wealth. Menander undoubtedly stirred up and inflamed the love of pleasure by the following amorous and burning lines. Everything that has life, and with us beholds the common sun, is the slave of pleasure. But at another time he pursues a different course and inclines us to virtue, checking the rage of lust, when he says, an infamous life is a reproach, however sweet it be. These lines are contrary to the former, and both better and more profitable. Accordingly, such comparison and critical examination of passages either inclines one to the better, or at least destroys one's confidence in the worst. But if any of the poets do not themselves offer an escape from those things which they have said amiss, it is well to employ the contrary sentiments of other famous men, so that the better may outbalance the worse. Thus, when Alexis tempts people with these words, the wise man must needs heap up pleasures, and 3 there are which have the power to make life fully and finally complete, to eat, to drink, to follow after wanton sports. And if other pleasures be added to these, they are to be counted over measure. We must remember that Socrates, in a far different strain, says that bad men live that they may eat and drink, but good men eat and drink that they may live. And to offset the sentiment of the man who wrote, against the knave, knavery itself is no bad tool, as it were commending us to become like the knave, we are to use the words of Diogenes, who, being asked how a man might revenge himself upon an enemy, said, by being an honest and upright man himself. Diogenes may also be cited against Sophocles, who caused utter despair to multitudes of men when he wrote thus about the mysteries. Thrice happy mortals, they who behold these mysteries ere the journey to Hades. To them alone is it given there to enjoy life's vigour. On others all ills attend. For when Diogenes heard some such thing, what then, says he, shall Pateicion, the thief, enjoy a better lot than Epaminondas, simply because he was initiated? And when Timotheus in the theatre was extolling Artemis, calling her mad, inspired, possessed, frenzied, Synesius straightway shouted back, may thy daughter be such a one. Similarly, when Theognis said, naught may he say or do who bears the yoke of poverty, his tongue is bound. Vion cleverly replied, how comest it then that thou thyself, being so poor, so copiously pratest and chatterest in this manner? 5. Nor is the context to be ignored as a factor in correct interpretation, just as physicians believe that, although the cantharides is deadly, its feet and wings are efficacious in nullifying the effect of the poison. So in poetry, if any noun or verb in the context can make a better case out for a passage, it should be eagerly taken up with and noted. This method should be employed in the following verses. Lo, this is now the only due we pay to miserable men, to cut the hair and let the tear fall from the cheek. This is the lot the gods have spun for miserable men, that they should live in pain. For Homer does not say that for absolutely every man the gods have woven a painful life, but for those who are foolish and unreasonable, who, because wickedness has made them such, he is wont to call wretched and pitiable. End of How a Young Man Should Study Poetry, sections 1 to 5 by Plutarch.
The Last Camping Match by William Alfred Dutt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The contests were not unfrequently fatal to many of the combatants. I have heard old persons speak of a celebrated camping, Norfolk against Suffolk on Dis Common, with 300 on each side.
before the ball was thrown up, the Norfolk men inquired tauntingly of the Suffolk men if they had brought their coffins. The Suffolk men, after 14 hours, were the victors. 9 deaths were the result of the contest within a fortnight. These were called fighting camps, for much boxing was practised in them. An extract from Spurden's supplement to Forby's Vocabulary. It was a surprise to me to find a man still living in Suffolk who could remember the days when camping was one of the most popular pastimes in East Anglia. The old game has so long been abandoned as to be almost forgotten, and it is a rare occurrence to meet with someone who has any idea of the nature of the old-time encounters. Those who have heard of it usually associate it with the old-fashioned wrestling matches and ring fights, which once aroused so much enthusiasm among the sporting fraternities of Norwich, Yarmouth, and other East Anglian centres. But if you ask them how the game was played, and who were its chief supporters, you will soon realise how little they know about it. Yet there was a time when a noted English statesman not only encouraged camping, but arranged many matches, maintaining that such contests combined all athletic excellences, a good camper having of necessity to be a skilled boxer, swift runner, and clever wrestler. In the 15th century, the game had not only the sanction but support of the church, for we read that at Swaffham, a field adjoining the churchyard, known as a camping land, was willed for the purpose by the rector. In Suffolk, the game declined towards the end of the 18th century on account of 2 men having been killed at a match at Easton, but it was still played there at times for a quarter of a century later, and it was in that county that the old man I met witnessed the last camping match. Before recording the old man's recollections, I will give a brief account of how I came to meet him. I had been out one winter day on Breton, that large waste of tidal waters into which flow the Yare, Bure and Waveney. I had had for a companion one of the best known of the local punt gunners, and together we had followed the wildfowl flocks from flat to flat that the ebbing tide left bare. As dusk approached, we drew our punt, locally known as a gunboat, into one of the dykes which intersect the surrounding marshlands, and in the early gloaming picked our way across a sedgy marsh to the punt gunner's home. It was arranged that I should spend the night at his cottage in order to be ready to return to the flats before daybreak. But as we had a long evening before us, my companion suggested that we should pay a visit to an old gunner who lived not far from the shores of Breton, and who was noted for his graphic descriptions of his fishing and fowling experiences. Glad of an opportunity for hearing something of the days which the present Bretoners speak of as good old times for the gunners, I at once acceded, and in less than half an hour we had traversed a length of level marshland highway and arrived at the old gunner's home. We were accompanied by my guide's son, a young marshman, who had just returned from witnessing a football match at Yarmouth. We owed it to him that we were treated to the old gunner's camping reminiscences. We had talked for some time of fishing and fowling, and the old man had, for a few moments, lapsed into silence, as though pondering over Breton's past glories, when the young marshman interjected a remark about football. The old gunner listened, but for a time displayed no interest in what we said about the popular game. Suddenly, however, the conversation seemed to suggest something to him, for he roused himself, tapped his black wooden pipe on the fireplace, and said, "Football? Ah, that's the game what some folks say is werry much like the old camping matches, ain't it? I never seed a game of football in my life, though I once seed kickin' camp played, but I reckon it ain't half sich a game as campin' was. I can remember the last campin' match as was ever played in these parts, and I believe it was the last game played in England." The young marshman was disposed to decry camping, though he admitted he had heard very little about it. But I was anxious to hear what the old man had to say concerning the game, and, after a little persuasion, he gave us the following account of the last match played on the camping land at Borough Castle. "It was close upon 60 year ago," he said, "that the match was played, and it was between a side of 12 men from Yarmouth and 12 of the best men in the Walsham 100. The game was fixed for a Saturday arternoon, and the camping land was down the Butt Lane at Borough Castle. There hadn't been a camping match there for some time, acause some people had made a lot of to do about the roughness of the game. But that didn't make no differs to folks about Borough, who were nearly all mad to see a good match. All through the Saturday morning, men kept coming into Borough from towns and villages for miles around. There were fishermen from Yarmouth, Lowestoft, and the Broads and Rivers, gunners from Breton, eel catchers from the North River, wherrymen, smelters and labourers from almost every farm between Norwich, Yarmouth and Lowestoft. Most of them brought their dinners with them, and ate them on the camping land afore the game begun. The camping land at Borough was about 150 yards long and from 50 to 60 yards wide. At each end there was a goal made of a bent willow wand, having both ends stuck into the ground. Some of the old camping matches were played with 2 goals at each end of the field, but at Borough there was only one, and the players had to do their best to carry the ball into other side's goal. There were not many rules to the game, and it was played soffin in this fashion. The 2 sides drew up opposite each other, but some way apart in the middle of the field. Then a man who was not playing threw up the ball, which was a leather one about the size of a man's fist, and the players all rushed to catch it as it fell. As soon as a man got it, he ran for goal, all the players on t'other side doing their best to stop him by tripping, jostling and holding him. If he found he couldn't get through, he chucked the ball to another player on his own side. But if he were held while he got the ball, a notch was counted to the t'other side. Whenever a man carried the ball into goal, it counted as 1 notch, and 7 notches won the game. The match began about 2 o'clock, and by that time there was a crowd 6 or 7 deep all round the camping ground. The players were the pick of Yarmouth and the Walsham 100, and fine chaps they looked when they stripped their coats and shirts off and tightened their waist belts. The Walsham men had the most supporters, but there were lots of folks from Yarmouth there, and among them a tidy few thieves and roughs out of the rows who always went to camping matches to pickpockets, blackguard and fight. There was plenty of cheering and chaffing when the players came out, and everybody looked for a tough game, of course it was known that some of them had grudges against each other and meant to settle them on the field. As soon as the players were ready and the judges had taken their places against the goals, young Morton, the squire's son, threw up the ball and cleared off the field as hard as he could cut. Afore the ball fell, half the players were in a heap on the ground, kicking and struggling, and so mixed up that you couldn't tell one man from another. A long-armed smelter from Burney Arms managed to hit the ball clear of the coil, and afore the men who were floored had got to their feet, a little chap from Reedham had got it and was making for goal like a hare. He'd nearly got there when a big Halton wherryman slung him off his feet. But afore he fell, he chucked the ball to another player on his side, who rushed into goal with it afore anyone could get near him. This was all done in less than a minute. The Walsham men had scored a notch, while the Yarmouth men, or bloaters as we called 'em, hadn't touched the ball. Of course the crowd kicked up a red duller, and one or two Yarmouth chaps got a fighting with Walshamers who'd knocked their hats off and chucked them into the field. After that, notches came slower, but at the end of half an hour, Walsham 100 had got 3 notches and Yarmouth hadn't 1. Then a big black-faced gypsy named Pinfold, who got a living by horse dealing at Yarmouth, held a Walsham man and gained a notch for his side. This gypsy was a great favourite with the Yarmouth crowd, for he was a noted ring fighter, a fast runner, and as slippery as an eel. Almost as soon as the ball was started after he had held the man, he got it again, and dodged and tricked his way all down the field till he got into goal. Then a chap named Betts was hurt and had to be carried off the field. He was a Yarmouth man who had boasted that he would pay off an old score during the afternoon, but the man he laid for landed him fast and broke some of his ribs. Losing a man seemed to put the Yarmouth men on their mettle, for they scored 2 more notches in less than 10 minutes. The Walsham men made the scores equal after a hard tussle, in which several players were knocked about until they could scarcely keep their feet. For a long time the ball was kept going up and down the field, but just as one side had almost got it into goal, the other team would drive them back by main force. The sides were well matched, even after the bloaters had lost a man, for the black gypsy was looked upon as good as 2 men any day. He was always in the rough of the fight, and when it came to giving and taking hard knocks, he allers had his share of 'em. Once he broke away from 3 men who tried to hold him, slinging them off him as if they had been so many dolls, and he scored more notches than any other man who played in the match. All round the field you could hear cries of "Go it, Black Jake," or "Look out for the black gypsy," and so quick was he in getting the ball that 3 men were told off to mark him wherever he went and do their best to cripple him. It was through him that the bloater scored 2 more notches, and when a man tripped him so that he strained his leg and could hardly hobble about the field, the Yarmouth side played as though they knew they had lost the day. At the end of an hour and a half's play, the The scores were equal, for each side had 6 notches. There was no time fixed for the game to finish, and although many of the men who were watching the match had several miles to walk to their homes, not one of them left the field. By this time, most of the players were just about done up, and the faces, arms and bodies of some of them were smeared with blood. You might have thought they'd been taking part in a great ring fight. When the young squire threw up the ball for the last time, the crowd had become so excited that they could scarcely keep off the playing ground, and all round the field there were scuffles and fights going on between men who had quarrelled over the game. Black Jake had given up joining in the rough of the game and was hanging about round goal, laying wait for the Walshamers who came his way. So the bloaters had only 10 men out in the field, while the other side still numbered their full strength. As the winning of the game depended on the scoring of the next notch, every player took good care not to be held while he had the ball, which was kept going from one man to another. Twice it were carried right up to the Walsham goal, and once the bloaters claimed that they had got it through, but the judges said it had not crossed the line, and the game went on. It began to grow dark, so that the crowd could not see clearly all that went on in the field. But at last, after a long spell of fast play had brought the ball close to the Walsham goal, the little reading man who had scored the first notch was seen to slip out of a ruck of players and make for the bloater's goal. 2 of the fastest of the Yarmouth players were after him, and one of them caught him by the arm, twisting it out a joint at the shoulder. But he wrenched himself free, and, like a good pluckton, stuck to the ball and kept on running. The 2 bloaters followed close at his heels, and behind them were 3 Walshamers, who were pelting down the field as hard as they could go to back up the plucky little player. He outran the 2 bloaters, but there was still Black Jake waiting for him close to goal, and he knew that if Jake got at him, it would be all up with him. The gypsy watched him coming, and, though he could scarcely limp, got ready to spring upon him. The little chap was within 6 yards of goal when Jake caught him round the neck, snatched the ball from him, and flung him out of the ground. That was where the black gypsy made a mistake. If he had held the man with the ball, his side would have won the game. But he tore the ball away from him, and before he himself could throw it to another bloater, the 3 Walshamers were upon him. They flung themselves at him like so many wolves and hurled him to the ground. "Held, held," they yelled, and the people who were raving around the goal yelled "held" too. Then the crowd swarmed over the field, for many of them could not see who was held, and some of them thought Black Jake had held the little runner. But when they saw the little man being raised on other Walshamers' shoulders, and Black Jake being carried away half dead, they knew that the Walsham men had won. Such was the old gunner's account of the last camping match played in the eastern counties. Before we left, he told us something about Kicking Camp and Savage Camp, the latter of which was a game in which the players wore heavy shoes, but of these he spoke from hearsay, and I will not tell of them here. End of The Last Camping Match by William Alfred Dutt.
My Toughest Trip by Sergeant Redding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My toughest trip. For a good many years, I was a member of the Arctic patrols of the Old Royal Northwest Mounted Police, now called Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and naturally had my share of the duties assigned that force. Since resigning from the force and taking up my abode in a city, I have been greatly amused at fiction writers' and movie producers' ideas of the work of the Mounties. According to those fellows, we spent the most of our time hunting desperate gunmen and rescuing beautiful damsels in distress. On the toughest trip I ever made, I rescued a female, young but not beautiful, an Eskimo baby, in fact. I will briefly record how it was brought about. Most of the trouble which the Mounties have to straighten out in the Arctic is occasioned by clashes between the white men, who go in to trade for the furs which milady of civilization deems necessary, and the natives. But a great deal of our work was straightening up intertribal sex tangles among the Eskimos. In one such case, to decide which of two natives really owned a certain native girl, we brought both the men and the woman to our post at Tree River. Perhaps I better explain that, owing to the fact that the Eskimos destroy girl babies during years when food is scarce, there is a great shortage of marriageable girls among these nomads of the North. Consequently, competition for wives is keen, often resulting in killings. Anyway, after thinking and talking over this particular case for some time, we found out that neither of the two men really owned this girl. They had, in fact, stolen her from her rightful husband, belonging to another tribe. The upshot of it was the males were sentenced to do 2 years' chores apiece at the post, while I was detailed to return the woman to her lawful husband. One bright June morning, I loaded up our sailboat with grub for a 6 weeks' journey, and taking the girl, I set out. For 2 weeks I sailed, making slow progress owing to contrary winds. Then a storm overtook us. I did my best, but it wasn't good enough. The storm won, and we were washed ashore with the boat. I am not a writer, so cannot describe an Arctic gale, or the mountainous waves and all that. But I can state that when the storm abated and the sea calmed down, we were left stranded on an island, neither ourselves, boat, nor stores harmed, but fully 1/4 of a mile from the water's edge. Things looked pretty serious for me. Alone, I could not possibly drag that heavy boat down to the water. I sat down by the fire and tried to figure out what to do. Far into the night I sat, while the girl tossed restlessly in her furs, but I did not pay much attention to her. Finally, I rolled up in my own blankets and slept. Awakening at dawn, I walked down to the water's edge to collect driftwood for a fire. Although it was summertime, the ice-filled waters chilled the wind which swept shorewards. Slowly I tramped along, picking up a piece of wood here, a piece there. Then I ran into a piece of pure luck, although it told a mute tale of tragedy. Rolling and flopping on the beach, I spied an upturned native canoe, a kayak. Caught far from land, its owner had no doubt perished. Eagerly I dropped my load and lugged the frail craft from the water. It was undamaged. Again picking up the firewood, I hastened back to tell the girl, Nutinook, of our good fortune. She smiled rather wanly, I thought, but assented to the plan I outlined as we ate breakfast, that I take the boat, which would carry only one, and go for help. Eagerly I bolted my food, then set about making a snug camp for the girl. That finished, I packed a 2-week supply of food in the kayak and constructed a rough 2-bladed paddle. By this time it was almost dark, so I decided to wait until morning before starting. Contentedly I rolled into my blankets. Gone were my fears of being marooned and starving to death when our grub had run out. But I had not reckoned with another factor. Distances in the Arctic are so great that it takes months to make a patrol, arrests if necessary, and then to return natives to their own people. The trouble which had led up to my escorting this girl home had been no exception. 8 or 9 months had elapsed since the girl had been stolen from her rightful husband, so perhaps what occurred was only natural after all, especially in the Arctic, where life is elemental in the extreme. At daybreak I instinctively awoke, feeling somewhat stiff from sleeping on the damp ground, but refreshed. I soon had a fire going, then stepped over to wake the girl. She did not respond to my gentle shaking, but something moved slightly beneath the furs. Then a thin wail trembled out in the raw air. I stood frozen in my tracks. I have mushed hundreds of weary miles, sometimes with bad men, often half-starved and frozen in patches, but never have I experienced the cold chill of dread that wail awakened. Gently I turned back the robes. It was as I feared. The girl had given birth to a child. Perhaps injured internally during the buffeting we had received in the gale, the effort had proved too much for her. She was dead. But the youngster, that little beggar, was far from dead. It was up to me to do something. Never before or since have I felt so helpless, but somehow I must keep that little atom alive until I struck a native camp. That was the one thought that hammered into my benumbed brain. Building up the fire, I quickly warmed thoroughly 2 of the softest blankets. As tenderly as possible, I placed the baby in the center of them and covered it up. It still kept up a plaintive wailing. Of course, it was hungry. From my stores I got some evaporated milk. It did not take long to mix a cupful. In my medicine kit I had an eyedropper. I perforated its rubber cap, then filled the phial with warm milk. The baby soon had it emptied. Then she fell asleep. Gazing at the sleeping infant, I envied her calm, for my own mind was in a turmoil. Then I remembered that perhaps the first duty of a Mountie is to protect life. I determined to save the baby somehow. Leaving her sleeping, I composed the corpse of her mother. Then, with furs and blankets, I made a sort of nest on the kayak behind the seat. Carefully I carried the infant and stowed her away, then I launched the craft. The next 3 days and nights I shall never forget. Every 2 or 3 hours the youngster became hungry, and I had to light a fire and mix warm milk. Years of living in the North with men had made me independent of women, but I would have given a year's pay to have had a woman to aid me then. I was fearful lest I handle the tiny mite too roughly. I wanted to keep it warm, yet I was afraid of suffocating it. Fortunately, during those 3 days and nights, the sea remained fairly calm, and the craft rode well. In between times of pulling ashore to light a fire to warm milk, I paddled hard. On the evening of the 3rd day, I reached the tribe to which I had been taking Nutanook. As eager natives hurried down to the shore to greet me, I almost hugged them. Rapidly, with signs and speech, I made them understand. One of them led me into a gloomy snow hut. In one corner I espied a native woman with a babe at her breast. When I crawled out again, she had 2 babes to feed, but she accepted the extra one cheerfully. Outside, to the wonder of the watching natives, I turned a few handsprings in the snow. I have never enjoyed such a sense of relief at duty done. Then I had to impart the sad news to the husband of Nutanook. We had saved his squaw only for her to die in childbirth. A few days later he and some of his fellows escorted me back to the island to fetch the young mother's body. 2 weeks later I returned safely to Tree River, none the worse for my patrol. But I shall always regard that as my toughest trip because of the unusual responsibility of looking after a newborn babe. Several years later, Ayunio, the husband of Nutanook, made a trip to the post to tell me his little girl was fine and healthy. He also tried to present me with many fine Arctic fox furs. Unfortunately, the regulations would not allow me to accept them. And this describes but one of the duties of the men of the Arctic patrols of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. A trifle different from most of the stuff written about the Mounties, I know. Nonetheless, it is true. End of My Toughest Trip by Sergeant Redding. Read by Roger Melin.
Nirvana by John Lafarge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nirvana. Have I told you my story of the word Nirvana, as used by the reporter at Omaha, who managed to interview us? The association of a reporter with any of the 4 states of Nirvana may seem impossible to you, but this is the way it happened. Owing to A's being the brother of the president of the road, we were naturally suspected of business designs when we acknowledged that we were going to Japan, and in my short-sighted wisdom, I thought that I should put to rout our interviewer by allowing that the purpose of our going was to find Nirvana. I had misjudged the mind of the true reporter and did not expect the retort, "Are you not rather late in the season?" Whether he knew or builded better, he had certainly pointed out the probable result. I often recur to this episode when, as now, I enjoy in dreaming action the Nirvana which is called conditioned, that state of the terrestrial being who understands truth by the extinction of passions, who is yet indeed very much tied to the body, if I may speak so lightly of what is contemplation and an absorption in eternal truth, the rest in supreme salvation. Of all the images that I see so often, the one that touches me most, partly perhaps because of the eternal feminine, is that of the incarnation that is called Kwannon, when shown absorbed in the meditations of Nirvana. We have seen her in pictures, seated near some waterfall, and I am continually reminded of her by the beautiful scenes about us, of which the waterfall is the note and the charm. Were it not that I hate sightseeing, I should have made pilgrimages, like the good Japanese, to all the celebrated ones which are about. Exercise, however, during the day is difficult to me, and I don't like being carried, and the miserable horses of the peasants are awfully slow and very stumbly. We go about in single file, perched on the saddles upon their humpbacks, each horse led by the owner, usually a trousered peasant girl. Lately, on our visits to waterfalls, we have passed the wide bed of the second river, which makes an island of our mountain, a great mountain river bed, filled with stones and boulders, through which the waters, now very low, divide into rushing torrents, while in the winter this is a tremendous affair, and in flood times the very boulders are carried away. Far down at Imiyachi, some 6 miles off, is shown one of the long row of stone Buddhas, several hundred in number, which line the right bank of the main river, the Dayagawa, near the deep pool called Kamangafuchi. It was there that I drew the biggest of them all, on one of my first days here, a statue of Jizo, with Nantai-san half veiled in the distance behind him, a great cedar shading him, and all but the little path and the bridge of a single stone, overgrown with weeds and bushes. These gods along the river are all ugly and barbarous, country gods, as it were, alien as possible, while the nature about them, though strange, is not so far away from me. Their ugliness was accentuated by a sort of efflorescence, or moss growth, curled and ragged by the weather, made of innumerable slips of paper pasted upon them by troops of pilgrims to the holy places, who made a point of thus marking off their visits to each successive sacred object. Fortunately, they are what the Japanese call wet goods, that is to say, unprotected by a roof or temple, when the rains of heaven cleanse them and leave only the black and white of the lynchings. They always worried me like a bad dream when I passed them in the evening, on my way home from work, and I can sympathize with the superstition which makes it impossible to count them. But this is on the Dayagawa, the main confluent which rushes down from Lake Chianzenji. Our path led through the other river, over causeways and bridges, up to the hills on the other side, and to a high moorland from which the immense southern plain and distant mountains appeared swimming in light. 2 faint blue triangles in the air were the peaks of Tsukuba. Nearer on the west, the mountains of Nikko were covered with cloud, through which the sunburst poured down upon their bases. As we rode, we passed beneath plantations covered with water, so that their mirror, at the level of the eye, reflected the mountains and clouds and upper sky in a transparent picture, spotted with innumerable tufts of brilliant green. And then we dismounted at a little tea-house and sat under a rustic arbor, while our feminine grooms, stripping to the waist, wiped and sponged their sweating armpits and bosoms in unconcertedness of sex. Yet when they noticed my sketching them, as if I did not take their nakedness for granted, sleeves and gowns were rapidly pulled over the uncovered flesh. So true it is that conduct depends upon the kind of attention it calls for. Nor was the universal standard of feminine propriety unrespected by them, when on our return my guide, who had in every possible way that I could imagine expressed her adherence to the ways of nature, met with the disaster of having her back hair come down, for then with a shriek she dropped the rein and retired, blushing, behind the nearest tree, where in equal hurry another girl guide proceeded to console her, and to rearrange the proper structure of shining black hair and ivory pins. Then we descended by a narrow path, over which hung tree camellias, still spotted with their last white blossoms, whose edges are rusted by the heat. The main fall of Urami no Taki drops into a deep basin, edged by rocks from a hollow in the highest hill, over which hang great trees. On each side lesser cascades rush or tumble over the rocky faces, and under the main column small streams slide down, or drop in thin pillars to join it. There is a path, frequented by pilgrims, which passes behind and underneath the fall, so that we can stand behind and look through it, whence its name. All is wilderness, but in a high relief of the protector, Fudo, guardian and friend of such places, is carved on the rock behind the falls, and shows through the rumpled edges of the water. All was shade, except where the sun struck in the emerald hollow above the fall, or where a beam lighted up here and there a patch of the great and small cascades, or the trees and rocks about them. And here again, the intense silence, broken by the rush of the waterfall, recalled the pictures of Kwannon, whose meaning and whose images bring back to me the Buddhistic idea of compassion. The deity or goddess, seated in abstraction by the falling waters of life, represents, I suppose, more especially, an ideal of contemplation, as the original Indian name indicated, I think, but her name today is that of the Compassionate One. Of all the divinity's many incarnations, one has interested me as typical, and will amuse you. It is when, in the year 696 BC, though the precise date is not exactly material, this power is born as a girl, daughter to one of the many kings of China. Then follows a legend like that of St. Barbara. She is in no hurry to follow her princess's duty of getting married and pleasing her parents thereby. She is satisfied with a virgin life, and makes delays by persuading her father to build palaces for her bridal to come. And when all this has been done, and there is no final escape, she ends by an absolute refusal of marriage, at which, evidently from a long experience of the uselessness of argument with her sex, her father cuts her head off, and I regret to say that she thereupon goes to hell. I suppose she goes there because, however laudable and high her ideal of life might have been, it should have been confined within the views of her country, that is to say, of obedience to parents first and foremost. However, she went there and put up with it, and that so admirably, that the divinity who rules the place was obliged to dismiss her, for her contentment with her lot was spreading as an example to the damned, and threatened the very existence of hell. Since then her appearances again in this world have been on errands of compassion and of help, nor is this constant willingness to act on behalf of others, and thereby to leave the realm of absolute peace, incompatible with that continual contemplation of which her pictures or images offer an ideal, enchanting to me. For indeed the fourth Nirvana is that state of truth in which supreme salvation is not distinct from sorrowful transmigration, and for these blessed beings this is Nirvana, that, possessing the fullness of wisdom, they cannot desire to delay in transmigration, nor do they re-enter Nirvana because they feel the extreme of compassion for other beings. For in the Buddhist doctrine, compassion is the first of all virtues, and leads and is the essence of the 5 cardinal virtues, which are, note in sequence, pity, justice, urbanity, sincerity, and wise behavior. To the Buddhist, the pitiless are the ungodly. Hence the teachings of kindliness to all living beings, which is one of the pure precepts of the greater vehicle, and through which all beings can obtain salvation. For the happiness which is the aim of Buddhism is not limited to the individual, but is to be useful, to be of profit to all of mankind, a happiness which can only be moral, but which must act on the body as intimately as the soul is united with it. These are the aspirations of higher Buddhism, its supreme end, to achieve the happiness of this life and of the future one, of the individual and of humanity, but differently, according to times and circumstances and human powers. In its full ideal, here below, civil and religious society would be the same. The continual rest of Nirvana, becoming finally inseparable from our transmigrations, our passions living together with complete wisdom, and our further existence not demanding then another world. And if civilization shall have finally perfected the world of mind and the world of matter, we shall have here below Nirvana, and we shall dwell in it as Buddhas. End of Nirvana by John Lafarge. Read by Public Domain Scholar.
Of Persons One Would Wish to Have Seen by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of Persons One Would Wish to Have Seen. Come like shadows, so depart. Lamb it was, I think, who suggested this subject, as well as the defense of Guy Fawkes, which I urged him to execute. As, however, he would undertake neither, I suppose I must do both, a task for which he would have been much fitter, no less from the temerity than the felicity of his pen, never so sure our rapture to create, as when it touched the brink of all we hate. Compared with him, I shall, I fear, make but a commonplace piece of business of it, but I should be loath the idea was entirely lost, and besides I may avail myself of some hints of his in the progress of it. I am sometimes, I suspect, a better reporter of the ideas of other people than expounder of my own. I pursue the one too far into paradox or mysticism, the others I am not bound to follow farther than I like, or than seems fair and reasonable. On the question being started, Ayrton said, I suppose the two first persons you would choose to see would be the two greatest names in English literature, Sir Isaac Newton and Mr. Locke. In this Ayrton, as usual, reckoned without his host. Everyone burst out a-laughing at the expression of Lamb's face, in which impatience was restrained by courtesy. Yes, the greatest names, he stammered out hastily. But they were not persons, not persons. Not persons? Said Arden, looking wise and foolish at the same time, afraid his triumph might be premature. That is, rejoined Lamb, not characters, you know. By Mr. Locke and Sir Isaac Newton, you mean the essay on the human understanding, and the Principia, which we have to this day. Beyond their contents, there is nothing personally interesting in the men. But what we want to see anyone bodily for is when there is something peculiar, striking in the individuals, more than we can learn from their writings, and yet are curious to know. I dare say Locke and Newton were very like Kneller's portraits of them, but who could paint Shakespeare? I, retorted Ayrton. There it is. Then I suppose you would prefer seeing him and Milton instead? No, said Lamb, neither. I have seen so much of Shakespeare on the stage, and on bookstalls, in frontispieces and on mantelpieces, that I am quite tired of the everlasting repetition. And as to Milton's face, the impressions that have come down to us of it I do not like. It is too starched and puritanical, and I should be afraid of losing some of the manna of his poetry, and the leaven of his countenance, and the precision's band and gown. I shall guess no more, said Ayrton. Who is it, then, you would like to see in his habit as he lived, if you had your choice of the whole range of English literature? Lamb then named Sir Thomas Browne, and Fulke Greville, the friend of Sir Philip Sidney, as the two worthies whom he should feel the greatest pleasure to encounter on the floor of his apartment in their nightgown and slippers, and to exchange friendly greeting with them. At this Ayrton laughed outright, and conceived Lamb was jesting with him, but as no one followed his example, he thought there might be something in it, and waited for an explanation in a state of whimsical suspense. Lamb then, as well as I can remember a conversation that passed 20 years ago, how time slips, went on as follows. The reason why I pitch upon these two authors is, that their writings are riddles, and they themselves the most mysterious of personages. They resemble the soothsayers of old, who dealt in dark hints and doubtful oracles, and I should like to ask them the meaning of what no mortal but themselves, I should suppose, can fathom. There is Dr. Johnson. I have no curiosity, no strange uncertainty about him. He and Boswell together have pretty well let me into the secret of what passed through his mind. He and other writers like him are sufficiently explicit. My friends whose repose I should be tempted to disturb, were it in my power, are implicit, inextricable, inscrutable. When I look at that obscure but gorgeous prose composition, The Urn Burial, I seem to myself to look into a deep abyss, at the bottom of which are hid pearls and rich treasure. Or it is like a stately labyrinth of doubt and withering speculation, and I would invoke the spirit of the author to lead me through it. Besides, who would not be curious to see the lineaments of a man who, having himself been twice married, wished that mankind were propagated like trees? As to Fulk Greville, he is like nothing but one of his own prologues spoken by the ghost of an old king of Ormus, a truly formidable and inviting personage. His style is apocalyptical, cabalistical, and not worthy of such an apparition to untie, and for the unravelling a passage or two, I would stand the brunt of an encounter with so portentous a commentator. I am afraid, in that case, said Arden, that if the mystery were once cleared up, the merit might be lost, and turning to me, whispered a friendly apprehension that while Lamb continued to admire these old crabbed authors, he would never become a popular writer. Dr. Donne was mentioned as a writer of the same period, with a very interesting countenance, whose history was singular, and whose meaning was often quite as uncommunicable, without a personal citation from the dead, as that of any of his contemporaries. The volume was produced, and while someone was expatiating on the exquisite simplicity and beauty of the portrait prefixed to the old edition, Arden got hold of the poetry, and exclaiming, "What have we here?" read the following: "Here lies a she-sun and a he-moon there. She gives the best light to his sphere, or each is both and all, and so they unto one another nothing owe." There was no resisting this, till Lamb, seizing the volume, turned to the beautiful lines to his mistress, dissuading her from accompanying him abroad, and read them with suffused features in a faltering tongue. "By our first strange and fatal interview, by all desires which thereof did ensue, by our long-starving hopes, by that remorse, which my words' masculine persuasive force begot in thee, and by the memory of hurts which spies and rivals threatened me, I calmly beg, but by thy father's wrath, by all pains which want and divorcement hath, I conjure thee, and all the oaths which I and thou have sworn to seal joint constancy, here I unswear, and overswear them thus: thou shalt not love by ways so dangerous. Temper, O fair love, love's impetuous rage, be my good mistress still, not my feigned page. I'll go, and by thy kind leave behind thee, only worthy to nurse in my mind thirst to come back. Oh, if thou die before, my soul from other lands to thee shall soar. Thy, else almighty, beauty cannot move rage from the seas, nor thy love teach them love, nor tame wild Boreas' harshness. Thou hast read how roughly he in pieces shivered fair Orothea, whom he swore he loved. Fall ill or good, 'tis madness to have proved dangers unurged. Feed on this flattery, that absent lovers one and the other be. Dissemble nothing, not a boy, nor change thy body's habit, nor mind. Be not strange to thyself only. All will spy in thy face a blushing, womanly, discovering grace. Richly clothed apes are called apes,
and as soon
eclipsed as bright, we call the moon the moon. Men of France, changeable chameleons, spittles of diseases, shops of fashions, loves feelers, and the rightest company of players which upon the world's stage be, will quickly know thee. Oh, stay here, for thee England is only a worthy gallery, to walk in expectation, till from thence our greatest king call thee to his presence. When I am gone, dream me some happiness, nor let thy looks our long hid love confess,
nor praise,
nor dispraise me, nor bless, nor curse openly love's force, nor in bed fright thy nurse with midnight startings, crying out, "Oh, oh, nurse, oh, my love is slain, I saw him go, o'er thee wide Alps alone, I saw him, assailed, fight, taken, stabbed, bleed, fall, and die. Augur me better chance, except dread Jove, think it enough for me to have had thy love." Someone then inquired of Lamb if we could not see from the window the temple walk in which Chaucer used to take his exercise. And on his name being put to the vote, I was pleased to find that there was a general sensation in his favour in all but Arden, who said something about the ruggedness of the metre, and even objected to the quaintness of the orthography. I was vexed at this superficial gloss, pertinaciously reducing everything to its own trite level, and I asked if he did not think it would be worthwhile to scan the eye that had first greeted the muse in that dim twilight and early dawn of English literature, to see the head round which the visions of fancy must have played like gleams of inspiration or a sudden glory, to watch those lips that lisped in numbers, for the numbers came, as by a miracle, or as if the dumb should speak. Nor was it alone that he had been the first to tune his native tongue, however imperfectly to modern ears, but he was himself a noble, manly character, standing before his age and striving to advance it. A pleasant humorist withal, who has not only handed down to us the living manners of his time, but had, no doubt, store of curious and quaint devices, and would make as hearty a companion as mine host of the tabard. His interview with Petrarch is fraught with interest. Yet I would rather have seen Chaucer in company with the author of the Decameron,
and have heard them exchange their best stories together.
The Squire's Tale against the story of the Falcon, the Wife of Bath's prologue against the adventures of Friar Albert. How fine to see the high, mysterious brow which learning then wore, relieved by the gay, familiar tone of men of the world, and by the courtesies of genius. Surely, the thoughts and feelings which passed through the minds of these great revivers of learning, these Cadmuses who sowed the teeth of letters, must have stamped an expression on their features as different from the moderns as their books, and well worth the perusal. Dante, I continued, is as interesting a person as his own Ugolino, one whose lineaments curiosity would as eagerly devour in order to penetrate his spirit, and the only one of the Italian poets I should care much to see. There is a fine portrait of Ariosto by no less a hand than Titian's, light, Moorish, spirited, but not answering our idea. The same artist's large, colossal profile of Peter Aretine is the only likeness of the kind that has the effect of conversing with the mighty dead, and this is truly spectral, ghastly, necromantic. Lamb put it to me if I should like to see Spenser as well as Chaucer, and I answered without hesitation, no, for that his beauties were ideal, visionary, not palpable or personal, and therefore connected with less curiosity about the man. His poetry was the essence of romance, a very halo round the bright orb of fancy, and the bringing in the individual might dissolve the charm. No tones of voice could come up to the mellifluous cadence of his verse. No form but of a winged angel could vie with the airy shapes he has described. He was, to my apprehension, rather a creature of the element, that lived in the rainbow and played in the plighted clouds, than an ordinary mortal. Or, if he did appear, I should wish it to be as a mere vision, like one of his own pageants, and that he should pass by unquestioned like a dream or sound. That was Arion crowned. So went he playing on the watery plain. Captain Burney muttered something about Columbus, and Martin Burney hinted at the wandering Jew. But the last was set aside as spurious, and the first made over to the New World. I should like, said Mrs. Reynolds, to have seen Pope talk with Paddy Blount, and I have seen Goldsmith. Everyone turned round to look at Mrs. Reynolds, as if by so doing they could get a sight at Goldsmith. Where, asked a harsh, croaking voice, was Dr. Johnson in the year 1745-6? He did not write anything that we know of, nor is there any account of him in Boswell during those 2 years. Was he in Scotland with the Pretender? He seems to have passed through the scenes of the Highlands in company with Boswell, many years after, with lacklustre eye, yet as if they were familiar to him, or associated in his mind with interests that he durst not explain. If so, it would be an additional reason for my liking him, and I would give something to have seen him seated in the tent with the youthful majesty of Britain, and penning the proclamation to all true subjects in adherence of the legitimate government. I thought, said Ireton, turning short round upon Lamb, that you of the Lake School did not like Pope. Not like Pope? My dear sir, you must be under a mistake. I can read him over and over forever. Why, certainly, the Essay on Man must be allowed to be a masterpiece. It may be so, but I seldom look into it. Oh, then it's his satires you admire. No, not his satires, but his friendly epistles and his compliments. Compliments! I did not know he ever made any. The finest, said Lamb, that were ever paid by the wit of man. Each of them is worth an estate for life, nay, is an immortality. There is that superb one to Lord Cornbury. Despise low joys, low gains, disdain whatever Cornbury disdains. Be virtuous, and be happy for your pains. Was there ever more artful insinuation of idolatrous praise? And then that noble apotheosis of his friend Lord Mansfield, however little deserved, when, speaking of the House of Lords, he adds, "Conspicuous scene, another yet is nigh, more silent far, where kings and poets lie, where Murray, long enough his country's pride, shall be no more than Tully or than Hyde." And with what a fine turn of indignant flattery he addresses Lord Bolingbroke. Why rail they then, if but one wreath of mine, oh, all accomplished St. John, deck thy shrine? Or turn, continued Lamb, with a slight hectic on his cheek, and his eye glistening, to his list of early friends. But why then publish? Granville the polite, and knowing Walsh, would tell me I could write. Well-natured Garth inflamed with early praise, and Congreve loved, and Swift endured my lays. The courtly Talbot, Somers, Sheffield Reed, e'en metered Rochester would nod the head. And St. John's self, great Dryden's friend before, received with open arms one poet more. Happy my studies, if by these approved. Happier their author, if by these beloved. From these the world will judge of men and books, not from the Burnets, old Mixons, and Cooks. Here his voice totally failed him, and throwing down the book, he said, "Do you think I would not wish to have been friends with such a man as this? What say you to Dryden?" He rather made a show of himself, and courted popularity in that lowest temple of fame,
a coffee shop,
so as in some measure to vulgarize one's idea of him. Pope, on the contrary, reached the very beau ideal of what a poet's life should be. And his fame, while living, seemed to be an emanation from that which was to circle his name after death. He was so far enviable, and one would feel proud to have witnessed the rare spectacle in him, that he was almost the only poet and man of genius who met with his reward on this side of the tomb, who realized in friends, fortune, the esteem of the world, the most sanguine hopes of a youthful ambition, and who found that sort of patronage from the great during his lifetime, which they would be thought anxious to bestow upon him after his death. Read Gay's verses to him on his supposed return from Greece, after his translation of Homer was finished, and say if you would not gladly join the bright procession that welcomed him home, or see it once more land at Whitehall stairs. Still, said Mrs. Reynolds, I would rather have seen him talking with Patty Blount, or riding by in a coronet coach with Lady Mary Wortley Montagu. Erasmus Phillips, who was deep in a game of piquet at the other end of the room, whispered to Martin Burney to ask if Junius would not be a fit person to invoke from the dead. Yes, said Lamb, provided he would agree to lay aside his mask. We were now at a stand for a short time, when Fielding was mentioned as a candidate. Only one, however, seconded the proposition. Richardson? By all means, but only to look at him through the glass door of his back shop, hard at work upon one of his novels, the most extraordinary contrast that ever was presented between an author and his works. Not to let him come behind his counter, lest he should want you to turn customer, or to go upstairs with him, lest he should offer to read the first manuscript of Sir Charles Grandison, which was originally written in 28 volumes octavo, or get out the letters of his female correspondents, to prove that Joseph Andrews was low. There was but one statesman in the whole of English history that anyone expressed the least desire to see, Oliver Cromwell, with his fine, frank, rough, pimply face, and wily policy, and one enthusiast, John Bunyan, the immortal author of the Pilgrim's Progress. It seemed that if he came into the room, dreams would follow him, and that each person would nod under his golden cloud, nigh sphered in heaven, a canopy as strange and stately as any in Homer. Of all persons near our own time, Garrick's name was received with the greatest enthusiasm, who was proposed by Baron Field. He presently superseded both Hogarth and Handel, who had been talked of, but then it was on condition that he should act in tragedy and comedy, in the play and the farce, Lear and Wildair and Abel Drugger. What a sight for sore eyes that would be! Who would not part with a year's income at least, almost with a year of his natural life, to be present at it? Besides, as he could not act alone, and recitations are unsatisfactory things, what a troop he must bring with him! The silver-tongued Barry, and Quinn, and Shooter, and Weston, and Mrs. Clive, and Mrs. Pritchard, of whom I have heard my father speak as so great a favourite when he was young. This would indeed be a revival of the dead, the restoring of art, and so much the more desirable, as such is the lurking skepticism mingled with our overstrained admiration of past excellence, that though we have the speeches of Burke, the portraits of Reynolds, the writings of Goldsmith, and the conversation of Johnson, to show what people could do at that period, and to confirm the universal testimony to the merits of Garrick, yet, as it was before our time, we have our misgivings, as if he was probably, after all, little better than a Bartlemy Fair actor, dressed out to play Macbeth in a scarlet coat and laced cocked hat. For one, I should like to have seen and heard with my own eyes and ears. Certainly, by all accounts, if any one was ever moved by the true histrionic Estus, it was Garrick. When he followed the ghost in Hamlet, he did not drop the sword, as most actors do, behind the scenes, but kept the point raised the whole way round. So fully was he possessed with the idea, or so anxious not to lose sight of his part for a moment. Once, at a splendid dinner party at Lord Blank's, they suddenly missed Garrick, and could not imagine what was become of him, till they were drawn to the window by the convulsive screams and peals of laughter of a young negro boy, who was rolling on the ground in an ecstasy of delight to see Garrick mimicking a turkey-cock in the courtyard, with his coat-tail stuck out behind, and in a seeming flutter of feathered rage and pride. Of our party, only 2 persons present had seen the British Roscius, and they seemed as willing as the rest to renew their acquaintance with their old favourite. We were interrupted in the heyday and mid-career of this fanciful speculation by a grumbler in a corner, who declared it was a shame to make all this rout about a mere player and farce writer, to the neglect and exclusion of the fine old dramatists, the contemporaries and rivals of Shakespeare. Lamb said he had anticipated this objection when he had named the author of Mustafa and Alaham, and, out of caprice, insisted upon keeping him to represent the set, in preference to the wild, hare-brained enthusiast, Kit Marlowe, to the sexton of St. Anne's, Webster, with his melancholy yew-trees and death's heads, to Dekker, who was but a garrulous proser, to the voluminous Heywood, and even to Beaumont and Fletcher, whom we might offend by complimenting the wrong author on their joint productions. Lord Brooke, on the contrary, stood quiet by himself, or, in Callie's words, was a vast species alone. Someone hinted at the circumstance of his being a lord, which rather startled Lamb, but he said a ghost would perhaps dispense with strict etiquette on being regularly addressed by his title. Ben Jonson divided our suffrages pretty equally. Some were afraid he would begin to traduce Shakespeare, who was not present to defend himself. If he grows disagreeable, it was whispered aloud, there is Godwin can match him. At length his romantic visit to Drummond of Hawthornden was mentioned, and turned the scale in his favour. Lamb inquired if there was anyone that was hanged that I would choose to mention, and I answered, Eugene Aram. The name of the admirable Crichton was suddenly started as a splendid example of waste talents, so different from the generality of his countrymen. This choice was mightily approved by a North Breton present, who declared himself descended from that prodigy of learning and accomplishment, and said he had family plate in his possession as vouchers for the fact, with the initials A.C. Admirable Crichton.
Hunt laughed, or rather roared, as heartily at this as I should think he has done for many years.
The last named meter courtier then wished to know whether there were any metaphysicians to whom one might be tempted to apply the wizard spell. I replied, there were only 6 in modern times deserving the name, Hobbes, Berkeley, Butler, Hartley, Hume, Leibniz, and perhaps Jonathan Edwards, a Massachusetts man. As to the French, who talked fluently of having created the science, there was not a tittle in any of their writings that was not to be found literally in the authors I had mentioned. Who might have a claim to come in under the head of Gramour was still living. None of these names seemed to excite much interest, and I did not plead for the reappearance of those who might be thought best fitted by the abstracted nature of their studies for the present spiritual and disembodied state, and who, even while on this living stage, were nearly divested of common flesh and blood, as Arden, with an uneasy, fidgety face, was about to put some question about Mr. Locke and Dugald Stewart. He was prevented by Martin Burney, who observed, if J. was here, he would undoubtedly be for having up those profound and redoubted socialists, Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus. I said this might be fair enough in him who had read, or fancied he had read, their original works, but I did not see how we could have any right to call up these authors to give an account of themselves in person till we had looked into their writings. By this time it should seem that some rumor of our whimsical deliberation had got wind, and had disturbed the irritable genus in their shadowy abodes. For we received messages from several candidates that we had just been thinking of. Gray declined our invitation, though he had not yet been asked. Gay offered to come, and bring in his hand the Duchess of Bolton, the original Polly. Steele and Addison left their cards as Captain Sentry and Sir Roger de Coverley. Swift came in and sat down without speaking a word, and quitted the room as abruptly. Otway and Chatterton were seen lingering on the opposite side of the Styx, but could not muster enough between them to pay Charon his fare. Thompson fell asleep in the boat, and was rowed back again, and Burns sent a low fellow, one John Barleycorn, an old companion of his, who had conducted him to the other world, to say that he had, during his lifetime, been drawn out of his retirement as a show, only to be made an exciseman of, and that he would rather remain where he was. He desired, however, to shake hands by his representative. The hand, thus held out, was in a burning fever, and shook prodigiously. The room was hung round with several portraits of eminent painters. While we were debating whether we should demand speech with these masters of mute eloquence,
whose features were so familiar to us,
it seemed that all at once they glided from their frames, and seated themselves at some little distance from us. There was Leonardo, with his majestic beard and watchful eye, having a bust of Archimedes before him. Next him was Raphael's graceful head turned round to the Fornarina, and on his other side was Lucretia Borgia, with calm golden locks. Michelangelo had placed the model of St. Peter's on the table before him. Correggio had an angel by his side. Titian was seated with his mistress between himself and Giorgione. Guido was accompanied by his own Aurora, who took a dice-box from him. Claude held a mirror in his hand.
Rubens patted a beautiful panther, led in by a satyr, on the head.
Van Dyck appeared as his own Paris, and Rembrandt was hid under furs, gold chains, and jewels, which Sir Joshua eyed closely, holding his hand so as to shade his forehead. Not a word was spoken, and as we rose to do them homage, they still presented the same surface to the view. Not being bona fide representations of living people, we got rid of the splendid apparitions by signs and dumb show. As soon as they had melted into thin air, there was a loud noise at the outer door, and we found it was Giotto, Cimabue, and Ghirlandaio, who had been raised from the dead by their earnest desire to see their illustrious successors, whose names on earth and fame's eternal records live for aye. Finding them gone, they had no ambition to be seen after them, and mournfully withdrew. "Egad," said Lamb, "these are the very fellows I should like to have had some talk with, to know how they could see to paint when all was dark around them." "But shall we have nothing to say," interrogated G.J. Blank, "to the legend of good women?" Name, Mr. J. Blank," cried Hunt in a boisterous tone of friendly exultation. "Name as many as you please, without reserve or fear of molestation." Jay was perplexed between so many amiable recollections, that the name of the lady of his choice expired in a pensive whiff of his pipe, and Lamb impatiently declared for the Duchess of Newcastle. Mrs. Hutchinson was no sooner mentioned than she carried the day from the Duchess. We were the less solicitous on this subject of filling up the posthumous lists of good women, as there was already one in the room as good, as sensible, and in all respects as exemplary as the best of them could be for their lives. "I should like vastly to have seen Ninon de l'Enclos," said that incomparable person, and this immediately put us in mind that we had neglected to pay honor due to our friends on the other side of the channel. Voltaire, the patriarch of levity, and Rousseau, the father of sentiment, Montaigne and Rabelais, great in wisdom and in wit, Molière and that illustrious group that are collected round him in the print of that subject. To hear him read his comedy of the Tartuffe at the house of Ninon, Racine, La Fontaine, Rochefoucauld, Saint Evmond, etc. "There is one person," said a shrill, querulous voice, "I would rather see than all these, Don Quixote." Come, said Hunt. "I thought we should have no heroes, real or fabulous. What say you, Mr. Lamb? Are you for eking out your shadowy list with such names as Alexander, Julius Caesar, Tamerlane, or Genghis Khan?" "Excuse me," said Lamb. "On the subject of characters in active life, plotters and disturbers of the world, I have a crotchet of my own, which I beg leave to reserve." No, come out with your worthies. What do you think of Guy Fawkes and Judas Iscariot? Hunt turned an eye upon him like a wild Indian, but cordial and full of smothered glee. Your most exquisite reason was echoed on all sides, and Arden thought that Lamb had now fairly entangled himself. Why, I cannot but think, retorted he of the wistful countenance, that Guy Fawkes, that poor fluttering annual scarecrow of straw and rags, is an ill-used gentleman. I would give something to see him sitting pale and emaciated, surrounded by his matches and his barrels of gunpowder, and expecting the moment that was to transport him to paradise for his heroic self-devotion. But if I say any more, there is that fellow Godwin will make something of it. And as to Judas Iscariot, my reason is different. I would fain see the face of him who, having dipped his hand in the same dish with the Son of Man, could afterwards betray him. I have no conception of such a thing, nor have I ever seen any picture, not even Leonardo's very fine one, that gave me the least idea of it. You have said enough, Mr. Lamb, to justify your choice. Oh, ever right, Menenius, ever right. There is only one other person I can ever think of after this, continued Lamb, but without mentioning a name that once put on a semblance of mortality. If Shakespeare was to come into the room, we should all rise up to meet him, but if that person was to come into it, we should all fall down and try to kiss the hem of his garment. As the lady present seemed now to get uneasy at the turn the conversation had taken, we rose up to go. The morning broke with that dim, dubious light by which Giotto, Cimabue, and Ghirlandaio must have seen to paint their earliest works, and we parted to meet again and renew similar topics at night, the next night, and the night after that, till that night overspread Europe which saw no dawn. The same event, in truth, broke up our little congress that broke up the great one. But that was to meet again. Our deliberations have never been resumed. End of Persons One Would Wish to Have Seen, by William Hazlitt.
Phantom Butterflies by T.F. the Selton Dyer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phantom Butterflies by T.F. the Selton Dyer. Departed souls, according to the Cornish piece of folklore, are occasionally said to take the form of moths, and in Yorkshire, writes a correspondent of Notes and Queries, the country people used, and perhaps do still, claw night-flying white moths, especially the Hepulus humuli, which feeds while in the grub state on the roots of docks and other coarse plants, souls. By the Slavonians, the butterfly seems to have been universally accepted as an emblem of the soul. Mr. Ralston, in his Songs of the Russian People, says that in the government of Yaroslav, one of its names is Dushishka, a caressing diminutive of Dusha, the soul. In that of Kherson, it is believed that if the usual alms are not distributed at a funeral, the dead man's soul will reveal itself to its relatives in the form of a moth flying about the flame of a candle. The day after receiving such a warning visit, they call together the poor and distribute food among them. In Bohemia, there is a popular tradition that if the first butterfly a man sees in the springtime is a white one, he is destined to die within the year. According to a Servian belief, the soul of a witch often leaves her body while she is asleep and flies abroad in the shape of a butterfly. If during its absence her body be turned round, so that her feet are placed where her head was before, the soul will not be able to find her mouth, and so will be shut out from her body. Thereupon the witch will die. The Bulgarians believe that at death, the soul assumes the form of a butterfly and flits about on the nearest tree till the funeral is over. The Karens of Burma will run about pretending to catch a sick man's wandering soul, or, as they say with the ancient Greeks, his butterfly, and at last drop it down upon his head. The idea is an old one, and, as Gubernatus remarks in his Zoological Mythology, the butterfly was both a phallic symbol and a funereal one, with promises of resurrection and transformation. The souls of the departed were represented in the forms of butterflies, carried towards Elysium by the dolphin. According to another belief, the soul was supposed to take the form of a bee, an old tradition telling us that the bees alone, of all animals, descended from paradise. In the Engadine, in Switzerland, it is believed that the souls of men emigrate from the world and return to it in the forms of bees. In this district, bees are considered messengers of death. when someone dies, the bee is invoked as follows, almost as if requesting the soul of the departed, says the gubernatus, to watch forever over the living. Pension unser ist tot, verlass mich nicht, in meiner Nacht. In Russia, gnats and flies are often looked upon as equally spiritual creatures. In Little Russia, says Mr. Ralston, the old women of a family will often, after returning from a funeral, sit up all night, watching a dish in which water and honey in it have been placed, in the belief that the spirit of their dead relative will come in the form of a fly and sip the proffered liquid. Among North American tribes, we are told how the Ojibways believe that innumerable spirits appear in the varied forms of insect life, while some tribes suppose that most souls went to a common resort near their living habitat, but returned in the daytime in the shape of flies in order to get something to eat. End of Phantom Butterflies by T.F. the Selton Dyer. Read by Public Domain Scholar.
Remarkable Weather of 1911 by Francis Molina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in December 2024. Remarkable Weather of 1911. The Effect of the Combustion of Coal on the Climate. What Scientists Predict for the Future by Francis Molina. The year 1911 will long be remembered for the violence of its weather. The spring opened mild and delightful, but in June a torrid wave of unparalleled severity swept over the country. The cities baked and gasped for breath, while the burning sun and hot winds withered the corn and cost the farmers $1 million a day. A little later, England was scorched and France and Germany sweltered. The mercury went above 100 degrees in Western Canada, and whalers brought back reports from the Arctic regions of open water where always before there had been solid ice. The reports from Mexico and Central America would well describe the lower regions, but it is said that the summer in Iceland was enjoyable. In August, the elements took a different turn, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened. Kentucky and the South Atlantic states were deluged, and the Philippines were more thoroughly drowned than they had been before since the time of Noah. Alberta was visited by a killing frost which ruined hundreds of pioneer farmers. A cyclone devastated Costa Rica, and a violent gale swept the South Atlantic coast, destroying a great number of vessels. During the later fall, the North Atlantic was tormented by a series of more violent storms than were known to the oldest sea captains. In November, the southern states were visited by a killing frost, while December was remarkable for its high temperatures. Aside from the extreme heat, the frosts of the far north and the sunny south, and the violent storms at sea, the year 1911 was still exceptional. The mean temperature of every month except November was above the average of that of the 40 years covered by the records of the United States Weather Bureau. The average daily excess was from 4 to 6 degrees. With only 1 month out of 12 below normal, one may well ask if the climate is not changing and getting warmer. There is a general impression among older men that the good old-fashioned winters in which the snow was 15 feet deep and lasted 6 months do not come any more. In spite of the fact that the year just past was above the average in temperature, there is no clear indication that there is any progressive change in the direction of a warmer climate. The average temperature of the year 1878 was as high as that of 1911. There seem to be moderate changes in a cycle of about 35 years, and it is suggested that this is related to the period of sunspot activities, which is about 1/3 as long. It has recently been found by archaeologists from their studies in Asia Minor that, during the thousands of years these semi-arid countries have been inhabited by civilized men, their populations have increased and decreased with a period of 200 or 300 years. It is supposed that the epochs of greatest population were when there was more than the normal amount of rainfall, so that more people than ordinarily could be supported. When the oscillation in climate changed toward a dry period, so that food became scarce, the population necessarily decreased, though the changes might be ascribed in some instances to other causes. The climatic explanation of these variations in population seems most reasonable. But it is not necessary to refer to the history of mankind in order to prove that the earth has undergone much greater changes in climate than those we are now experiencing. The deposits of salt and gypsum, which are found in New York and Michigan, are the beds of ancient seas, which dried up when these regions were deserts. On the other hand, arid Arizona was once watered with abundant rains, as is shown by the petrified remains of enormous trees which hundreds of thousands of years ago grew in that region. In frozen Greenland, the fossil remains of magnolias and other semi-tropical plants are found, while at the other end of the earth, near the South Pole, there are beds of coal formed from vegetation which flourished when that region had a temperate climate. On the other hand, time after time, great sheets of ice have pushed down from the tablelands of Canada through the valleys of the Great Lakes, over the prairies and across the hills, and have reached as far south as the Ohio and the Missouri rivers. The records written on the hillsides by these slowly moving glaciers, and the heaps of soil and rounded boulders where they have stopped and melted, prove that at least 7 times this country has been buried beneath the snow and ice. At other times, still earlier in the history of the world, there have been glaciers at moderate altitudes on both sides of the equator, well within the tropical zone. It is difficult to determine with any high degree of accuracy how long it has been since the last glacial epoch, but 50 or 100,000 years have passed since the ice sheets covered this region. If the Earth has undergone such remarkable changes in temperature and has experienced such extremes of drought and moisture, it may be asked what the prospects are for the future. It may be answered immediately that these climatic variations are so slow and that these cycles are so vast that there is no prospect of any material change in the lifetime of a single individual or even of a nation. It is highly improbable that the mean temperature will change sensibly in 1,000 years, and very probable that it will not be much different from what it is at present 10,000 years from now. But if we may judge the future from the past, we may conclude that extremes of cold and warmth will succeed each other in long cycles, measured by tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, for there is no more reason now to suppose that conditions will henceforth be fixed or even steadily progressive in one direction than there would have been to have made the supposition at the corresponding stage in any previous cycle. There are indications that the maximum of the warm era in which we now live has not yet been reached, and that, therefore, the climate will probably become slowly warmer for some thousands of years, this progression being broken by many small oscillations. After the maximum is passed, the climate will, on the whole, probably steadily become colder until another ice age follows. The causes of the changes are about as interesting as the changes themselves, and if they are known, it may be questioned whether we cannot control the climate in the future. While the heat which warms the earth comes from the sun, the climate is fundamentally dependent upon the earth's atmosphere and upon its circulation. It screens off the heat somewhat in the daytime and holds it in at night. The winds carry vast quantities from the torrid equator to the higher latitudes and freshen the equatorial zone with the cooler atmosphere from the polar regions. The absorption and screening properties of the atmosphere depend upon its constitution. It has been found that if the air contained more carbon dioxide, which is the product of combustion of coal or vegetable material, the temperature would be somewhat higher. In fact, a theory has been elaborated, primarily by the great Swedish scientist Arrhenius, that the Earth has had a warm climate when the amount of carbon dioxide in the air was abundant, and a cold climate when it was scarce. It is believed that if the atmosphere contained 2 or 3 times its present amount, the climate would be considerably warmer, and that if it should lose half of that which it now has, the glaciers would again form in Canada. There are good reasons for believing that the quantity of this gas in the atmosphere may slowly undergo variations. Since burning coal produces carbon dioxide, it may be inquired whether the enormous use of that fuel in modern times may not be an important factor in filling the atmosphere with this substance, and consequently in indirectly raising the temperature of the Earth. In the United States, about 500 million tons of coal were mined in 1911. Suppose 4 times this amount were mined and burned in the whole world. When this amount of coal is burned, 7 billion tons of carbon dioxide are put into the atmosphere. The question is, simply, whether this is an appreciable fraction of that which the atmosphere already holds, and whether there are any important ways in which it is being removed from the atmosphere. The atmosphere contains altogether 1,500 billion tons of carbon dioxide. Consequently, the combustion of coal at the present rate will double it in about 200 years, unless it is removed by some means in enormous quantities. Carbon dioxide is removed from the atmosphere by growing plants, and in fact the carbon in the coal came from the air through the vegetable matter from which it has been formed. But when vegetable matter is burned or decays or is consumed by animals, the carbon dioxide is returned to the atmosphere. It does not seem that there will be in this way any great gain or loss in the next few centuries. A more important factor is the oceans, which now hold enormous quantities of carbon dioxide and which, under suitable conditions, can absorb much more. In fact, they are the great regulators, and have been involved essentially in all the variations of the past. But the action of the sea is very slow, and it may well be that the enormous present-day combustion of coal is producing carbon dioxide so fast that it will have important climatic effects. It is perhaps somewhat hazardous to make conjectures for centuries yet to come, but in the light of all that is known, it is reasonable to conclude that not only has the brain of man contrived machines by means of which he can travel faster than the wind, navigate the ocean depths, fly above the clouds, and do the work of 100, but also that indirectly by these very things, which change the constitution of the atmosphere, have his activities reached beyond the near at hand and the immediate present, and modified the cosmic processes themselves. It is largely the courageous, enterprising, and ingenious American whose brains are changing the world. Yet even the dull foreigner, who burrows in the earth by the faint gleam of his miner's lamp, not only supports his family and helps to feed the consuming furnaces of modern industry, but by his toil in the dirt and darkness adds to the carbon dioxide in the earth's atmosphere, so that men in generations to come shall enjoy milder breezes and live under sunnier skies. End of Remarkable Weather of 1911 by Francis Molina, from Popular Mechanics, March 1912.
The Scientific Presentation of History by Lynn Thorndike, published in Popular Science Monthly, Volume 76, February 1910. This recording is made in the public domain for LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Scientific Presentation of History by Lynn Thorndike, Ph.D., Instructor in Western Reserve University. The question, is history a science or can it become a science, has long both fascinated and irritated historical students. A few think that they have already discovered a science of history, but in reality have made only a premature and primarily speculative attempt at a philosophy of history. Some would limit their ideal to indiscriminate verification of the greatest possible number of facts, and to indiscriminate exposure of the greatest possible number of historical fictions. sometimes adding the hard requirement of setting forth their unsystematic results in attractive literary form. Some are pessimistic because the historian cannot perform experiments in the past, and because even his observation is seriously limited by the scantiness of the material at his disposal. This is true, but of course does not exempt the historian from dealing with the data he does not have in a scientific spirit. It only renders it more imperative. Others more hopefully put to the progress made in modern times in the publication and criticism of sources as a sign of history's conversion to scientific method, but of scientific method in the process by which the sources are transformed into history and presented to the public one hears little. On the contrary, one finds prominent writers on historical method not merely admitting but almost rejoicing in the impossibility of fixed principles of research, of scientific exposition of results. Bernheim, in his Lehrbuch der historischen Methode, after designating history as Wissenschaft and describing its purpose as not aesthetic but informing, in proceeding to speak of the process of converting the sources into history, draws all his similes from the fine arts. History is like a pianoforte rendition of an orchestral performance. It should, like a painting, make use of perspective. In it, as in a drama, the characters should lie silent part of the time. Gaps to fill in as between the scenes of a play should be left to the reader's imagination. In short, the turning out of the finished product is a fine art according to Bernheim, despite his denial. He says that it ought not to be poetry, but implies that it must be prose. His model historian's aim is to present the past vividly, not necessarily to prove anything. He should give specific bits from the sources occasionally, but more in order to make a story realistic than to allow an exposition scientific. This story should follow either chronology or geography, or the logic of events. He should emphasize some facts as essential, treat others as subordinate, omit others entirely. The only standard in this process of selection and discrimination, the sole guide in finding what the logic of events may be, seems to be the source material itself, which Bernheim expects will suggest modes of treating the facts derived from it. These vague and inadequate recommendations as to method in historical writing at least show Bernheim's ideal of history to be not a detailed and systematic investigation of the past by analysis and classification, but a well-proportioned narrative bringing events, characters, and conditions vividly before the reader. Indeed, he goes so far as to say, Die literarische Form der Darstellung welch man wollt, in entsprechender Weise die Auswahl des Mitzlutenden bestimmt. Justin Winsor, writing in 1890 in the Atlantic Monthly on the perils of historical narrative, affirms distinctly that history's proper method is epic, and that connected action should be its exclusive theme. He wants no maundering method. He desires with Milton an absence of frequent interpersions of sentiment, or a prolix dissertation on transactions which interrupt the series of events. He demands training and large familiarity, but instead of scientific presentation is content with a story that travels steadily to the end. To tell the story of Herodotus, he says, is what we have come to, after all experimenting. In the writer of history, Winsor thinks desirable the same faculties that make for the merchant his fortune, by which is probably meant a sort of snap judgment. Indeed, we presently hear of the historian's divination. Moreover, the historian's personality and environment are sure to affect his work. The interlacing of the ages makes the new telling of old stories a part of the intellectual development of the race, and this retelling is necessarily subject to the writer's personality and to the influence upon him of his day and generation. But Winsor does not draw the conclusion that in an age of science, history too should attain to scientific form. M. Gabriel Monod, in 2 recent articles in La Revue Bleue on La Méthode in Histoire, writes in much the same vein. For him again, the historian seems to be the spinner of one connected story, and rather more of an artist than scientist. He reconstructs in his brain the image of the past. Again we hear of the essential facts, of others merely accessory to these, of still others to be omitted entirely from the history. Though all should be present in the historian's thought to influence his selection or to aid his constructive imagination in bridging the gaps in the sources by logical inference. Monod, however, believes that the historian can not only pick out the nuggets of essential facts from the chaos of war before him, but also mint the coin of general truths. Indeed, he is hopeful of deriving a sound generalization even from a mass of particular facts, some of which are doubtful. He recognizes further that to accomplish this is no simple matter, as when, for instance, he says that the evaluation of the relative worth of the facts is a problem delicat et sujet à mille causes d'erreurs. But it is also, in his opinion, a problem where rules are insufficient and where individual genius is called for, where sometimes even a sort of intuition penetrates further than study and reflection. That is that divination of which Winsor spoke, a feeling in one's bones method. History written thus would be more like a feat of magic than a work of science. To identify a historian and magician is of course absurd, yet it must be said that a certain mystery enveloping the labours of the historian lends further colour to the fancy. The historian has too much the air of entering a holy of holies of the sources where none but he dare tread, and whence he will in due time emerge bearing precious secrets from beyond the veil. Rather cabalistic footnotes make the mystery the more esoteric. He judges the past not in open court, with the evidence made public, the press admitted, a jury hearing all the facts and then rendering its verdict, but in secret inquisition where he alone is both advocate and judge, and sometimes torturer. Another historian may retry the case if he wish, but will need to start again almost from the beginning. So 16th century mathematicians published their new formulas but kept from the world the processes by which they had been attained. Only there is the difference that those formulas justify themselves in use. The historian's results must be taken entirely on faith. Of course, the conscientious historian of today has no desire to cover his tracks. He makes by bibliography and references an endeavour to indicate them to the reader, but he seems to despair of a complete scientific exposition of his labours. Yet even if he cannot always hit the truth, even if history has no scientific laws, surely his thought about history can give an account of itself. Surely, too, its method must be one of which it can give an account. Monod, to do him justice, to some extent realizes the former possibility, if not the latter requirement. He finally gives 3 general rules of historical presentation. First, the sources used by the historian should be indicated. Second, proof of his statements should be furnished as far as possible. Third, he should sharply distinguish those points of which he feels sure from those which are more or less uncertain. These rules, vague in their wording and inadequate in their scope, are a faithful reflection of the present unsatisfactory and indefinite status of historical presentation. Indicate the sources. What does that mean? How far should such indication go? Furnish proof? How is it to be got in order to be furnished? What constitutes proof? As far as possible. Surely a weak-kneed and half-hearted phase, but probably meant to leave way for the undemonstrable results of intuition and divination. As for the third rule, how shall he make the sharp distinction, and rather, ought he not rather, to supply that which will make his readers certain or uncertain, than merely to state his own convictions and doubts? Professor James Harvey Robinson writes on this point. The historian has no accurate means of representing his own dubiety, strongly as he may be conscious of it, much less he can impart his doubts and uncertainties to his reader, since history possesses no special terminology adapted to its specific uses, and historical writers content themselves with vague and uncertain expressions which are in their nature literary rather than scientific. Robertson, it should be said, both in the article just cited and in a lecture on history published in 1908 by the Columbia University Press, makes several incidental suggestions stimulating to one interested in scientific presentation, although his main aim is to expose the defects of the literary method of presenting history, and he does not go on to attempt a theory of scientific presentation. The most recent noteworthy instance of discouragement of endeavour to present history scientifically was the last annual address by a president of the American Historical Association. Professor George Burton Adams did not, like Bernheim and Winsor, disregard the possibility of scientific history. He clearly put the question, in ascertaining and classifying the objective facts with which history deals, can methods which are really scientific be employed? But he went on to say coolly, history must remain one of the branches of literature. a servitude incompatible with scientific status. Then a little later, when wisely discouraging present attempts to philosophize history, he tended towards the opposite extreme and declared that the field of the historian is and must long remain the discovery and recording of what actually happened, thereby abandoning one's hope of attaining to general truths and taking a position not much more consoling to scientist than to philosopher. On the other hand, there are tendencies towards scientific presentation outside the pages of writers on historical method. Even those who would incontently discover some one hypothesis, for instance the economic interpretation of history, to charm the facts of history from a chaos into a system, have at least invoked the name of science. True, these makers of hypotheses may be in too great haste to reach their goal and base their results on dubious or insufficient data, rather than undertake a thorough examination of the source material. They may resemble the Ionian philosophers with their single-world grounds rather than the slow, painstaking observers and experimenters of modern science. But like the Greek sages, those who would conquer history at a blow have not let their forlorn hope quite in vain. However faulty their execution, they have at least corrected the assumption of Bernheim and Windsor that history is merely something to narrate, and have held it to be something to study, to classify, to evaluate. Nor does present orthodox historical practice lag behind with historical theory as sketched above. Original research of today would generally scorn intuitive methods, and the presentation of the results of such research is seldom primarily literary. But unfortunately, since the methods of research employed are seldom fully exposed, even if we take their validity for granted so far as particular results are concerned, we are still left without the needed data for a theory of scientific presentation. No common and accepted methods have been formulated. Moreover, while such preliminary work as the editing of the sources is painstaking, and while original research is done more or less scientifically, there is a marked tendency to limit the sphere of scientific investigation to the bare facts, to what actually happened, to use Adam's phrase, and to look at least for the present upon further analysis and synthesis, upon the composition of history for the public, upon the manufacture of the final product, as an art either not needing or not permitting regulation, and is sufficiently scientific if it employs the results of the two earlier processes, no matter how it may use them. This is built on rock, a house of sand. But that is not all. The flimsy superstructure is two-storied, for there are no bare facts of history. The first step towards a correct theory of scientific investigation and presentation is then to show that there are no separate and particular objective facts of history, that consequently investigation, having them as its object, must be fruitless, and that methods of writing history based, as were all those which we have been outlined, upon the assumption that they exist, are wrong. When this is done, we shall be in a position to see much better what is the task of historical investigation, and hence what is its fitting method. Only when we understand that ascertaining and classifying objective facts is not history's true business, may we with hope of success put the question, can methods which are really scientific be employed? What then are meant by the facts of history? Is there in the field of history any such definite and fundamental unit as the cell in biology? Are facts indivisible, elemental entities, found hanging ripe, as it were, on the branches of the sources, and needing only to be plucked and picked over according to their essentiality, and then to be canned in works of particular research until the day when all fruit shall have been gathered, and shall be crushed together to make one surpassing syrup, the philosophy of history? No, as yet no historical units have been discovered. The word fact is like the word event, merely a convenient but exceedingly indefinite term. A fact is any fragment of historical truth, just as an event is an arbitrary division of the past. To speak of objective facts of history, then, is impermissible. How much a fact or even an event shall include is an entirely subjective matter. A war is a fact or event, so is any battle in it, so is the death of any soldier in the battle. Qualitatively, a fact or an event is quite a difficult limit. Bernheim and Windsor displayed a tendency to restrict the facts of history to epic material, and Adams seemed at first sight to give the same thought its most recent expression in saying, "The field of the historian is and must remain long the discovery and recording of what actually happened. But it is idle to try to study past action by itself. We must know the milieu, the material, social, and intellectual environment in which an event happened, in order properly to understand the event. But why single out events for our attention? Why not study the past without qualification? And again, what are events? Every external act has its inner concomitant, cause or result. Science and art have their connected action, as well as states and dynasties. The very conditions which form the milieu for some act are themselves really in constant flux, and so happening from day to day. In the last analysis, therefore, what actually happened, like facts, is no other limitation upon the scope of history than the negative one of excluding fictions and philosophizing. Truth and unvarnished truth are all they mean. Everything in the past is still left as the province of history. There is, however, another possible explanation of the expression of facts of history. One might narrow the definition of history by accepting roughly the limited scope of past historians and trying to discover only facts of the sort which they give. Of course, exactly to define what sorts of past phenomena they recorded will be difficult, but it is also not easy, apparently, for modern investigators to strike out along new lines. The tradition, though vague and powerful, Herodotus and his successors, too often not merely witness Windsor, suggest to moderns their method, but also their matter. Yet if history were narrowed down from its possible scope as an investigation of the past in the interest of, and with a special reference to man, to a study of only the writings of those men in the past who were called historians, it evidently would become mere scholasticism, a barren commentary upon traditional authorities. It is only less unsatisfactory to confine history to material additional but similar to that with which they dealt. Their standards can be bettered, not merely as they have been by the modern attitude to sources and the modern historical sense, but also in point of the content of history and the mode of presenting it. The historian today must not impose on the public the limited round of topics which satisfied Greek warriors or medieval monks. He must tell us what we wish to know and also what we need to know. He must write not merely for his readers, but for science. Within history itself, there may be boundaries mapping it off into departments, as political theory, the history of literature, the history of philosophy, but these very names imply that beyond them there is a broader science, history, investigating the past in its entirety, so far as it concerns man. Whatever in the past influenced human life appreciably then, or its significance for human life at the present day, may well be included in the science of history, or in some great science. The historian's task, writes Robinson, is nothing less than the synthesis of the results of special sciences. Moreover, it is something more than this. The architect, for example, studies the history of architecture for the sake of his art of building. The historian includes the past of architecture in his study because of its relation to human life and progress. While, therefore, the technical researches in such partial fields as the past of architecture, of literature, or of philosophy may be of great assistance to the historian, he cannot content himself with compiling their results, for the reason that their technical interests are different from his broader aim. He must refashion and interpret the results before they will be available for his purpose, and he must do original work of his own. Returning to consideration of the phrases, the facts of history, and what actually happened, it is to be noted that they may further involve a stricture as to method. Their implication is that the investigator must occupy himself for the present with the content of history, with phenomena, at the same time as not yet come for discovering its form, that is, laws and general truths. This is perhaps the fairer way to interpret Adam's utterance, and there is prudence in the attitude. The beginnings of the science of history must be cautious. Science must not be impatient and race after irresponsible speculation and theorizing. It also must not be backward and rest content with aimless empiricism. It is true, as Adam says, that we must have foundations before we can build, but we must lay them with a view to building. A fact we have seen to be a vague and arbitrary division, since in history's continuity and complexity no particulars having reality have yet been discovered. Consequently, for investigators merely to cut out facts from the sources and store them up for future study is unlikely to lead to much progress, since there is no significance in the detached parts, and since it will scarcely be possible to fit them together again into anything except the original chaos from which they were cut. Facts, then, will not do as an intermediate stage in historical research any more than as a final goal. There must be something to give form to research. A more purposeful and direct method will be to seek to demonstrate scientific propositions immediately from the sources. Surely we have questions that put to the past, problems whose solution will be of scientific value far beyond any epic recital. Anything approaching a complete philosophy of history is, and long will be out of the question, but nonetheless we may even now deal in a small and humble and tentative way with generalizations and hypotheses, provided we never make them except to test them by the source material at our disposal and by rigorous scientific methods, and make them only of such extent as our original investigation can compass. There is another reason why the historical investigator must take the initiative and address inquiries to the source material rather than count upon it for indication of the logic of events, or for other direction and guidance. It is the scantiness and fragmentary character of the source material. If we had fairly complete records, we might, from a mere reading of them, from mere study and reflection, to use Molin's phrase, get a fairly complete picture, provided the mind could comprehend and digest so great a mass of data. But with things as they are, a different method than that of mere open-mindedness and absorption is practically forced upon us. Hypothesis and analysis are called for. The fragments by themselves often suggest little or nothing. It is, at least as yet, impossible to reconstruct from them the original complex whole. It accordingly remains to take up point after point which we wish to know about man and the world, and see how far the fragments will contribute to the solution of these simpler and partial problems. This is not to say that we shall take no hints from the source material as to the themes of our investigation, where the fragments suggest some generalization, some hypothesis of value. The historian may well follow up. Where they do not, let him be the aggressor. With such the aim of historical investigation, what shall be its method? Is present historical presentation adequate to portray this method? If not, what will be the new scientific presentation that will effect this? These are the questions that remain to be considered. Since the historian is to ask definite questions of the past instead of indiscriminately collecting facts, his method both in investigation and presentation will gain greatly in definiteness and unity. He will know what source material is essential and what not, since his inquiry furnishes a standard. Bernheim's historian has only the source material to tell him what source material was essential. The historian will not be at a loss for a plan by which he may conduct his investigation and order the presentation of his work, since he has a definite subject and also a definite method to prove or to disprove. He will not be left to grapple with a theme as it may chance to present itself, to discover this or that phrase or fragment, and to present these discoveries to his readers according to any plan that hits his fancy. He will escape that frequent failing of German scholarship, the squandering of Herculean labour in the compilation of specific details, facts, in other words, upon an inadequate conception of the general bearings of the subject. There comes to mind a standard work upon the humanism of the Renaissance, a book cited among the best in bibliographies. It consists almost entirely of a series of little essays on various humanists, containing very miscellaneous information and tacked together by artificial literary transitions. One might take a large sheet of paper, write the names of the humanists in the vertical column, set against these in succeeding columns such points as date of birth and death, parentage, patrons, pupils, chief writings, purity of Latinity, knowledge of Greek, religious attitude, and before one not merely the whole volume but more, since now one would be in a better position to grasp the subject as a whole and see to some slight extent how individuals work together to make a movement. The scientific historian will see not only that his theme must be developed systematically, but also that every concept which may be implicated in his investigation must be sharply defined and henceforth consistently treated from that one point of view. The field must be fenced in, if any truth is to be corralled. If one is trying to bring out characteristics of a given period of time, evidently one must limit oneself to it. If a movement or an institution is concerned, it should be as exactly defined as possible in terms of those phenomena, qualities, and tendencies which are peculiar to it. Thus its gradual beginning, height, and fading may be adequately recognized and discriminated from each other and from events contemporary, but unconnected with either. Indeed, the historian who has denied the existence of facts will be inclined to look askance also at periods, movements, and institutions, he will shake himself free from unjustified historical conglomerates, as well as from false historical units. We should get from his pen no dreary historical miscellanies, no ominous biographies. He'll be trying to prove something, and will assume nothing. While then the scientific historian will sharply define every concept and field, he will not make the mistake of thinking that some portion of the historical field can be fenced off and studied by itself, as investigators of periods and places too often do now. In history's continuity and complexity, not only have particulars no reality, but generalizations have no truth unless followed through the whole stream. They may take on a different significance when brought into contact with other truths. Historical measurements have relative rather than absolute value. They must be in more than one dimension. Is this asking too much? Must the historical investigator know everything before he can find out anything? Not if he does not attempt to discover too much, or to measure that which has too many relations, as does a period. Not if he takes a problem sufficiently precise and limited to be covered, as it should be, by considering everything that is likely to have any relation to it. This is the direction in which original research has been tending, but has not wholly attained, owing to its attachment to the false conceptions of historical facts and groups of facts, and to its dependence upon the source material for form as well as for matter. In short, the historian should take care to measure of everything he has to deal with, just as a scientist takes into account every factor affecting his experiment. That he cannot measure as accurately and completely as the chemist or the physicist is a very worst reason for him not measuring at all. If periods, movements, and human motives are so uncertain, as historians sometimes tell us by way of excuse, how can one venture to assume them instead of trying to remove to some extent that uncertainty, or of frankly recording it as an element of error in an investigation? Much could be measured that never has been, while some of the researches in which historians are engaged give no promise of sure results, and offer rather a broad choice of plausible or ingenious theories. Extensive past literatures, teeming with human prejudices, motives, and ideas, are waiting for accurate measurement and estimation. Where extant Greek literature, for instance, sifted thoroughly and its utterances of different topics collated and evaluated, many existing notions about Greek civilization might be modified. Many new truths about it and its relations to the culture of other periods might be revealed, or at least we should gain firm ground to stand on. For while classical scholarship is intent on minute points, or of ancient customs and language, for ancient ideas we have no statistics, only opinions. Such opinions have been formed no doubt as a result of acquaintance with the source material, but that fact alone is not enough. Science is not satisfied by a sort of alchemistic process in which various ingredients of source material are thrown by the historian into the seething kettle of his intellect, whence, after long subjection to the fires of unconscious celebration and the juices of ripe reflection, they are supposed to emerge fused and transmuted into historical truth. There must be a complete and accurate analysis and measurement of that material, and a sound process of deducing historical truth, therefore. This may be illustrated in more detail. The necessity of qualitative measurement of statements, not only per se, but with reference to the sources from which they are drawn, is generally recognized, but historians as yet seldom heed the twin requirement of quantitative measurement of our data in comparison with the sources whence they come. It is well understood that one must take into account the reliability of the source from which the statement comes, the circumstances under which it was written, the attitude of its author, whether superstitious or skeptical, rhetorical or sober, gossipy or official, spiteful or eulogistic, contemporary or hearsay, doctrinaire or unconscious and objective. On the other hand, while the scarcity of source material is often noticed, the amount of relevant material is seldom discounted to affect the worth of a particular point supported by specific statement in the sources. Yet a point is not proved by 2 or 3 bits of favourable evidence if the available sources are such that 10 or 12 confirmations might be expected, or the available source material may be so scanty that it does not offer sufficient basis for any positive conclusions. One should try to determine not only how much evidence there is on the point in question and in what degree it bears upon the point, but also how much there ought to be. The quantity of evidence pro and con must be measured not only absolutely, but also in proportion to the available source material, and further with regard to the source material which is missing. After adopting and working out in full detail through practice the method of research which is here being but suggested, historians will still have the duty of showing others not only their results, but the solid foundations on which these rest and the process by which they were attained. This obligation is recognized today to the extent that historical work without bibliography, footnotes, or reference to the sources is not considered scholarly. But this is not enough. A little of the books that the historian has used is far from fulfilling the requirement which science makes of a complete analysis of the source material. It gives little idea of the character, scope, applicability, and reliability of the source material, even though some word of comment be attached to each title. Fault may be found, moreover, with the footnote as a means of proof, and here is criticized the footnote at its best, rather than when, with pretentiously long quotations in foreign tongues, and with superfluity of scholarly digression and learned small talk. It degenerates from a pillar by which science supports its results into a pedestal upon which erudition poses, or when, instead of bearing upon the main point, it gives specific reference merely for some accompanying illustrative detail which proves nothing. At its best, the footnote less accurately proves a point than furnishes indications how one can set about proving it for oneself. Then, owing to the erroneous notion about facts of history, each footnote attaches itself to some one point in the text. Thus all the notes taken together supply means for verifying particular statements, but do not substantiate general truths or lead us to scientific propositions. That must be done in the text, if at all. But here is the third disadvantage to the proof contained in the notes, besides being subdivided there and so losing the strength of union, is further detached from the proof in the text. Yet the very existence of the footnote bears witness that the literary method of presentation at present employed in the text is unsatisfactory for scientific purposes, testifying that the whole world would become even clumsier and more confused were the attempts made to embody the notes in the text. The remedy is in presentation, primarily scientific, a unified and uninterrupted presentation of the complete historical process from raw material to finished product. The historian will reveal his investigations as well as their results. After stating and defining his problem with scientific exactness, he will make perfectly clear the material available and utilized for the solution of the problem, and will inform us of the plan of which that material will be exploited. Then will follow naturally the subjection of that material to these methods and the consequent results, positive or negative, partial or complete. Presentation will follow investigation step by step. Moreover, since investigation was so completely a matter of accurate measurement and of accurate conclusion therefrom, the method of presentation will probably somewhat resemble that employed by mathematics and the sciences. We shall come, not merely to the historical terminology which Robinson desires, but also to standard of historical measurement, modes of historical reckoning, historical symbols, curves, charts, and other graphic means of presenting briefly and accurately what prose could compass only many pages, or fail to express with requisite precision and discrimination. Thus, while historians will present proof as well as results, this greater detail than is at present given will be so put that it can be looked over in less time. Historians will no longer be handicapped, as were the medieval algebraists who wrote out their equations in words. Other scientists of human life, psychology, economics, sociology, have already turned to such methods. History alone remains backward and awkward, yet the scantiness of the material at its disposal, in comparison with the abundant opportunity for experiment and observation possessed by the others, requires from it even more accurate inspection, calculus, and presentation. Even in historical manuals, textbooks, general treatments of countries and ages, and other works of too pretentious scope and abbreviated form to be based directly on the source material and use of scientific processes, there will be no reason why scientific propositions may not in increasing measure constitute the contents. The field be definite, the form in accord, and the true spirit of history. Possibly fewer persons would study the reformed presentation than read histories at present, but they would learn more truth of value, gain a deeper insight into the true nature of history, and have a greater respect for it. one could not then dismiss it as a branch of literature. Its utterances would rest neither on vague consensus of opinion, nor on the reputation, nor on the footnotes of this and that individual, but upon a common method, open to the scrutiny of all, and worked out in its fullness by generations of scholars, though applied in each particular investigation by an individual mind. End of The Scientific Presentation of History by Lynn Thorndike. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org.
Surrealism in 1942, a lecture by André Breton. An excerpt from Age of Surrealism by Wallace Fowley, 1950. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. During the fall term of 1942, most students in American universities were preparing to leave for the war. Classes were beginning noticeably to diminish in size. I was teaching French literature at Yale, and remember particularly about that period of deep unrest, the unusual attentiveness of students during their last classes, and their concern over which books they should take away with them. On December 10th, on the invitation of the French and art departments, André Breton, who was then working for the Office of War Information in New York, came to New Haven to deliver a lecture on the situation of surrealism between the two wars. A large gathering of students, faculty, and townsfolk turned out to hear the lecture. M. Breton spoke in French, which was a strain for many of those present, and some passages in the lecture he read were difficult to follow even for those who knew French well. His style is highly polished and intricate. His ideas, which might in a more simple form be easily recognizable, are in his own form intensely abstracted and intellectualized. Breton's writing, and this lecture he gave at Yale, was essentially a written text, is devoid of the facile and the obvious and the cliché. However, during the entire lecture, slides of the well-known surrealist paintings were constantly being thrown on a screen placed over Breton's head. At the beginning, I, like everyone else present, I am sure, tried to see the relationship between what was being said and what was being shown, but it soon became evident to me that there was no direct relationship. The pictures didn't illustrate the lecture. They formed a moving and colorful background, a kind of second lecture in graphic form, which one might follow if one tired of oral expression or found it incomprehensible. Breton's appearance was majestic and noble. It was very easy to credit him with the first role of leader and spokesman and theoretician of surrealism. He is a very large man, with a handsome leonine head. His countenance bore an expression of solemnity, which I don't remember his ever breaking with a smile. His gestures were sober and reduced. His voice had resonance and great beauty. At the end of the lecture, he read more eloquently than I have ever heard a poet read, poems of Apollinaire, Zara, Éluard, Perret, and one of his own poems. His speech, which was very pointedly directed at the students present, has become, since its subsequent publication, a kind of third manifesto of surrealism, or at least a summation of the first two manifestos which Breton published in 1924 and 1930. He was very much aware of the strangeness and uniqueness of that occasion on December 10th, 1942. A world war was going on. He was in exile, while his country was governed by Vichy and Nazi Germany. He was speaking on the subject of surrealism in a provincial New England city to a group of American students who, no matter how impressed they were with seeing the celebrated leader of Surrealism, were thinking, above all, about the gravity of their imminent departure. Even if they had learned the names of Apollinaire, Breton, and Loutre-à-Moi, other names, such as Guadalcanal, Stalingrad, Libya, were uppermost in their minds. But because of the very unusualness of the situation, Breton was unable to explain and heighten certain aspects of Surrealism which appeared to be among the most important. He exalted the appeal which Surrealism has always made to the young. Surrealism has been kept alive by the particular kind of genius we associate with the young. Surrealism was founded in the years which immediately followed World War I, when the young intellectuals, returning from the front, discovered in the older thinkers and artists an inadequacy and an unrelatedness to their own thought and state of mind. They were tired and disgusted with the literary eloquence and verboseness of the 20th century. Their age had become a verbal nightmare for them. The radio, with its perpetual flow of words, was converting the world into a delirious cacophony. The language of man was being prostituted and degraded as it had never been before. Breton was one of the first Frenchmen who was not a psychoanalyst to study Freud. He told us in the lecture at Yale that when he was 20, on his various Paris leaves from the army, he tried successively to interest Apollinaire, Valéry, and Gide in Freud, but they all turned him down, with indulgent smiles and a friendly pat on the back. Breton's enthusiasm and veneration for Freud, as far as I know, have never diminished. He believes that Freud is one of the greatest forces in helping modern man to rediscover the meaning and the vitality of words. From all the writings of Breton, especially the two manifestos of 1924 and 1930, and the Situation du Surrealisme of 1942, as well as from other theoretical writings, one might draw up a kind of program in 5 parts, consisting of those beliefs which seem to have fluctuated the least in the minds and the works of the leading Surrealists. 1. The importance accorded to dreams and the subconscious life of man. Here the teachings of Freud are all important and seem to validate the practice of automatic writing or direct note-taking of one's subconscious states. 2. The second belief would be a corollary or a result of the first. It has to do with a denial of what we usually consider contradictions or paradoxes in our experience. The human mind is able to attain a state where forces which appear opposed are harmonized and unified into one force. The sentence of Breton's second manifesto, which states this belief, is so important and so admirably composed that it should be quoted in its entirety. Quote, "There is a certain point for the mind from which life and death, the real and the imaginary, the past and the future, the communicable and the incommunicable, the high and the low, cease being perceived as contradictions." End quote. This sentence is actually a development of a passage in the first manifesto, where the resolution of dream and reality is conceived of as being absolute reality or surreality. 3. The third belief is concerned with the most puzzling of the so-called contradictions, the antinomy between man and nature, the conviction that one is of a different order than the other, and that, hence, there exists between the two a perpetual state of discord. The Breton surrealist answer to this contradiction is obscure for the surrealists as well as for the outsider. The action of, quotes, chance, end quote, parentheses, le hasard, end parentheses, or, quotes, coincidence, end quote, seems to be the mystery to decipher, and the key to this particular contradiction. It is possible that as we learn to progress along the way of the subconscious, we shall learn more about the phenomena of, quotes, chance, end quote, which do appear to play a part in our daily existence, as well as in such a humanly or consciously calculated enterprise as a war. 4. The fourth part we have already somewhat discussed in the emergence of the surrealist attitude as the result of the experience of war, of the psychic upheaval caused by war. Wars are fought by young men at an age when they, if they weren't engaged in warfare, would be organizing, systematizing, and planning their lives and their careers. They would be choosing a philosophy, learning and imitating the art and the thought of older men. If, at the age of 20, one wears a uniform and engages in warfare, one is thereby dissolving the permanencies and stabilizing beliefs which usually form the architecture of a life. The young Frenchman of 1919, Breton and the others, returned from war, having learned there how to attach very little importance to matters considered important in terms of peace. Their greatest sacrifice had been the sacrifice of thought, and they immediately turned upon their philosophers and poets and demanded of them the same sacrifice. Having fought, as they were told, for ideas, for the safety of democracy, for example, they turned against ideas in a paradoxical but recognizable psychic reaction. There is a kind of humor which is visible at the most solemn and even tragic moments of existence. Nerves can't stand too much tension, and often are relieved by a paradoxical explosion. The comic aspect of early surrealism and its program of destruction, so often carried out as an embittered joke, may well be explained in this way. 5. The fifth belief is essentially psychological in nature. It is concerned with the distinction between the self and the ego. The French words soi and moi are perhaps clearer translations of those two terms. The self, parentheses, soi, in parentheses, as opposed to the ego, parentheses, le moi, or the consciously aware being of man, in parentheses, is composed of all manner of powers stolen from man's conscience and kept separate from any control of conscience and consciousness. This self is the area, or the arena if we use the image of Freud, in which a significant and central fight is waged. Freud calls it the fight between eros, or the instinct of love, and the instinct of death or self-destruction, which we discussed in connection with Mallarmé's Héroïde. This is the area or arena where the permanent myths of man, as we saw in Le Trémois, are recognized and reenacted. It is precisely here, in this domain of the self, as separate from the domain of the ego, that the surrealist believes he may take down the dictation of his thought during a time when there is a total absence of any control exercised by his reason or by any aesthetic or moral code. It is the absence of any consciously arrived at codification. This activity of the self might easily be compared with what Baudelaire said about the image-provoking power of opium. The images induced by opium are surrealistic, in that they rise up spontaneously and despotically without the man, (smoker), invoking them. They are involuntarily generated images. These 5 categories of belief might serve as the theoretical basis of Surrealism. They were evoked and discussed during a period of fervent artistic activity and experimentation. Each one corresponds to experiments and quarrels and expositions and exposures. Surrealism might conveniently be analyzed in its history of scandals and manifestos. End of Surrealism in 1942, a lecture by André Breton. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Up a Shot Tower. An article from the Strand magazine of August 1891. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The writer of this paper, in the pursuit of his profession, has probably sunk lower and attained to greater heights than the majority of his confreres. Some months ago he required material for an article on antimony, a metal used for the hardening of shot and shell. He went to Cornwall, where an antimony mine exists, and plunged 70 or 80 feet into the bowels of the earth. It was a unique experience, and 10 minutes in that dark, wet hole, in which miners were busy, gave one a very vivid and lasting idea of the lives of the men who secure for us the treasures of nature. In a general way, the conditions of shot manufacture are precisely opposite to those of mining. Instead of descending a ladder with an agility calculated to turn a monkey green with envy, one has to ascend a tower by means of steps, which even a hardened treadmillite might conceivably agree would constitute a fair turn. Shot, small shot that is, not bullets, the latter being made in moulds, is manufactured at the top of a tower, or in some place where a considerable space exists beneath. A disused mine shaft is just as good as a tower, the indispensable condition being a couple of 100 feet of air through which the shot may fall. Before we describe the manufacture of shot, it will be interesting to examine a 28-pound bag, such as the majority of our readers have probably seen at some time or other. The bag laid flat is roughly the size of this page, and 28 pounds far from fillet. If you take the trouble to count the shot, or get at an estimate of the number the bag contains, you will find that there are from 50,000 to 70,000, the number depending upon the size of the shot. Assuming one knows nothing about the matter, it would naturally seem that the manufacture of so many separate little balls must occupy a terrible time. To mould them would be an interminable process. As a matter of fact, shot is produced at a rate varying from, say, 24 millions to 30 millions an hour, from 400,000 to 500,000 a minute. These figures sound incredible, and we should certainly doubt them if we had not made the calculation ourselves. Near the south end of Waterloo Bridge, and within a few yards of the Thames, stands a monster structure known as the Shot Tower. It is a familiar sight, but not even your London cabby, in 9 cases out of 10, knows that it is a shot tower. With the permission of the proprietors, we will pay it a visit, and see how the shot is produced. Arrived at the base, the first thing we notice is a sharp, incessant shower of silvery rain falling into a huge tub of water. It makes a noise very like that of an overflowing waste pipe high up in one's wall. Its source we cannot see. 100 feet above us is a floor or first stage, through an opening in which the shower is passing. Evidently it begins from a much greater height than this even. The prospect of the climb is not particularly enticing. There are 327 steps. It is a hot day, and the place is necessarily not scrupulously clean. However, duty calls, and provided with a canvas bag to save one's hand and cuff in clutching at the railing or iron banister, we make a start with all the confidence begot of the recollection of school-day feats. Up, up, up. Phew! It is warm work, and breathing is not so easy after 150 steps have been rapidly passed over, as it was at the beginning. All the time we have been running round the building, immediately inside the shell, as it were, and on our left, as we make revolution after revolution, the shower of lead continues. The sun through the various windows now and again glinting on it and making it look more like summer rain than ever. On the first stage no one is at work, and there is nothing to see except a crucible or boiler, pretty much the shape of that we have seen in the family laundry. So away we go again, manfully, with Excelsior and the Pilgrim's Progress alternately flitting through our minds, until at last the top stage is reached. Though we are some 200 feet above the earth, we are not exactly on the summit of the tower yet, but only in a sort of top story, and some feet above us is the roof on which a flagstaff is erected, apparently in the vain attempt to get at the sky. The secret of shot making is ours at last. In the centre of this top stage is a trapdoor, wide open, yawning in a sinister way which warns the newcomer to beware. Through the trapdoor runs a huge chain attached to an elongated box, by means of which the pig lead leaning against the walls has been hoisted. A man is standing at a boiler, similar to that seen on the stage below, containing the molten lead. The heat is very great, and as he ladles the liquid metal into a perforated pan, or sort of colander in front of him, the perspiration stands out on his brow in big drops, suggestive of the shot itself. To make shot, however, something more is essential than a great height, a colander, and molten lead. The metal before it arrives in pig form, that is, in large bars, has been prepared with antimony or arsenic. When it has been thoroughly heated, a sort of scum forms on it, which if it were from milk would be called cream, but being from lead is called dross. This is carefully preserved. Some of it is placed in the perforated pan before the molten lead is poured into it. The lead makes its way through the dross and then escapes through the holes in the pan into space. The degree of heat, the amount of dross, the distance, the quantity of lead are all things which have to be thought of, and which can only be properly regulated by an experienced hand. It looks simple enough to pour the hot lead into the pan, but it is very much simpler to spoil the shot by indifferent knowledge of what is wanted. Whilst our artist is getting a picture of the man at work, we may take the opportunity of telling our readers what we have been able to discover of the origin of this method of shot making. The story goes that it was all an accident. Just as Isaac Newton's discovery of the law of gravitation was due to the simple circumstance of seeing an apple fall to the ground, or the discovery of the steam locomotive was due to the throbbing of the kettle on Stephenson's hob. Somewhere in the last century, a Bristol mechanic named Watts, who was employed in cutting up strips of lead into small pieces for the purpose of shot, is said to have imbibed a little too freely. He went to bed in a muddled state, and as is, we should imagine, not improbable, dreamt various dreams. Having taken too much strong drink and too little water, he would naturally conjure up visions of the only ale with which Adam was acquainted. He saw it rain heavily, and as he watched, to his surprise, the rain became lead, and the earth was covered with shot. Awaking to his sound senses, Watts is pictured dwelling on his dream until he came to believe there was something in it. He determined to make an experiment, and proceeded forthwith to the Tower of St. Mary Redcliffe in Bristol. He is said to have proved the correctness of the idea of the dream. Shot could best be made by dropping the lead from a great height. Shrewd man as he was, up to a point, Watts by this discovery made, according to the chronicler, £10,000. Having made a fortune, however, he did not know how to keep it. He determined to build Clifton Crescent, but the excavations, etc., necessary to so grand an enterprise exhausted his money before a single house was commenced. Hence, Clifton Crescent, we are told, became known as Watts's Folly. This is one explanation of the inception of the idea of shot-making as now witnessed. Like many other pretty stories, however, it might not bear too close a scrutiny. We believe the notion of making shot by letting lead fall from a height is older than the date when Watts flourished. In the Watts story, too, we can find no reference to the essential tub of water at the base to cool the pellets. If they fell onto the hard ground before they were cold, they would be bruised and spoilt. At the same time, a much more likely story is even more difficult to verify. It is to be found in some curious old book somewhere, no doubt, but so far we have to confess to an inability to trace it. We have the story, however, on the authority of one who has long been interested in shot-making, though he cannot indicate the source of his information. In the old-time wars, when one of the historic castles, which many of our readers will explore during their annual outing, was the scene of a last desperate struggle, the besieged trusted for security to the difficulty which the enemy would find in getting across the moat running round the walls. Well, let us for a moment give our imagination free play, as though we would dispute with Sir Walter Scott the right to the premiership in the field of romance. There stands the brave old castle. not quite so old in those days as in these. In the fields around are a determined host preparing to storm it. Inside its walls are the equally determined defenders, who know by the disposition of the enemy that the crisis is at hand. A little later, and the besiegers are actually scaling the walls. They are met and driven back with horrible torture by men armed with boiling lead, which falls, in probably hundreds of separate pieces, into the water, hissing and spitting below. Then, in the time to come, when the moat is cleared out, a number of more or less perfect pellets in a spherical form are found at the bottom, and the idea of shot making is secured. This account, at any rate, gives us the indispensable water into which the metal must fall if it is not to be injured. However all this may be, here is the man hard at work manufacturing shot in a way which a recent generation certainly did not invent. Having got all we want concerning him, we will go out onto the parapet which runs round the outside of the tower on a level with this top floor. As we open the door, a breath of deliciously fresh wind sweeps in. The height is a giddy one, so giddy, in fact, that some people have positively refused to go outside and walk round the tower. It requires more nerve than one is perhaps prepared to admit, especially when, unaccustomed to be thus elevated above our fellows as we are, we feel the tower give a distinct lurch and conjure up visions of being flung like a lacrosse ball far away across the river to the embankment on the other side. On a clear day, the sight from the shot tower is one of the best in London, but it seldom is really clear in this mighty Babylon of ours, and though we have made several pilgrimages to its summit, we have never seen more than a mile or so through the smoke haze that hangs over the capital. Still, one gets a panorama of a not inconsiderable portion of London life. Looking away north, one of the first things noted in the distance is the Titbits sky sign. Nowhere else can so fine a view be had of the magnificent Thames embankment, running from the Houses of Parliament on the west to Blackfriars Bridge on the east. The Thames itself, not here the silvery, but very much the muddy Thames, rushes hurriedly by, bearing on its bosom pleasure steamers and rowboats and big barges, some of the latter, by the way, laden with the pig lead which is to find its way up the shot tower. Our visit is nearly complete. Descending the 300-odd steps, an easier and quicker process than the ascent, we devote ourselves for a while to watching the process of finishing off the shot. After removal from the tub, it has to be dried by being laid on a hot slab. Thence it is transferred to a box, from which it passes to a revolving cylinder with holes of various sizes. The smallest holes are near the box, and the smallest shot passes through them. The larger shot passes on to another part until it finds holes big enough to allow it to escape. Once out of this cylinder sifter, the shot falls into a receptacle with an aperture at the bottom. As it leaves this, it drops onto a piece of wood, roughly about a foot square, down which it rolls into one of two boxes. If you examine this piece of wood, you will find that it is slightly inclined. the incline giving the shot a momentum just sufficient to carry the imperfect into one box and the perfect into a second. It is the most ingenious device imaginable. Having been thus assorted, the shot is put into a revolving box containing black lead. The revolutions not only serve to thoroughly blacklead the shot, but to wear off any little excrescence and make them more perfectly round. They have then to be weighed in the 28-pound bags referred to above. From the weighing machine they are passed to a table at which a woman sits with needle and thread. Their mouths are sewn up and they are ready for the market, and we have seen practically all there is to be seen of the manufacture of small shot. End of Up a Shot Tower, an article in the Strand magazine, August 1891.
U.S. Tariff Policy Overview, updated January 31st, 2025, by the Congressional Research Service. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. A tariff is a tax levied on imported goods and services. Historically, tariffs were a major source of revenue for many countries and were often the primary source of federal revenue through the late 19th century. Today, other taxes account for most government revenue in developed countries. Tariffs are now typically used selectively to protect certain domestic industries, advance foreign policy goals, or as negotiating leverage in trade negotiations. The U.S. Constitution empowers Congress to set import tariffs, a power that Congress has partially delegated to the President. The United States is also a member of the World Trade Organization, WTO, and a party to a number of trade agreements, which include specific tariff-related commitments. Congress and the President thus create U.S. tariff policy within the context of a rules-based global trading system. Rules-based global trading system. The rules-based global trading system was established following World War II. It began as the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, the GATT, G-A-T-T, which was later integrated into a larger set of agreements establishing the WTO. This system aimed to reduce trade barriers and prevent trade wars by establishing rules for the use of tariffs. Among this system's core rules with regard to tariffs are non-discrimination. Under the Most Favored Nation MFN rule, a country must extend any trade concession, such as a reduced tariff rate, granted to one member to all other WTO members. There are exceptions, such as preferential rates for free trade agreements, FTAs, special treatment for developing countries, and remedies for addressing certain unfair trading practices. Binding commitments. Through multilateral negotiations, countries bind themselves to ceilings on tariff rates for specific imports. That ceiling is called the bound rate, which can be higher than actual applied rates. Transparency. The WTO requires members to publish and report their tariff rates. Safety valves. The WTO agreements permit members to raise tariffs to address unfair trade practices and to allow domestic industries to adjust to sudden surges in imports in some circumstances. Following the establishment of the GATT in 1947 and the WTO in 1995, global tariff rates declined, spurring trade and opening markets for U.S. exports. Since the establishment of the WTO, the value of exports of U.S. goods has increased more than 160%, adjusted for inflation. U.S. tariff policy. Who makes U.S. tariff policy? The Constitution grants Congress the power to lay and collect duties and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. Because tariffs are no longer a major element of domestic tax policy, they have instead become an instrument of U.S. foreign policy and trade promotion. As such, Congress often works with the President to set tariff policy by authorizing the President to negotiate trade agreements and to adjust tariffs in certain circumstances. Presidential Trade Promotion Authority, the TPA. Prior to the 1930s, Congress usually set tariff rates legislatively. As U.S. and global tariff rates increased during the Great Depression, U.S. exports decreased. Congress responded by authorizing the President to negotiate reciprocal trade agreements and proclaim tariff reductions up to a preset boundary. Hence, such agreements could enter into force without further congressional action. However, by the late 1960s, non-tariff barriers to trade, such as discriminatory technical standards, became a greater focus of trade negotiations. As a result, it became difficult to predict the substance of the negotiations and authorize changes to existing U.S. laws by proclamation before the negotiations took place. Congress addressed this challenge in 1974 by establishing expedited procedures to enact implementing legislation for trade agreements addressing non-tariff barriers. Under these procedures, currently known as Trade Promotion Authority, TPA, Congress establishes U.S. trade negotiating objectives as well as consultation and notification requirements. If the President satisfies these objectives and requirements, implementing legislation for an agreement may receive expedited treatment, including an up or down vote without amendment. The most recent TPA, the Bipartisan Comprehensive Trade Priorities and Accountability Act of 2015, expired in the summer of 2021. Presidential discretionary authority over tariff rates. In dozens of statutes, Congress has authorized the President to adjust tariff rates in response to specific trade-related concerns related to U.S. foreign policy and national security interests, or that require an administrative finding by a U.S. agency. For example, Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 empowers the President to adjust tariffs on imports that threaten to impair U.S. national security. Section 5B of the Trading with the Enemy Act and Section 203 of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act empower the President in a time of war or national emergency to regulate imports. Section 201 of the Trade Act of 1974 empowers the President to raise tariff rates temporarily when the U.S. International Trade Commission, ITC, determines that a sudden import surge has caused or threatened serious injury to a U.S. industry. Congress has also empowered U.S. agencies to impose duties to offset certain injurious trade practices. How is U.S. tariff policy administered? The Secretary of the Treasury is charged with establishing regulations on the collection of tariffs, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the CBP, administers those regulations at U.S. ports of entry. When a good enters a U.S. port of entry, merchandise is classified, and tariffs are assessed using the Harmonized Tariff Schedule of the United States, the HTSUS, a compendium of tariff rates based on a globally standardized nomenclature. Today, importers self-classify and declare the value or quantity of their goods. CBP reviews the paperwork, performs occasional audits, and then collects any applicable tariffs or penalties, as well as any administrative fees. Finally, CBP deposits any revenue from tariffs or other penalties into the general fund of the United States. What has U.S. tariff policy been? Over the past 70 years, tariffs have never accounted for much more than 2% of total federal revenue. In fiscal year 2024, for example, CBP collected $77 billion in tariffs, accounting for approximately 1.5% of total federal revenue. Instead, the United States has generally used its tariff policy to encourage global trade liberalization and pursue broader foreign policy goals. Since 1934, the United States has reduced or eliminated many tariffs as part of bilateral and multilateral trade agreements. By supporting the creation of the GATT and the WTO, the U.S. Congress sought to reduce tariff rates globally within a rules-based trading system. Roughly 70% of all products enter the United States duty-free. U.S. reductions in tariff rates have not always inspired others to follow. During the most recent Doha round of WTO trade negotiations, the United States unsuccessfully attempted to convince advanced emerging economies, such as China, India, and Brazil, to commit to lower their bound tariff rates, which they declined to do. This dispute was arguably one of the reasons that the Doha round of negotiations was unable to produce an agreement. Low U.S. tariff rates have also served as an instrument to achieve other foreign policy goals. For example, to encourage global economic development, Congress created the Generalized System of Preferences, GSP, which authorizes the President to give unilateral duty-free treatment to some products from some developing countries. The United States has also pursued FTAs as part of broader foreign policy and security goals. Key dates in U.S. tariff history: 1913, Underwood Tariff Act reimposed federal income tax and lowered tariff rates from roughly 40% to 25%. Federal revenue now comes primarily from income taxes. 1930, Tariff Act of 1930, known as the Smoot-Hawley Tariff, raised U.S. tariffs to their highest level since 1828. This was the last tariff act in which Congress set rates. 1934, Reciprocal Tariff Act delegated to the President the power to negotiate bilateral reciprocal trade agreements. It was renewed periodically until the 1970s. 1947, the United States and 23 other countries entered the GATT to lower tariffs and other trade barriers. 1976, the United States instituted the Generalized System of Preferences, GSP, establishing preferential tariff rates for developing countries. 1995, the United States entered the WTO. This is the last time GATT WTO members multilaterally agreed to major reductions in tariff rates. Issues for Congress. For more than 80 years, Congress has delegated extensive tariff-setting authority to the President, who was more insulated from domestic protectionist pressures than individual members of Congress. This delegation led to an overall decline in global tariff rates. However, it has meant that the U.S. pursuit of a low-tariff, rules-based global trading system has been the product of executive discretion. While Congress has set negotiating goals, it has relied on presidential leadership to achieve those goals. The first Trump administration was openly critical of low-tariff policies and made extensive use of authorities delegated to the president to increase tariffs on certain goods. As a result, duties paid on U.S. imports doubled from fiscal year 2015 to fiscal year 2020, from approximately $37 billion to $74 billion. The Biden administration maintained many of those policies, with CBP collecting $77 billion in fiscal year 2024. Some members have supported the increased use of tariffs. However, others have expressed concern about the economic impact of increasing tariffs. Some members and committees have also expressed concerns about the president raising tariffs without congressional approval. End of U.S. Tariff Policy Overview by Christopher A. Casey, Analyst in International Trade and Finance. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in April 2025.
Wildflowers We Know by Thornton Waldo Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Columbine, Aquilegia canadensis. This beautiful red and yellow flower of the spring has often been mentioned as a candidate for the honor of being chosen the national flower. Alas, in many places where it once bloomed freely, it blooms no more. The thoughtless flower picker has destroyed it. It loves rocky places and rich woodlands. From Nova Scotia it is found west to Northwest Territory. Going south, we find it clear to Florida and Texas. According to its location, it blooms from April to July. A knot-shaped flower is the columbine. It has 5 funnel-shaped petals which narrow into long, erect, hollow spurs which are rounded at the tips. The flower is about 2 inches long. Outside it is red, but within it is yellow. The pistils, of which there are 5, project. The plant is 1 to 2 feet high, branching and wiry. The basal leaves are on long, slender stems, direct from the roots. They are compound, and each leaflet has several lobes. The upper leaves are small and spring from the stalk at the branching points. Black-eyed Susan, Rudbeckia hirta. This, of course, belongs to the composite family. It is often called the coneflower because of the raised cone-like center. In some places it is called the yellow daisy and the ox-eyed daisy. This last name tends to confusion, for in many places the white daisy is called the ox-eyed. Of course, what appears as a single flower is a flower head composed of ray florets, of which there are 20 to 30, and disc florets, around which the ray florets are arranged. The ray florets are notched at the tips. The plant grows to a height of 1 to 3 feet, and the stalk is hairy and rough. Sometimes it is branched. The leaves are long, narrow, oblong to lance-shaped, and rough. This plant thrives in dry fields from May to September, from Canada to Florida, Colorado, and Texas. It is so showy that it can hardly be overlooked and is the delight of children. It is a favorite with butterflies and a number of insects, but when plentiful is a weed pest, for cattle will not eat it. Jack in the pulpit, Arisaema trifilum. There is no mistaking this little creature in the springtime woodland. Jack in the pulpit is also called Indian turnip, for in the early days the root was roasted or boiled and eaten. Uncooked, it contains a stingy, blistering juice. The little pulpit with Jack peeping forth is mistaken for the flower by many people. It is not the flower, but contains the real flowers, which are tiny greenish yellow and are around the base of the slender green spadix, which is what the children call Jack. The green, often striped pulpit, with a pointed flap above it, is what is called a spathe. Above this you will find 1 or 2 large spreading 3-parted leaves. Some of the plants are small, but others attain a height of 3 feet. Jack in the pulpit is a member of the arum family and related to the beautiful calla lily. It is found from Nova Scotia to Florida and west to Ontario, Minnesota, and Kansas. The flowering season is April to June. The fruit is in the form of smooth, shiny red berries clustered on the thickened spadix, or clab as it is called. Harebell, Campanula rotundifolia. Like fairy bells on moist rocky cliffs, uplands, and sometimes in meadows, swing the harebells, or bluebells of Scotland. Bell-shaped they are, half an inch long or more, and hanging downward on hair-like stems from slender, simple, or branching stalks. These vary greatly in height according to location. They may be less than a foot high, or again, they may be 3 feet high. The bell-shaped corolla has 5 spreading lobes. Alternating with these are 5 slender stamens. The pistil is greenish-white and extends beyond. The green calyx is divided into 5 narrow parts. There is a marked difference between the basal leaves and the upper leaves. The former are nearly round, while the latter are very narrow, smooth, and pointed. They are seated on the stem. The lower leaves often wither by the flowering season, which is from June to September. These beautiful little blossoms, so beloved by the Scotch, are found from Labrador to Alaska, and in the United States as far south as New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and as far west as the Rocky Mountains and the Sierra Nevadas. Closed gentian, Gentiana andrewsi. Of all our blue flowers, this is one of the most intense in color, especially towards the tip of the blossom. Towards the base it becomes lighter. Many have been fooled by this gentian because of the fact that it is closed and never opens. The shape of the blossom has given it another name, for in some places it is called the bottle gentian. The blossoms are 1 to 1 1/2 inches long, and, as already stated, are closed, or at least nearly so. They grow in terminal clusters. The bees have found a way to get the nectar. A bee forces its way in at the tip, but takes care to leave a leg or 2 outside in order to be able to withdraw. The plant is perennial, which is fortunate. It loves moist meadows and woods, from Quebec to Georgia and west to Missouri. It is one of our fall flowers, blooming from August to October. The plant is a leafy stalk, rather stout and usually unbranched. The leaves are lance-shaped, with long, tapering points, and are rather large. They clasp the stalk in opposite pairs. Hepatica, Hepatica triloba. One of the brave little flowers of the early spring is the hepatica, which in some places is called the mayflower, and in other places the liver leaf. The leaves are 3-lobed, rounded, leathery, and evergreen. Sometimes they are mottled with reddish-purple. They spread on the ground. The flowers may be lavender, pinkish, or white. The seeming petals are not petals, but sepals. Very early in the spring, the hepatica blooms on wooded hillsides from Canada to northern Florida, and from Manitoba to Missouri. Red trillium, Trillium erectum. There are 2 other common names for this spring plant, wake robin and birthroot. Sometimes this is also called the ill-scented wake robin, for the odor is not at all pleasant. The flowers are dull purple or purplish red. There are 3 flaring, pointed green sepals, alternating with 3 pointed oval petals. The leaves are arranged in a whorl of 3, drooping from the top of the stalk. They are broadly ovate and pointed. Look for this plant in rich moist woods from April to June. It grows from Nova Scotia to North Carolina and west to Manitoba and Missouri. Bloodroot, Sanguinaria canadensis. Who would guess that this lovely white flower of the early spring is a member of the poppy family? But so it is. The name of bloodroot has been given it because the juice of the roots and stems is orange-red. It loves rich woods and delights in shaded banks. It grows from Nova Scotia to Manitoba and south to Florida and Arkansas. It blooms in April and May. As a rule, the flowers are pure white. Once in a while, one will have a pinkish tinge. They are 1 to 1½ inches across and grow on a smooth stem 6 to 14 inches high. There are 8 to 12 petals, which taper at either end. The stamens are many, and they make a bright golden center. The flowers close at night, and at best they are short-lived. As a rule, there are 2 leaves, large, rounded, and deeply lobed at the base, and with 1 to 5 or more smaller lobes toward the end. The upper surface is green, while the under surface is silvery white and coarsely veined. The plant springs from a stout horizontal rootstock covered with fibrous roots. Pasture Rose, Rosa virginiana. Over several wild roses, this is one of the most familiar. It forms a bushy shrub, which may be only a few inches high or may be 6 feet high. Like other roses, this bush is protected with thorns, which are usually in pairs at the base of the leaf stem. This rose loves dry, rocky soil and thrives best there. It blooms from May to July and is found from Nova Scotia west to Oklahoma and south to Florida. The dainty pink blossoms are fragrant and usually solitary. There are 5 heart-shaped petals. The yellow stamens are numerous, and these surround a cluster of pistils. There are 5 long-spreading divisions to the calyx. The leaves are compound, usually with 5 thin oval or sharply pointed leaflets. These leaflets are irregularly toothed. They are 1/2 to 2 inches long. This rose is also called the low rose because of the fact that frequently it is only a foot or less in height. The fruit is a bright scarlet berry which is eaten by some of the birds in the fall and early winter. Yellow adder's tongue, Erythronium americanum. This is a dainty little member of the lily family. Curiously enough, in many places it is called the dog's tooth violet. The leaves are not easily mistaken for anything else. The plant has but 2, and these are of unequal length. They are fleshy, pointed, oval, and a pale green spotted, more or less, with dull reddish. From between these leaves rises the flower stalk, from the top of which hangs downward a bright yellow bell-shaped flower, spotted on the inside with brown. This flower likes open, moist woods from March to May. Common cinquefoil, Potentilla canadensis. This is the familiar little yellow strawberry-shaped blossom, which is often familiarly called the 5-finger. You might not guess it, but it belongs to the rose family. The name 5-finger comes from the arrangement of the leaflets, which are 5 in number, coarsely toothed, and spread like the fingers of a hand. The flowers are bright yellow, 1/4 to 1/2 inch across. There are 5 petals and numerous stamens grouped around many pistils to form a little head. It loves dry fields from April to August, and grows from Quebec to Georgia and west to Minnesota. Bird's foot violet, Viola pedata. From April to June, dry fields and hillsides are made lovely by the largest of our native violets, called the bird's foot violet, the sand violet, and in some places where they grow in numbers and are much loved, velvet johnnies, or velvet johnny jump-ups. These violets are somewhat pansy-shaped and are more velvety than other violets. There is considerable variation in the color. In some, the 5 petals are all lilac purple. In others, the 2 upper petals are dark purple, while the 3 lower ones are a lighter shade. The upper petals curve backward, while the lower petal is grooved and has a flat spur. The stamens in the center are tipped with bright orange and add much to the attractiveness of this violet. The leaves are quite unlike the leaves of other members of the family. They are cut into narrow parts anywhere from 5 to 11. The divisions of a leaf are so arranged as to suggest the print of a bird's foot, which is sufficient explanation for its most common name. Unlike most violets, this one cares little for damp places. Skunk cabbage, Simplocampus foetidus. This plant is a member of the arum family and so is related to the jack-in-the-pulpit. From Nova Scotia to Florida and west to Minnesota and Iowa, it is the first flower of the spring. As in the case of the jack-in-the-pulpit, the true flowers are tiny and are sheltered within a thick fleshy spathe, which is in the shape of a hood, often with a comparatively narrow opening. The tiny flowers, which are greenish-yellow to purplish-brown, are scattered over a rounded fleshy spadix and are ill-smelling, making them attractive to certain kinds of tiny flies. The protecting hood is purplish-brown to greenish-yellow and usually more or less mottled. It pushes up through the ground before the leaves appear at all, often appearing before snow and ice have disappeared. The skunk cabbage gets its name from the fact that the odor is not unlike that of the skunk, and the leaves are so large as to suggest cabbage leaves. This plant is a lover of swamps and very wet ground. The bright green of the leaves makes the early spring swamps most attractive. Trailing arbutus, Epigoea repens. There is nothing more lovely among American wild flowers than the fragrant pink or white clusters of the arbutus, the Mayflower of New England. It is peculiarly a flower of the woods, where it blooms from March to May, according to location. It is found from Newfoundland to Saskatchewan and south to Kentucky and Florida. This is another of the flowers that should be picked sparingly. It is often difficult to pick it without taking the roots, and this should never be done. Already it has vanished from many places. Mountain laurel, Kalmia latifolia. This is one of the loveliest of our American flowers. No wonder that the state of Connecticut has adopted it as its state flower. The blossoms, which are white to deep pink, are of short, sticky stems in large terminal clusters on a much-branched shrub with stiff branches. This grows to be 3 to 15 feet high and often forms dense thickets. Whole mountain-sides are sometimes a mass of color in June. Another name for it is calico bush. It grows from New Brunswick and Ontario to the Gulf states. Other names for it are spoonwood and clamon. Pink lady's slipper, Cypripedium acaule. The pink lady's slipper is one of the most frequently seen native orchids. With many people it is known as the moccasin flower. It is a lover of the woods and particularly loves to grow under the pines. It has but 2 leaves, and these are large, thick, pointed, oval, and slightly hairy. Also, they have many ribs. They are easily recognized. From between these 2 leaves rises a straight stem for 6 to 12 inches. At the top is borne a single blossom in the form of a nearly closed pouch of pale magenta. This is veined with darker pink. Where in sunflowers the sepals appear like petals, in this flower 3 spreading, curving petals are narrower and longer than the sepals. The sac is formed by the inflated lip. Long white hairs crest the upper part of the interior. The temptation to pick these beautiful flowers is almost irresistible. However, like other orchids, they are more beautiful growing than they can ever be in a bouquet. In many places they have already been exterminated. If you feel that you must pick them, be satisfied with 2 or 3. Pipsissewa, Chimaphila umbellata. The more familiar name for this pretty little plant is princess pine. The flowers are 1/2 to 2/3 of an inch broad, white or pinkish, usually with a deep pink ring. The leaves are narrow, wedge-shaped, and may be blunt or pointed at the apex. They are a bright shining green, 1 to 2 1/2 inches long, and 1/4 to 1 inch wide above the middle. They remain green all winter. They grow in dry woods, especially near pines, from Nova Scotia to British Columbia and south to Georgia and the Rocky Mountains. Indian pipe, Monotropa uniflora. Another name for this curious little plant is ice plant. It is also called corpse plant. It is a degenerate, having in it no green coloring matter such as normal plants have. It grows in shaded, moist, rich woods, especially under pines and oaks. It grows practically throughout the country. It is white, waxy, and the flower is bell-shaped. The stalk is scaly, 4 to 10 inches high. When picked, it soon turns black. It is found from June to August, and when growing is rather attractive. The shape of the head, when it is bent over, is almost exactly that of an Indian pipe. Fringed milkwort, Polygala paucifolia. This is also called fringed polygala and flowering wintergreen. It blooms from May to July and loves rich, moist woods. The flower is a quaint and dainty little blossom of purplish rose. It is quite orchid-like in appearance. The petals form a slender tube, the lower ones being extended and beautifully fringed. 2 of 5 unequal sepals are wing-like and are highly colored like the petals. The leaves are clustered at the top of a stalk 4 to 7 inches high. The plant grows from Canada to Georgia. Fireweed, Epilobium angustifolium. Curiously enough, this belongs to the evening primrose family, although it bears little resemblance to its yellow cousins. Another name for it is the great willow herb, and still another is the spiked willow herb. This plant, with its magenta or pink blossoms, loves dry soil, fields, and roadsides. It is especially fond of burnt-over districts, hence its name of fireweed. The leaves are narrow, tapering, and willow-like, 2 to 6 inches long. The stalk is 2 to 6 or more feet high. It blooms from June to September, from coast to coast in Canada and the United States as far south as the Carolinas. Canada goldenrod, Solidago canadensis. This is one of the widely distributed goldenrods. The goldenrods are, of course, composite, and often it is difficult for those not thoroughly acquainted with them to tell them apart. This species is found in Canada all the way from Newfoundland to Saskatchewan, and in the United States it blooms south as far as Virginia and Tennessee, and west to South Dakota. The blossoming season is from August through to October. It is especially fond of hillsides, thickets, and the banks of streams. It is known also as rock goldenrod. Usually several plants grow together, spreading by means of underground rootstocks. The flowers are arranged on one side of spreading branches, which are inclined to form a large and rather loose panicle. The stalk is slender, growing 1 to 5 feet high. The leaves vary from 2 to 5 inches long and are thin. They are long pointed at the apex. The upper leaves are usually without petioles, while the lower leaves may be petioled. All the goldenrods are flowers which may be freely picked without fear of extermination. Common white daisy, Chrysanthemum leucanthemum. Who is there who does not know the white daisy? Were it an inhabitant of the garden, it would be considered very choice. As it is a weed known to farmers as whiteweed, a pest in the mowing. It grows everywhere, in meadows, pastures, on wasteland, and by the roadside. It blooms from May to November, and is found throughout the United States and Canada, although not so common in the south and west as in other parts. It is a member of the thistle family, with a true thistle capacity for spreading. Of course, it is a composite, what we call petals being really florets, surrounding the yellow disc florets. The white florets or petals are female. Daisies are beloved by the insects, and thus cross-fertilization is easily brought about. The white daisy is not a native of America. It was brought here, and like the pilgrims of old, immediately set out to take possession of the land. In this it has been signally successful. It is a weed, but after all, it is a lovely weed. Incidentally, it is sometimes called oxeye daisy. Queen Anne's lace, Daucus carota. Here is another weed which in many places is a pest to the farmer, and which does not belong in the United States, but is an immigrant from the Old World. While to many it is known as Queen Anne's lace because of the resemblance of the flower heads to discs of lace, it is more familiarly known as the wild carrot. Examine one of these flower heads. You will find it made up of tiny white flowers crowded in many small flat wheels that in turn are arranged in a flat-topped disc. These minute flowers are usually five-parted and have yellow-tipped stamens. The central floret of each disc is often dark. Sometimes all the flowers have a delicate purplish tinge. The leaves are very much divided, especially the lower ones. From June to September, throughout the eastern half of the United States and Canada, the wild carrot blooms in fields and open waste places and along roadsides. A pity it is that so really beautiful a flower should be a pest, but so it is. A great variety of insects love it in the same degree that the farmer despises it. Pitcher plant, Sarracenia purpurea. This is also called the side saddle flower. There is no mistaking this plant for any other, for the pitcher-shaped leaves, which are hollow and usually at least partially filled with water, are distinctive. They curve outward and upward from the root, and the open end is hooded. Outside they are smooth, but inside they are covered with fine hairy bristles which point downward and trap the insects which enter. The pitcher plant is, carnivorous, for it absorbs the juices of the insects which meet their fate within its leaves. There is a single flower at the top of a stem, 1 to 2 feet high. It is a deep reddish purple, varying sometimes to partly greenish. There are 5 overlapping petals, which enclose a yellowish umbrella-shaped style. Peat bogs and mossy swamps are the places to look for the pitcher plant. It blooms from May to June. It is found from Labrador to the Canadian Rocky Mountains and south to Florida. There are several other forms of pitcher plant in the south and also in California. Butter and eggs, Linaria vulgaris. Every child throughout the range of this pretty little flower, which is from Canada to Virginia and west to Nebraska, knows butter and eggs, or yellow toadflax, as some folk call it. It is a member of the figwort family, and it dearly loves wasteland, open fields, and roadsides, where it blooms freely from June to October. It has other names. In some places it is called eggs and bacon. In other places it is known as flaxweed or brideweed. The flowers are in 2 shades of yellow, light yellow and orange. They are 2-lipped, tubular, with a spur at the base. There are 2 lobes to the upper lip, and this curves over the lower lip, which has 3 unequal lobes. The tube is nearly closed by an orange-colored swelling, which hides the 4 unequal stamens and pistil. The flowers grow in a terminal spike. Usually they are rather low, but sometimes attain a height of 3 feet. The long, narrow leaves are much like blades of grass. The light green stalk has a whitish bloom. Butter and eggs is really a most interesting little flower to study. End of Wild Flowers We Know by Thornton Wilder Burgess.
The Will of Thomas Paine by Thomas Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Will of Thomas Paine. The people of the state of New York, by the grace of God, free and independent, and to all to whom these presents shall come or may concern, send greeting. Know ye that the annexed is a true copy of the will of Thomas Paine, deceased, as recorded in the office of the surrogate, in and for the city and county of New York. In testimony whereof we have caused the seal of our office of the said surrogate to be hereunto affixed. Witness Sylvanus Miller, Esquire, surrogate of said county, at the city of New York, the 12th day of July, in the year of our Lord 1809, and of our independence the 34th. Sylvanus Miller. The Will. The last will and testament of me, the subscriber, Thomas Paine, reposing confidence in my Creator, God, and in no other being, for I know of no other, nor believe in any other. I, Thomas Paine, of the state of New York, author of the work entitled Common Sense, written in Philadelphia in 1775, and published in that city the beginning of January 1776, which awaked America to a declaration of independence on the 4th of July following, which was as fast as the work could spread through such an extensive country. Author also of the several numbers of the American Crisis, 13 in all, published occasionally during the progress of the Revolutionary War. The last is on the peace. Author also of Rights of Man, parts the first and second, written and published in London in 1791 and 1792. Author also of a work on religion, Age of Reason, parts the first and second, N.B. I have a third part by me in manuscript, and an answer to the Bishop of Landau, author also of a work lately published, entitled Examination of the Passages in the New Testament, quoted from the Old, and called Prophecies Concerning Jesus Christ, and showing that there are no prophecies of any such person. Author also of several other works not here enumerated, dissertations on the first principles of government, decline and fall of the English system of finance, agrarian justice, etc., etc. Make this my last will and testament, that is to say, I give and bequeath to my executors hereinafter appointed, Walter Morton and Thomas Addis Emmett, 30 shares I hold in the New York Phoenix Insurance Company, which cost me $1,470. They are worth now upwards of $1,500, and all my movable effects, and also the money that may be in my trunk or elsewhere at the time of my decease, paying thereout the expenses of my funeral, in trust as to the said shares, movables, and money for Margaret Brazier Bonneville, wife of Nicholas Bonneville, of Paris, for her own sole and separate use, and at her own disposal, notwithstanding her coverture. As to my farm in New Rochelle, I give, devise, and bequeath the same to my said executors, Walter Morton and Thomas Addis Emmett, and to the survivor of them, his heirs and assigns forever, in trust, nevertheless, to sell and dispose of the north side thereof, now in the occupation of Andrew A. Dean, beginning at the west end of the orchard, and running in a line with the land sold to Coles, to the end of the farm, and to apply the money arising from such sale, as hereinafter directed. I give to my friends Walter Morton of the New York Phoenix Insurance Company and Thomas Addis Emmett, Counselor at Law, late of Ireland, $200 each, and $100 to Mrs. Palmer, widow of Elihu Palmer, late of New York, to be paid out of the money arising from said sale. And I give the remainder of the money arising from that sale, 1/2 thereof to Cleo Rickman of High and Upper Marylebone Street, London, and the other half to Nicholas Bonneville of Paris, husband of Margaret B. Bonneville, aforesaid. And as to the south part of the said farm, containing upwards of 100 acres, in trust to rent out the same, or otherwise put it to profit, as shall be found most advisable, and to pay the rents and profits thereof to the said Margaret B. Bonneville, in trust for her children, Benjamin Bonneville and Thomas Bonneville, their education and maintenance, until they come to the age of 21 years, in order that she may bring them well up, give them good and useful learning, and instruct them in their duty to God and the practice of morality. The rent of the land, or the interest of the money for which it may be sold, as hereinafter mentioned, to be employed in their education. And after the youngest of the said children shall have arrived at the age of 21 years, in further trust, to convey the same to the said children, share and share alike, in fee simple. But if it shall be thought advisable by my executors and executrix, or the survivors of them, at any time before the youngest of the said children shall come of age, to sell and dispose of the said south side of the said farm. In that case, I hereby authorize and empower my said executors to sell and dispose of the same, and I direct that the money arising from such sale be put into stock, either in the United States Bank stock or New York Phoenix Insurance Company stock, the interest or dividends thereof to be applied as is already directed for the education and maintenance of the said children, and the principal to be transferred to the said children, or the survivor of them, on his or their coming of age. I know not if the society of people called Quakers admit a person to be buried in their burying ground who does not belong to their society, but if they do or will admit me, I would prefer being buried there. My father belonged to that profession, and I was partly brought up in it. But if it is not consistent with their rules to do this, I desire to be buried on my own farm at New Rochelle. The place where I am to be buried to be a square of 12 feet, to be enclosed with rows of trees, and a stone or post and rail fence, with a headstone with my name and age engraved upon it, author of Common Sense. I nominate, constitute, and appoint Walter Morton of the New York Phoenix Insurance Company, and Thomas Addison Emmett, Counselor at Law, late of Ireland, and Margaret B. Bonneville, executors and executrix to this my last will and testament, requesting the said Walter Morton and Thomas Addis Emmett that they will give what assistance they conveniently can to Mrs. Bonneville, and see that the children be well brought up. Thus placing confidence in their friendship, I herewith take my final leave of them and of the world. I have lived an honest and useful life to mankind. My time has been spent in doing good, and I die in perfect composure and resignation to the will of my Creator, God. Dated the 18th day of January, in the year 1809, and I have also signed my name to the other sheet of this will in testimony of its being a part thereof. Thomas Paine. Signed, sealed, published, and declared by the testator in our presence, who at his request and in the presence of each other have set our names as witnesses thereto, the words published and declared first interlined. W. M. Keese, James Angevine, Cornelius Ryder. End of the Will of Thomas Paine by Thomas Paine. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in December 2024.